Read by Eric Myers. O my soul, be prepared for the coming of the stranger. Be prepared for him who knows how to ask questions. There is one who remembers the way to your door. Life you may evade, but death you shall not. T.S. Eliot. Chapter 1. The stranger didn't shatter Adam's world all at once. That was what Adam Price would tell himself later, but that was a lie. Adam somehow knew right away, right from the very first sentence, that the life he had known as a content suburban married father of two was forever gone. It was a simple sentence on the face of it, but there was something in the tone, something knowing and even caring, that let Adam know that nothing would ever be the same. "You didn't have to stay with her," the stranger said. They were in the American Legion Hall in Cedar Field, New Jersey. Cedar Field was a town loaded up with wealthy hedge fund managers and bankers and other financial masters of the universe types. They liked to drink beer in the American Legion Hall because it was comfortable slumming, a way to pretend that they were salt-of-the-earth good old boys, like something in a Dodge Ram commercial, when they were anything but. Adam stood by the sticky bar. There was a dartboard behind him. Neon signs advertised Miller Lite, but Adam had a bottle of Budweiser in his right hand. He turned to the man who had just sidled up to him, and even though Adam already knew the answer, he asked the man, "Are you talking to me?" The guy was younger than most of the fathers, thinner, almost gaunt, with big, piercing blue eyes. His arms were white and reedy, with a hint of a tattoo showing beneath one of the short sleeves. He was wearing a baseball cap. He wasn't quite a hipster, but there was something of a wonk attitude coming off him, like some guy who ran a tech department and never saw the sun. The piercing blue eyes held Adam's with an earnestness that made him want to turn away. "She told you she was pregnant, right?" Adam felt his grip on the bottle tighten. "That's why you stayed. Corinne told you she was pregnant." It was right then that Adam felt some kind of switch go off in his chest, as if someone had tripped the red digital timer on some movie bomb, and now it had started to tick down. Tick, 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 tick. "Do I know you?" Adam asked. "She told you she was pregnant," the stranger continued. "Corinne, I mean. She told you she was pregnant, and then she lost the baby." The American Legion Hall was loaded up with town dads sporting those white baseball T-shirts with the three-quarter sleeves, and either baggy cargo shorts or perfectly no-assed dad jeans. Lots of them wore baseball caps. Tonight was the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade boys' lacrosse draft and A-team selections, if you ever wanted to witness type A's behaving as such in their natural habitat. Adam thought, watch when parents get involved in their own offspring's team selections. The Discovery Channel should film this. "You felt obligated to stay, am I right?" the man asked. "I don't know who the hell—" "She lied, Adam." The younger man spoke with such conviction, not just as though he knew for certain, but that at the end of the day he had Adam's best interest at heart. "Corinne made it all up. She was never pregnant." The words kept landing like punches, dazing Adam, sapping his resistance, leaving him shaken and confused and ready to take a standing 8 count. He wanted to fight back, grab the guy by the shirt, toss him across the room for insulting his wife like this, but he didn't, for 2 reasons. 1, there was the whole dazed, taking punches, sapped resistance thing. 2, something about the way the man spoke, something about the guy's confident tone, the damn conviction in his voice, made Adam start thinking it might be smartest to listen. "Who are you?" Adam asked. "Does it matter?" Yeah, it does. I'm the stranger, he said. The stranger with important knowledge. She lied to you, Adam. Corinne. She was never pregnant. It was all a ruse to get you back. Adam shook his head. He swam through, tried to stay rational and calm. I saw the pregnancy test. Fake. I saw the sonogram. Again, fake. He held up a hand before Adam could say more. And yes, so was the stomach, or should I say stomachs. Once Corinne started to show, you never saw her naked, right? What did she do? Claim some kind of late-night sickness so you wouldn't have sex? That's what happens most times. So when the miscarriage occurs, you can kind of look back on the whole thing and realize the pregnancy was difficult right from the start. A booming voice from the other side of the hall called out, Okay, guys, grab a fresh beer and let's get this show on the road. The voice belonged to Trip Evans, the president of the Lacrosse League, a former Madison Avenue ad exec, and a pretty good guy. The other dads started to grab aluminum chairs, the kind you use for your kid's school concert, from a rack and place them in a circle around the room. Trip Evans looked over at Adam, spotted the undoubtedly pale expression on his face, and frowned his concern. Adam shook him off and turned back to the stranger. Who the hell are you? Think of me as your savior, or like the friend who just released you from prison. You're full of crap. All conversation had pretty much ended. The voices were hushed now, the sounds of scraping chairs echoing in the still hall. The fathers were getting their game faces on for the draft. Adam hated this. He wasn't even supposed to be here. Corinne was. She was the treasurer of the lacrosse board, but her school had changed the scheduling of her teachers' conference in Atlantic City, and even though this was the biggest day of the year for Cedar Field lacrosse, indeed the main reason Corinne had become so active, Adam had been forced to step in for her. You should be thanking me, the man said. What are you talking about? For the first time the man smiled. It was, Adam couldn't help but notice, a kind smile, the smile of a healer, of a man who just wants to do the right thing. You're free, the stranger said. You're a liar. You know better, don't you, Adam? From across the room, Trip Evans called, Adam! He turned toward them. Everyone was seated now except Adam and the stranger. I have to go now, the stranger whispered, but if you really need proof, check your Visa card. Look for a charge to Novelty Funzy. Wait. One more thing. The man leaned in close. If I were you, I'd probably run DNA tests on your two boys. Tick, tick, tick. Kaboom. What? I have no evidence on that. But when a woman is willing to lie about something like this, well, it's a pretty good bet it isn't her first time. And then, with Adam dazed anew by this final accusation, the stranger hurried out the door. Chapter 2. When Adam managed to get his legs back, he ran after the stranger. Too late. The stranger was sliding into the passenger seat of a gray Honda Accord. The car pulled out. Adam ran to get a closer look, maybe see the license plate, but he could tell only that it was from his home state of New Jersey. As the car made the turn toward the exit, he noticed something else. There was a woman driving the car. She was young, with long blonde hair. When the streetlight hit her face, he could see that she was looking at him. Their eyes met for a brief moment. There was a look of concern on her face, of pity. For him. The car roared away. Someone called his name. Adam turned around and headed back inside. They started with house team drafts. Adam tried to pay attention, but it was like all sound was traveling through the auditory equivalent of a blurry shower door. Corinne had made Adam's job simple. She had ranked every boy who had tried out for the sixth-grade team, so he could simply select based on who was left. The real key, the real reason he was here, was to ensure that Ryan, their sixth grader, made the all-star travel team. Their older son, Thomas, who was now a sophomore in high school, had been shut out from the all-stars when he was Ryan's age because, at least Corinne thought, and Adam tended to agree, his parents weren't involved enough. Too many of the fathers were here tonight not so much out of love of the game as to protect their own kids' interests, including Adam. Pathetic, but there you go. Adam tried to push past what he just heard. Who the hell was that guy, anyway? But that wasn't happening. His vision blurred as he stared down at Corinne's scouting reports. His wife was so orderly, almost anal, listing the boys in order from best to worst. When one of the boys was drafted, Adam numbly crossed out his name. He studied his wife's perfect cursive, practically the template for those sample letter examples your third-grade teacher pinned atop the blackboard. That was Corinne. She was that girl who came into class, complained that she was going to fail, finished the test first, and got an A. She was smart, driven, beautiful, and a liar? "Let's break it down to the travel teams, fellas," Tripp said. The sound of scraping chairs again echoed through the hall. Still in a fog, Adam joined the circle of 4 men who would round out the A and B travel teams. This was where it really counted. The house league stayed in town. The best players made A and B and got to travel to play in tournaments across the state. Novelty Funzy. Why did that name ring a bell? The grade's head coach was named Bob Bame, but Adam always thought of him as Gaston, the animated character from Disney's Beauty and the Beast movie. Bob was a big puff pastry of a man, with the kind of bright smile you find only on the dim. He was loud and proud and stupid and mean, and whenever he strutted by, chest out, arms swaying, it was as though he was accompanied by a soundtrack singing, "No one slick, fights, shoots, like Gaston." Push it away, Adam told himself. The stranger was just playing with you. Picking the teams should take seconds. Each kid was scored between 1 and 10 in various categories: stick handling, speed, strength, passing, stuff like that. The numbers were totaled, and an average was determined. In theory, you should just go down the list, put the top 18 boys on A, the next 18 boys on B, and the rest don't make it. Simple. But first, everyone had to be assured that their own sons were on the teams that they were coaching. Okay, fine. Done. Then you start down those rankings. Things were moving along swiftly until they got down to the very last pick for the B team. "Jimmy Hoke should be on it," Gaston pronounced. Bob Bame rarely just spoke. He mostly made pronouncements. One of his mousy assistant coaches, Adam didn't know his name, said, "But Jack and Logan are both ranked ahead of him." "Yes, true," Gaston pronounced. "But I know this boy. Jimmy Hoke. He's a better player than those two. He just had a bad tryout." He coughed into his fist before continuing. "Jimmy's also had a tough year. His parents got divorced. We should give him a break and put him on the team. So, if no one has a problem with that—" He started to write down Jimmy's name. Adam heard himself say, "I do." All eyes turned toward him. Gaston pointed his dimpled chin toward Adam. "Sorry, I have a problem with it," Adam said. "Jack and Logan have higher scores. Who has the higher score of the two?" "Logan," one of the assistants said. Adam skimmed down the list and saw the scores. "Right, okay. So Logan should be on the team. He's the kid with the better evaluation and higher ranking." The assistants didn't gasp out loud, but they might as well have. Gaston was unused to being questioned. He leaned forward, baring his big teeth. "No offense, but you're just here to sit in for your wife?" He said the word wife with a little attitude, as though having to sit in for one meant you weren't a real man.
"You're not even an assistant coach,"
Gaston continued. "True," Adam said, "but I can read numbers, Bob. Logan's overall score was a 6.7. Jimmy only has a score of 6.4. Even with today's new math, 6.7 is greater than 6.4. I can show you with a graph, if that would help." Gaston was not digging the sarcasm.
"But, as I just explained, there are extenuating circumstances."
"The divorce?"
"Exactly."
Adam looked to the assistant coaches. The assistant coaches suddenly found something fascinating on the ground in front of them. "Well, then, do you know what Jack's or Logan's home situations are?"
"I know their parents are together."
"So that's now our deciding factor?" Adam asked. "You have a really good marriage, don't you, He almost called him Gaston. "Bob?"
"What?"
"You and Melanie? You guys are the happiest couple I know, right?" Melanie was small and blonde and perky, and blinked as though someone had just slapped her across the face. Gaston liked to touch her ass a lot, in public, not so much to show affection or even lust, as to illustrate that she was his property. He leaned back now and tried to weigh his words carefully.
"We have a good marriage, yes, but—"
"Well, that should deduct at least half a point off your son's score, right? So that knocks Bob Jr. down to, let me see here, a 6.3, the B team. I mean, if we are going to raise Jimmy's score because his parents are having problems, shouldn't we also lower your son's because you guys are so gosh darn perfect?" One of the other assistant coaches said, "Adam, are you okay?" Adam snapped his head toward the voice. "Fine." Gaston started flexing his fists. "Corinne made it all up. She was never pregnant." Adam met the bigger man's eye and held it. "Bring it, big boy," Adam thought. "Bring it, tonight of all nights." Gaston was the kind of big and muscular guy you knew was all show. Over Gaston's shoulder, Adam could see that Trip Evans was looking on, surprise on his face. "This isn't a courtroom," Gaston said, flashing his teeth. "You're out of line." Adam hadn't seen the inside of a courtroom in 4 months, but he didn't bother to correct him. He lifted the sheets in the air. "The evaluations are here for a reason, Bob."
"And so are we,"
Gaston said, running his hand through his black mane.
"As coaches, as guys who've watched these kids for years, we make the final call. I, as a head coach, make the final call. Jimmy has a good attitude. That matters too. We aren't computers. We use all the tools at our disposal to select the most deserving kids."
He spread his giant hands, trying to win Adam back into the fold.
"And come on. We are talking about the last kid on the B team. It's not really that big a deal."
"I bet it's a big deal to Logan."
"I'm the head coach. The final call is mine."
The room was starting to break up. Guys were leaving. Adam opened his mouth to say more, but what was the point? He wouldn't win this argument. And what was he making it for, anyway? He didn't even know who the hell Logan was. It was a distraction from the mess the stranger had left behind. Nothing more. He knew that. He got up from the chair.
"Where are you going?"
Gaston asked. Chin stuck out long enough to invite a punch. "Ryan is on the A team, right?"
"Right."
That was why Adam was there, to advocate, if need be, for his son. Done. The rest was flotsam. "Have a good night, guys." Adam made his way back to the bar. He nodded at Len Gilman, the police chief in town, who liked to work behind the bar because it kept down the DUIs. Len nodded back and slid Adam a bottle of Bud. Adam twisted off the cap with a little too much gusto. Trip Evans sidled up to him. Len slid him a Bud, too. Trip held it up and clinked bottles with Adam. The two men drank in silence while the meeting broke up. Guys called out their goodbyes. Gaston rose dramatically. He was big on dramatically, and shot a glare at Adam. Adam lifted the bottle toward him in a cheers response. Gaston stormed out. "Making friends?" Tripp asked. "I'm a people person," Adam said. "You know, he's the VP of the board, right?" "I must remember to genuflect next time I see him," Adam said. "I'm president." "In that case, I better get some knee pads." Tripp nodded, liking that line. "Bob's going through a lot right now." "Bob's an ass waffle." "Well, yes. Do you know why I stay on as president?" "Helps you score chicks?" "Yes, that. And because if I resign, Bob's next in line." "Shiver." Adam started to put down his beer. "I'd better go." "He's out of work." "Who?" "Bob. Lost his job over a year ago." "I'm sorry to hear that," Adam said, "but that's no excuse." "I didn't say it was. I just wanted you to know." "Got it. So," Tripp Evans continued, "Bob has this headhunter helping him find a job, a big-time, very important headhunter." Adam put down the beer. "And?" "So, this big-time headhunter is trying to find Bob a new job." "So you said?" "So the headhunter's name is Jim Hoke." Adam stopped. "As in Jimmy Hoke's father?" Tripp said nothing. "That's why he wants the kid on the team?" "What? You think Bob cares that the parents are divorced?" Adam just shook his head. "And you're okay with that?" Tripp shrugged. "Nothing here is pure. You get a parent involved in their own kid's sports. Well, you know, it's like a mother lion around a cub. Sometimes they pick a kid because he lives next door. Sometimes they pick a kid because he's got a hot mom who dresses provocatively at the games. You know that from personal experience?" "Guilty. And sometimes they pick a kid because his daddy can help them get a job. Seems a better reason than most." "Man, you're so cynical for an ad exec." Tripp smiled. "Yeah, I know. But it's like we always talk about how far would you go to protect your family. You'd never hurt anyone, I'd never hurt anyone. But if someone threatens your family, if it means saving your child, we'd kill?" "Look around you, my friend." Tripp spread his arms. "This town, these schools, these programs, these kids, these families. I sometimes sit back and can't believe how lucky we are. We're living the dream, you know." Adam did know. Sort of. He had gone from underpaid public defender to overpaid eminent domain attorney in order to pay for the dream. He wondered whether it was worth it. And if Logan has to pay the price? Since when is life fair? Look, I have these clients from a major car company. Yeah, you know the name. And yeah, you read in the paper recently how they covered up a problem with their steering columns. A lot of people got hurt or killed. These car guys, they're really nice, normal. So how do they let it happen? How do they work out some cost-benefit crap and let people die? Adam could see where he was going with this, but the ride was always a good one with Tripp. Because they're corrupt bastards? Tripp frowned. You know that isn't true. They're like tobacco company employees. Are they all evil too? Or how about all the pious folks who covered up church scandals, or, I don't know, pollute the rivers? Are they all just corrupt bastards, Adam? Tripp was like this, a suburban dad philosopher. You tell me. It's perspective, Adam. Tripp smiled at him. He took off his cap, smoothed down the receding wisps of hair, put it back on his head. We humans can't see straight. We're always biased. We always protect our own interests. One thing I notice about all those examples, Adam said.
What?
Money.
It's the root of all evil, my friend.
Adam thought about the stranger. He thought about his 2 sons at home right now, probably doing homework or playing a video game. He thought about his wife at some teachers' conference down in Atlantic City. Not all evil, he said. Chapter 3. The American Legion parking lot was dark. Only the flashes of light from open car doors or the smaller bursts from checked smartphones broke the black curtain. Adam got into his car and sat in the driver's seat. For a few moments he did nothing. He just sat there. Car doors were being slammed shut, engines were starting. Adam didn't move. You didn't have to stay with her. He could feel his phone vibrate in his pocket. It would be, he figured, a text from Corinne. She'd be anxious to know about team selections. Adam took out the phone and checked the message. Yep, from Corinne. How did it go tonight? As he thought. Adam was staring at the text as though it might contain a hidden message when the rapping of knuckles against the glass made him jump. Gaston's pumpkin-sized head filled the passenger side window. He grinned at Adam and made a rolling down motion. Adam put the key in the ignition, pressed the button, and watched the window slide open.
Hey, man, Gaston said. No hard feelings, just an honest difference of opinion, right?
Right. Gaston stuck his hand in the window to shake. Adam returned the grip.
Good luck this season,
Gaston said. Yeah, and good luck with the job hunt. Gaston froze for a second. The 2 men stayed there, Gaston looming large in the window, Adam sitting in the car, but not looking away. Eventually, Gaston pulled his mitt free and stalked away. Buffoon. The phone buzzed again. Again, it was Corinne. Hello? Adam could see her staring down at the screen, dying for an answer. Head games had never been his style. He saw no reason not to give it to her. Ryan's on A. Her reply was immediate. Yay! We'll call you in half an hour. He put away the phone, started up the car, and headed home. The ride was exactly 2.6 miles. Corinne had measured it with her car's odometer when she first got into running. He drove past the new Dunkin' Donuts Baskin-Robbins combo store on South Maple and made a left at the Sunoco station on the corner. It was late when he got home, but as usual, every light in the house was still switched on. A lot of school time nowadays was spent on conservation and renewable energy, but his 2 boys hadn't learned yet how to depart a room without leaving on the lights. He could hear their border collie, Jersey, barking as he approached the door. When he unlocked the door with his key, Jersey greeted him as though he were a returning POW. Adam noticed that the dog's water bowl was empty. Hello? No answer. Ryan could be asleep by now. Thomas would either be finishing up homework or claiming the same. He was never in the middle or end of playing video games or messing around on his laptop. Adam always managed to interrupt him just as he was finishing his homework and starting to play video games or mess around on his laptop. He filled the water bowl. Hello? Thomas appeared at the top of the stairs. Hey. Did you walk Jersey? Not yet. Teen code for no. Do it now. I just need to finish this one homework thing first. Teen code for no. Adam was about to tell him now. This was a familiar teen-parent dance, but he stopped and stared up at the boy. Tears pushed their way into his eyes, but he fought them down. Thomas looked like Adam. Everyone said so. He had the same walk, the same laugh, the same second toe bigger than the first toe. No way. No way he wasn't Adam's, even though the stranger had said that. Now you're listening to a stranger? He thought about all the times he and Corinne had warned the boys about strangers, about so-called stranger danger, all the lessons about not being too helpful, about drawing attention to yourself if an adult approached, about creating a safe code word. Thomas had gotten it right away. Ryan was more naturally trusting. Corinne had been wary of those men who hung around the Little League fields, the lifers who had an almost pathological need to coach even when their kids were long out of the program, or worse, when they had no kids at all. Adam had always been a little more lax about all that, or maybe it was something darker. Maybe it was the fact that he trusted no one when it came to his kids, not just those who might normally arouse suspicion. It was just easier that way, wasn't it? Thomas spotted something in his father's face. He made a face of his own and did that teenage tumble walk clump down the stairs, as though some invisible hand had pushed him from behind and his feet were trying to catch up. "Might as well take Jersey out now," Thomas said. He stumbled past his father and grabbed the leash. Jersey was huddled up against the door, ready to go. Jersey was, like all dogs, always ready to go. She displayed her intense desire to go outside by standing in front of the door so you couldn't open it and let her out. Dogs. "Where's Ryan?" Adam asked. "In bed." Adam checked the clock on the microwave. 10:15. Ryan's bedtime was 10, though he was allowed to stay up and read until lights out at 10:30. Ryan, like Corinne, was a rule follower. They never had to remind him that it was 9:45 or any of that. In the morning, Ryan got out of bed the moment his alarm went off, showered, dressed, made his own breakfast. Thomas was different. Adam often considered investing in a cattle prod to get his older son moving in the mornings. Novelty Funzy. Adam heard the screen door shut as Thomas and Jersey started out. He headed upstairs and looked in on Ryan. He had fallen asleep with the light on, a copy of the latest Rick Riordan novel resting on his chest. Adam tiptoed in, picked up the book, found a bookmark, put it away. He was reaching for the lamp switch when Ryan stirred. "Dad?" "Hey." "Did I make A?" "The email goes out tomorrow, pal." A white lie. Adam wasn't supposed to officially know yet. The coaches were not supposed to tell their kids until the official email in the morning, so everyone learned at the same time. "Okay." Ryan closed his eyes and fell asleep before his head actually touched down. Adam watched his son for a moment. Looks-wise, Ryan favored his mother. That never meant much to Adam before tonight. It had, in fact, always been a plus. But now, tonight, it was making him wonder. Stupid, but there you go. The bell you can't unring, the niggling in the back of the brain, wouldn't leave him alone. But then again, so the hell what? Let's take a complete theoretical. He stared at Ryan and felt that overwhelming feeling he sometimes got when he looked at his boys. Part pure joy, part fear of what could happen to them in this cruel world, part wishes and hopes, all blended together, and the only thing in this entire planet that felt completely pure. Corny, yes, but there you go. Purity. That was what hit you when you get lost looking at your own child, a purity that could be derived only from true, unconditional love. He loved Ryan so damn much. And if he found out that Ryan wasn't his, would he just lose all that? Does all that go away? Does it even matter? He shook his head and turned away. Enough philosophizing on fatherhood for one evening. So far, nothing had changed. Some weirdo had handed him some nonsense about a fake pregnancy. That was all. Adam had been involved in the legal system long enough to know that you take nothing for granted. You do the work. You do the research. People lie. You investigate because too often your preconceived notions will get blown out of the water. Sure, Adam's gut was telling him that the stranger's words had a ring of truth to them, But that was the problem. When you listen to your gut, you are often just fooled with greater certainty. Do the work. Do the research. So how? Simple. Start with Novelty Funzy. The family shared a desktop computer that used to be kept in the family room. This had been Corinne's idea. There would be no secret web browsing, read porn watching, in their home. Adam and Corinne would know all, the theory went, and be mature, responsible parents. But Adam quickly realized that this sort of policing was either superfluous or nonsense. The boys could look things up, including porn, on their phones. They could go to a friend's house. They could grab one of the laptops or tablets lying around the house. It was also lazy parenting, he thought. Teach them to do the right thing, because it's the right thing, not because Mom and Dad are looking over your shoulder. Of course, all parents start off believing stuff like that, but quickly you realize that parenting shortcuts are there for a reason. The other problem was more obvious. If you wanted to use the computer for its intended use to study or do homework, the noise from the kitchen and the television would be certain to distract. So Adam had moved the desktop into the small nook that they'd generously dubbed a home office, a room that was too many things to too many people. Corinne's students' papers, ready to be graded, were stacked on the right. The boys' homework was always in disarray, a rough draft of some essay left behind in the printer like a wounded soldier on a battlefield. The bills were piled on the chair, waiting for Adam to pay them online. The internet browser was up and on a museum site. One of the boys must be studying ancient Greece. Adam checked the browser's history, seeing what sites had been visited, though the boys had grown too savvy to leave anything incriminating behind. But you never knew. Thomas once accidentally left his Facebook up and logged in. Adam had sat at the computer and stared at the front page, trying like hell to fight off the desire to take a peek in his son's message file. He'd lost that fight. A few messages in, and Adam stopped. His son was safe, that was the important thing, but it had been a disturbing invasion of his son's privacy. He had learned things that he wasn't supposed to know. Nothing heavy, nothing earth-shattering, but things that a father should perhaps talk to his son about. But what was he now supposed to do with this information? If he confronted Thomas, Adam would have to admit going through his private things. Was that worth it? He'd debated telling Corinne about it, but once he relaxed and gave it some time, he realized that really the communications he'd read were not abnormal, that he himself had done some stuff when he was a teenager he wouldn't have wanted his parents to know about, that he had simply outgrown it and moved on, and if his parents had spied on him and confronted him about it, he probably would have been worse off. So Adam let it go. Parenting. It ain't for sissies. You're stalling, Adam. Yeah, he knew that. So back to it. Tonight there was nothing spectacular in the recent history. One of the boys, probably Ryan, was indeed studying ancient Greece or just getting really into his Reardon book. There were links to Zeus, Hades, Hera, and Icarus. So, more specifically, Greek mythology. He moved down the history and clicked for yesterday. He saw a search for driving directions to the Borgata Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City. Made sense. That was where Corinne was staying. She had also searched for the convention's schedule and clicked on that. That was about it. Enough stalling. He brought up his bank's webpage. He and Corinne had 2 Visa accounts. They unofficially called one personal, the other business. It was for their own bookkeeping records. They used the business card for what they might deem a business expense, like, for example, the Teachers' Con in Atlantic City. For everything else, they used the personal card. He brought up the personal card account first. They had a universal search feature. He put in the word novelty. Nothing showed up. Okay, fine. He logged out and made the same search through the business Visa. And there it was. A little more than 2 years ago, there was a charge to a company called Novelty Funzy for $387.83. Adam could hear the low hum of the computer. How? How had the stranger known about this charge? No idea. Adam had seen the charge way back when, hadn't he? Yes, he was sure of it. He racked his brain and scraped together the flimsy remnants of a memory. He had been sitting right here, checking the visa charges. He had asked Corinne about it. She had made light of the charges. She'd said something about decorations for the classroom. He wondered about the price, he thought. Seemed high. Corinne had said the school was going to reimburse her. Novelty Funzy. That didn't sound like anything nefarious, did it? Adam opened up another window and Googled Novelty Funzy. Google spit back. Showing results for Novelty Fancy. No results for Novelty Funzy. Whoa, that was odd. Everything was on Google. Adam sat back and considered his options. Why wouldn't there be even one hit for Novelty Funzy? The company was real. He could see it on his visa charge. He assumed that they sold some kind of decorations or, fun novelty items. Adam chewed on his lower lip. He didn't get it. A stranger comes up to him and tells him that his wife lied to him, elaborately, it seemed, about being pregnant. Who was he? Why would he do it? Okay, forget those two questions for now, and let's get to the one that matters most. Is it true? Adam wanted to simply say no and move on. Whatever their problems, whatever scars were left from 18 years of marriage, he trusted her. Many things slipped away with time, broke down and dissolved, or, more optimistically, altered and changed. But the one thing that seems to remain and grow more cohesive is the protective family bond. You are a team, you and your spouse. You are on the same side, in this together. You have each other's backs. Your victories are hers. So are your failures. Adam trusted Corinne with his life. And yet, he had seen it a million times in his line of work. Put simply, people fool you. He and Corinne might be a cohesive unit, but they were also individuals. It would be nice to trust unconditionally and forget the stranger ever appeared. Adam was tempted to do just that. But that felt a tad too much like the proverbial sticking your head in the sand. The voice of doubt in the back of his head might one day quiet, but it would never go away. Not until he knew for sure. The stranger had claimed that the proof was in this seemingly harmless visa charge. He owed it to himself, and yet Corinne, she wouldn't want the voice around either, would she? To follow up. So Adam called the visa's toll-free number. The recorded voice made him dial in the card number, the expiration date, and the CVV code number on the back. It tried to give him the information via a machine, but eventually the recorded voice asked whether he'd like to speak to a representative. Representative, like he was calling Congress. He said, yes, and heard the phone ring through. When the representative came on, she made him repeat the exact same information. Why do they always do that? Along with the last 4 numbers of his Social Security and his address. What can I help you with today, Mr. Price? There's a charge on my Visa card from a company called Novelty Funzy. She asked him to spell Funzy. Then, do you have the amount and date of the transaction? Adam gave her the information. He expected some pushback when he said the date. The charge was more than 2 years old, but the representative didn't comment on that. What information do you need, Mr. Price? I don't recall buying anything from a company called Novelty Funzy. The representative said. Some companies don't bill under their real name. You know, To be discreet, like when you go to a hotel and they tell you the name of the movie won't be on your phone bill?
She was talking about pornography or something involving sex. That's not the case here.
Well, let's see what's what then.
The clacking of her keyboard came over the phone line.
Novelty Funzy is listed as an online retailer. That usually indicates that it is a company that values privacy. Does that help?
Yes and no. Is there any way to ask them for a detailed receipt?
Certainly. It may take a few hours.
I guess that's okay.
We have an email for you on file.
She read off his address.
Should we send it there?
That would be great. The representative asked whether she could assist him with any other matter. He said no, thanks. She wished him a good evening. He hung up the phone and stared at the charge screen. Novelty Funzy. Now that he thought about it, the name did sound like a discreet name for a sex shop. Dad! It was Thomas. Adam quickly reached for the screen's off switch like, well, one of his sons watching porn. Hey, Adam said, the very essence of casual. What's up? If his son found his father's behavior bizarre, he didn't show it. Teens were ridiculously clueless and self-involved. Right now, Adam appreciated that. What Thomas's father did on the internet couldn't be the least bit interesting to him.
Can you give me a ride to Justin's?
Now?
He has my shorts.
What shorts?
My practice shorts. For practice tomorrow?
Can't you wear other shorts? Thomas looked at his father as though a horn had sprung out of his forehead.
Coach says we have to wear the practice shorts to practice.
Can't Justin just bring them to school tomorrow?
He was supposed to bring them today. He forgets.
So what did you use today?
Kevin had an extra pair. His brothers. They were too big on me.
Can't you just tell Justin to put them in his backpack right now?
I could, yeah, but he won't do it. It's only like 4 blocks. I could use the practice driving anyway.
Thomas had gotten his learner's permit a week ago, the parental equivalent of a stress test, without using an actual EKG machine. Okay, I'll be down in a sec. Adam cleared the history on the browser and headed downstairs. Jersey was hoping for another walk and gave them the pitiful, "I can't believe you're not taking me with you" eyes as they hurried past her. Thomas grabbed the keys and got behind the wheel. Adam was now able to let go when he sat in the passenger seat. Corinne was too much of a control freak. She would keep shouting out instructions and cautions. She almost put her foot through the imaginary passenger side brake. As Thomas pulled onto the street, Adam turned and studied his son's profile. Some acne was forming on his cheeks. There was faint hair growing down the side of his face. Abe Lincoln's lines, if not thickness. But his son had to shave now, not every day, not more than once a week. But it was there. Thomas wore cargo shorts. His legs were hairy. He had beautiful blue eyes, his son. Everyone commented on them. They had the sparkling blue of ice. Thomas pulled into the driveway, drifting a little close to the right curb.
"I'll be 2 seconds," he said.
"Okay." Thomas put the car in park and sprinted toward the front door. Justin's mom, Kristen Hoy, opened it. Adam could see the bright shock of blonde hair, and that surprised him. Kristen taught at the same high school as Corinne. The two women had grown pretty close. Adam had figured that she'd be down in Atlantic City, but then he remembered that this conference was for history and languages. Kristen taught math. Kristen smiled and waved. He waved back. Thomas vanished into the house as Kristen started down the path toward the car. Politically incorrect as it sounded, Kristen Hoy was a MILF. Adam had overheard a bunch of Thomas's friends saying that, though he could have figured it out on his own. Right now she was sashaying toward him in painted-on jeans and a tight white top.
She was some sort of competitive bodybuilder. Adam wasn't sure what kind. Her name had a bunch of letters after it, and she had earned the distinction of being a pro, whatever that exactly entailed. Adam had never been a fan of the muscular weightlifting women of old, and in some of her competitive pictures, Kristen did indeed look a little corded and cut. The hair was a little too blonde, the smile a little too white, the tan a little too orange. But the look worked pretty damn well in person. "Hey, Adam." He wasn't sure whether he should get out of the car. He settled for staying in his seat. "Hey, Kristen."
"Corinne still away?"
"Yep."
"But she's back tomorrow, right?"
"Right."
"Okay. I'll touch base with her. We have to train. I've got the States in 2 weeks."
On her Facebook page, she claimed to be a fitness model and WBFF pro. Corinne envied her body. They had started working out together recently. Like most things that were good or bad for you, you reach a stage where what started as a happy habit turns into something of an obsession. Thomas was back with the shorts.
"Bye, Thomas."
"Bye, Mrs. Hoy."
"Have a good night, boys. Don't have too much fun with Mom away."
She sashayed back toward the house. Thomas said, "She's kind of annoying." That's not nice."
"You ought to see their kitchen."
"Why? What's wrong with their kitchen?"
"She has bikini pictures of herself on the fridge."
Thomas said, "It's gross." Hard to argue. As Thomas pulled out, a small smile tugged at his lips. "What?" Adam said.
"Kyle calls her a butterface,"
Thomas said.
"Who?"
"Mrs. Hoy." Adam wondered if that was a new term for MILF or something. "What's a butterface?"
"It's what you call someone who's not pretty, but she has a good body."
"I'm not following," Adam said.
"Butterface."
Then Thomas spoke slowly.
"But her face."
Adam tried not to smile as he shook his head in disapproval. He was about to admonish his son, wondering exactly how to do so and keep a straight face, when his cell phone rang. He looked down at the caller ID. It was Corinne. He hit the ignore button. He should pay attention to his son's driving. Corinne would understand. He was about to put his phone in his pocket when he felt it vibrate. Fast for a voicemail, he thought. But no, it was an email from his bank. He opened it. There were links to see the detailed purchases, but Adam barely noticed them.
"Dad, you okay?"
"Keep your eyes on the road, Thomas." He would go through it in detail when he got home. But right now, the top line of the email said more than he wanted to know. Novelty Funzy is a billing name for the following online retailer: fakeapregnancy.com. Chapter 4. When he was back home and in his office nook, Adam hit the link in the email and watched the website come up. fakeapregnancy.com. Adam tried not to react. He knew that the Internet catered to every peccadillo and taste, even ones that defied the imagination. But the fact that there was an entire website based on faking a pregnancy was yet another one of the moments when a rational human being just wants to surrender and cry, and admit that our worst instincts have won. Underneath the large pink lettering, in a slightly smaller font, was the tagline, "Funniest gags ever." Gags? He clicked on the link for the featured products you purchased. The top item was for a super new fake pregnancy test. Adam just shook his head. The normal price of $34.95 had a red slash through it in favor of the sale price of $19.99. And then, in black italics underneath that, you save $15.
Well, great. Thanks for the savings. I sure hope my wife didn't pay retail. The item shipped in 24 hours with discreet packaging. He read farther down the page. Use it the same way you would a real pregnancy test. Urinate on the strip and read the results. They show up positive every time. Adam's mouth felt dry. Scare the bejesus out of your boyfriend, or your in-laws, or your cousin, or your professor. Cousin and professor? Who the hell wants to scare a cousin or professor into thinking... Adam didn't even want to go there. There was a warning in small print on the bottom. Caution. This item has the potential to be used irresponsibly. By completing and submitting the form below, you agree not to use this product for purposes that may be illegal, immoral, fraudulent, or hurtful to others. Incredible. He clicked the item image and zoomed in on the packaging. The test was a white strip with a red cross indicating pregnancy. Adam racked his brain. Was that the test Corinne had used? He didn't remember. Had he even bothered looking? He couldn't be sure. They all looked the same anyway, didn't they? But he did recall now that Corinne had done the test while he was home. That was new for her. With Thomas and Ryan, Corinne had greeted him at the door with a big smile and told him the news. But this last time, she had wanted him there. He remembered that. He had been lying in bed, flipping stations on the television. She had gone into the bathroom. He thought the test might take a few minutes, but that wasn't the case. She had come running out of the bathroom with the strip. "Adam, look! I'm pregnant!" Had the strip looked like this? He didn't know. Adam clicked the second link and just dropped his head into his hands. Fake silicone bellies. These came in various sizes. First trimester, 1 to 12 weeks. Second trimester, 13 to 27 weeks. Third trimester, 28 to 40 weeks. There was also an extra-large size and one for twins, triplets, and even quadruplets. There was a photograph of a beautiful woman gazing lovingly at her pregnant belly. She wore wedding gown white and held lilies in her hand. The sales pitch on the top read, "Nothing throws you in the spotlight like being pregnant." And underneath that, a less subtle pitch, "Get better presents." The product was made of medical-grade silicone that the site described as the closest thing to skin invented so far. On the bottom, there were video testimonials from real fake pregnancy clients. Adam clicked on one. A pretty brunette smiled into the camera and said, "Hi, I love my silicone belly. It's so natural." She went on to explain that it had arrived in just 2 business days, not quite as fast as the pregnancy test, but you wouldn't need it as fast, would you? And that she and her husband were adopting and didn't want their friends to know. The second woman, this time a thin redhead, explained that she and her husband were using a surrogate and didn't want their friends to know. Adam hoped then, for their sakes, that their friends were not creepy enough to frequent this website and out them. The final testimonial was from a woman who used the fake belly to play the funniest joke ever on her friends. She must have some pretty strange friends. Adam clicked back to the cart page. The last item listed was, oh man, fake ultrasound sonograms. 2D or 3D, your choice. The fake sonograms were on sale for $29.99. Glossy, matte, or even a transparency. There were fields, so you could type in a doctor's name, a hospital's or clinic's name, and the date of the ultrasound. You could choose your fetus's gender, or just the odds. Male, 80% certainty. Not to mention their ages, twins, you name it.
For an extra $4.99, you could add a hologram to your fake sonogram and make it appear more authentic.
He felt sick. Had Corinne splurged for the hologram? Adam couldn't remember.
Again, the website tried to make it seem like people would buy this for laughs. Perfect for bachelor parties. Yeah, what a knee slapper. Perfect for birthday parties and even Christmas gags.
Christmas gag?
Wrap up a fake pregnancy test and leave it under the tree for Mom and Dad. Laughs galore. Of course, the gag talk was a cover for lawsuit protection. There was no way this site didn't know that people were using it for purposes of deception. That's it, Adam. Keep showing outrage. Keep ignoring the obvious. That dazed feeling was back. There was nothing more to be done tonight. He would go to bed, he would lie down and think about it. Don't do anything rash. Too much was at stake. Stay calm. Block, if you have to. He walked past both of his sons' bedrooms as he headed toward his own. Their rooms, this whole house, suddenly seemed so fragile, made of eggshells, and, if he wasn't careful, what the stranger had told him could crush them all. He entered the bedroom that he shared with his wife. A trade paperback of some debut literary novel by a Pakistani woman sat on Corinne's night table. A copy of Real Simple magazine with folded pages for bookmarks lay next to it. There was an extra set of reading glasses. The prescription was pretty light, and Corinne didn't like wearing them in public. The clock radio was also a charging dock for her iPhone. Adam and Corinne had similar tastes in music. Springsteen was a favorite. They'd seen a dozen live shows. Adam always lost it at some point, getting so caught up in the music that he lost control. Corinne focused and concentrated. She stood, and she might move a little, but mostly her eyes were on the stage. Adam, meanwhile, danced around like an idiot. He headed into the bathroom and brushed his teeth. Corinne used some newfangled sonic boom electric toothbrush that looked like something from NASA. Adam stayed old school. A box of L'Oreal sat out. He could still get a whiff of the chemical smell from the hair dye. Corinne had probably touched up the gray before heading down to Atlantic City. The gray seemed to come in one long strand at a time. For a while, she would pull them out and study them. Then she'd frown, hold up the hair, and say, "It has the texture and color of steel wool." His mobile rang. He checked the caller ID, but he already knew who it was. He spit out the toothpaste, quickly rinsed, and picked it up. "Hey," he said. "Adam?" It was, of course, Corinne. "Yep." "I called before," she said. He could hear the slight panic in her voice. "Why didn't you answer?" "Thomas was driving. I wanted to focus." "Oh." In the background, he could hear music and laughter. She was probably still at the bar with her colleagues. "So how did it go tonight?" she asked. "Fine. He's on the team." "How was Bob?" "What do you mean, how was Bob?" "He was a buffoon, as always." "You have to be nice to him, Adam." "No, I don't." "He wants to move Ryan to MIDI, so he doesn't compete with Bob Jr. Don't give him an excuse." "Corinne." "Yeah?" "It's late, and I got a big day tomorrow. Can we talk tomorrow?" Someone in the background, a male someone, broke into guffaws of laughter. "Everything okay?" she asked. "Fine," he said, before he hung up. He rinsed off the toothbrush and washed his face. 2 years ago, when Thomas was 14 and Ryan 10, Corinne had gotten pregnant. It had been a surprise. Adam had some issues with a low sperm count as he got older, so their birth control had been closest to the silent prayer method. This was, of course, irresponsible on their part. At the time, he and Corinne had never discussed the fact that they wouldn't have more children. It just seemed, up to that point anyway, to be an unspoken agreement between them. Adam caught his reflection in the mirror. The voice in the back of his head was starting up again. He quietly padded back down the hall. He brought up the web browser and searched for DNA test. The first one was sold at Walgreens. He was about to hit the order button and then thought better of it. Someone might open the box. He'd pick it up tomorrow. Adam headed back to his room and sat on the bed. Corinne's scent, still a powerful pheromone after all these years, lingered, or maybe that was just his imagination working overtime. The stranger's voice came back to him. "You didn't have to stay with her." Adam laid his head on the pillow, blinked up at the ceiling, and just let the gentle sounds of his still home overwhelm him. Chapter 5. Adam woke up at 7 a.m. Ryan was waiting by the bedroom door.
"Dad."
"Yeah."
"Can you check the email and see if Coach Bames sent out the results yet?"
"Already done. You made the A-team." Ryan didn't outwardly celebrate. That wasn't his way. He nodded and tried to hold back his smile.
"Can I go to Max's after school?"
"What are you guys going to do on such a beautiful day?"
"Sit in the dark and play video games,"
Ryan said. Adam frowned, but he knew that Ryan was pulling his leg.
"Jack and Colin are coming over too. We're going to play lacrosse."
"Sure." Adam swung his legs out of the bed. "Did you eat breakfast?"
"Not yet."
"You want me to make you daddy eggs?"
"Only if you promise not to call them daddy eggs."
Adam smiled. "Deal." For a moment, Adam forgot about the night before, and the stranger, and Novelty Funzy, and FakeAPregnancy.com. It had, as such things do, taken on a dreamlike quality, where you nearly question whether you had imagined the whole thing. He knew better, of course. He was blocking. He had, in fact, managed to sleep pretty well last night. If there had been dreams, Adam didn't remember them now. Adam slept well most nights. Corinne was the one who stayed up and worried. Somewhere along the way, Adam had learned to not worry about what he couldn't control, to let go. This had been a healthy thing, this ability to compartmentalize. Now he wondered whether it was an ability to let go or simply to block. He headed downstairs and made breakfast. Daddy eggs were scrambled up with milk, mustard, and Parmesan cheese. When Ryan was 6, he loved daddy eggs, but like most things with little kids, he outgrew them, labeling them lame one day and vowing never to touch them again. Recently, his new coach had told Ryan that he should always start the day with a high-protein breakfast, and so daddy eggs had been revived, like a nostalgic musical. As Adam watched his son attack the plate as though it had offended him, he again tried to picture the 6-year-old Ryan eating this same dish in this same room. The image wouldn't come to him. Thomas had a ride, so Ryan and Adam drove to school in comfortable silence, father and son. They passed a baby gap and a Tiger Schulman's karate school. A Subway had opened up in that dead spot on the corner, that one storefront in every town where nothing seems to work. It had already housed a bagel shop, a jewelry store, an upscale mattress chain, and a Blimpie, which Adam had always thought was the same thing as Subway anyway.
"Bye, Dad. Thanks."
Ryan hopped out of the car without a cheek kiss. When did Ryan stop kissing him? He couldn't remember. He circled across Oak Street, headed past the 7-Eleven, and saw the Walgreens. He sighed. He parked in the lot and sat in the car for several minutes. An old man hobbled by, his prescription bag death-gripped between his gnarly hand and the top of his walker. He glared at Adam, or maybe that was just the way he looked at the world now. Adam headed inside. He grabbed a small shopping basket. They needed toothpaste and antibacterial soap, but that was all for show. He flashed back to his youth, when he'd throw a bunch of toiletries into a similar container so it wouldn't look as though he was just buying condoms, which would remain unused in his wallet until they started cracking from age. The DNA tests were located near the pharmacist. Adam walked over,
doing his best to look casual. He looked left. He looked right. He picked up the box and read the back. 30% of fathers who take this test will discover that the child they are raising is not theirs. He dropped the box onto the shelf. He hurried away as though the box might beckon him back. No, he would not go there. Not today, anyway. He brought the other toiletries up to the counter, grabbed a pack of gum, and paid. He hit Route 17, passed a few more mattress chains. What was it with northern New Jersey and all the mattress stores? And pulled into the gym. He changed and worked out with weights. Throughout his adult life, Adam had cycled through a potpourri of workout programs. Yoga, not flexible. Pilates, confused. Boot camp, why not just join the military? Zumba, don't ask. Aquatics, near drown. Spin, sore butt. But in the end, he always returned to simple weights. Some days he loved the strain on his muscles and couldn't imagine not doing it. Other days he dreaded every moment, and the only thing he wanted to lift was the post-workout peanut butter protein shake to his lips. He went through the motions, trying to remember to contract the muscle and hold at the end. This was, he'd learned, the key to results. Don't just curl. Curl up, hold it a second while squeezing the bicep, curl down. He showered, changed into his work clothes, and headed into his office on Midland Avenue in Paramus. The office building was 4 floors and sleek glass, and the architecture stood out only in the sense that it was stereotypically an office building, indistinguishable from every other. You would never mistake it for anything else. "Yo, Adam, got a second?" It was Andy Gribble, Adam's best paralegal. When he first started here, everyone called him the Dude because of his scruffy looks, similar to the Jeff Bridges character. He was older than most paralegals, older, in fact, than Adam, and could easily have gone to law school and passed the bar, but, as Gribble once put it, "That ain't my bag, man." Yes, he had said it just like that. "What's up?" Adam asked. "Old man Rinsky." Adam's legal expertise was in the field of eminent domain, which involved the government trying to take away your land to build a highway or school or something like that. In this case, the township of Castleton was trying to take away Rinsky's house for the purpose of gentrification. In short, that area of town was politely labeled undesirable, or in layman's terms, a dump, and the powers that be had found a developer who wanted to level all the houses and build shiny new homes, stores, and restaurants. "What about him?" "We're seeing him at his place." "Okay, good. Should I bring the, big guns?" Part of Adam's nuclear option. "Not yet," Adam said. "Anything else?" Gribble leaned back. He threw his work boots up on the desk. "I got a gig tonight. You coming?" Adam shook his head. Andy Gribble played in a 70s cover band that played in some of the most prestigious dives in northern New Jersey. "Can't. No Eagles songs, I promise." "You never play the Eagles." "I ain't a fan," Gribble said. "But we are debuting Please Come to Boston. You remember that song?" "Sure." "What do you think of it?" "I ain't a fan," Adam said. "Really? It's a heartbreaker, man. You love the Heartbreakers." "It isn't a heartbreaker," Adam said. Gribble sang, "Hey, rambling boy, why don't you settle down?" "Probably because his girlfriend is annoying," Adam said. "The guy keeps asking her to go with him to a new city. She keeps saying no over and over and starts whining about him staying in Tennessee. That's because she's the #1 fan of the man from Tennessee." Maybe he doesn't need a fan. Maybe he needs a life partner and a lover. Gribble stroked his beard. "I see your point." "And all he says is, 'Please come to Boston for the springtime.'" The springtime? It's not like he's asking her to leave Tennessee forever. What's her response? She said, "No, boy." What kind of attitude is that? No discussion, no hearing him out, just no. So then he gently suggests Denver or even L.A. Same response. No, no, no. I mean, spread your wings, sister. Live a little. Gribble smiled. You're nuts, man. And, Adam continued, feeling the rant rising up, then she claims that in these massive cities, Boston, Denver, Los Angeles, that there ain't nobody like her. Full of yourself much? Adam. What? You may be overthinking it, my brother. Adam nodded. True. You overthink a lot of stuff, Adam. That I do. It's why you're the best attorney I know. Thanks, Adam said. And no, you can't leave work early for your gig? Aw, come on, don't be that guy. Sorry. Adam. What? The guy in that song, the rambling boy who asks her to come to Boston? What about him? You gotta be fair to the girl. How so? He tells his girl that she could sell her paintings on the sidewalk outside the cafe where he hopes to be working soon. Gribble spread his hands. I mean, what kind of financial planning is that? Touché, Adam said with a small smile. Sounds like maybe they should just break up. Nah, they got a good thing. You can hear it in his voice. Adam shrugged and headed into his office. The rant had been a welcome distraction. Now he was back in his own head again. Bad place to be. He made some calls, had 2 client meetings, checked in with the paralegals, made sure the right briefs had been followed. The world moves on, which is an outrage. Adam had learned that when he was 14 years old, and his father died of a sudden heart attack. He had sat in the big black car next to his mom and stared out the window and watched everyone else in the world living their lives. Kids still went to school. Parents still went to work. Cars honked their horns. The sun still shone. His dad was gone, and nothing changed. Today he was being reminded yet again of the obvious. The world doesn't give even the slightest damn about us or our petty problems. We never quite get that, do we? Our lives have been shattered. Shouldn't the rest of us take notice? But no. To the outside world, Adam looked the same, acted the same, felt the same. We get mad at someone for cutting us off in traffic, or for taking too long to order at Starbucks, or for not responding exactly how we see fit, and we have no idea that behind their facade they may be dealing with some industrial-strength shit. Their lives may be in pieces. They may be in the midst of incalculable tragedy and turmoil, and they may be hanging on to their sanity by a thread. But we don't care. We don't see. We just keep pushing. He flipped radio stations on the way home, finally settling on mindless arguments on sports radio. The world was divisive and always fighting, so it was nice when people fought over something as meaningless as professional basketball. When he reached his street, Adam was a little surprised to see Corinne's Honda Odyssey in the driveway. The car dealer had called the color dark cherry pearl, with a straight face. On the back cargo door, there was an oval magnetic decal with the name of their town written in black. A seemingly perquisite automotive tribal tattoo in suburbia nowadays. There was also a round sticker with crossed lacrosse sticks that read Panther Lacrosse, the town's mascot, and one with a giant green W for Willard Middle School. Rhymes. Corinne had gotten home from Atlantic City earlier than expected. That threw off his timing a bit. He had rehearsed the upcoming confrontation in his head non-stop all day. It had been on a loop for hours now. He had tested out several approaches, but none had felt exactly right. He knew that there was no point in planning. Talking about what the stranger had told him, confronting her with what he now believed was the truth, would be pulling the proverbial pin from the proverbial grenade. You had no idea how anyone would react. Would she deny it? Maybe. There was still the possibility that there was an innocent explanation for all this. Adam was trying to remain open-minded, though it felt more like false hope than anything in the don't prejudge camp. He parked next to her car in the driveway. They had a 2-car garage, but there was old furniture and sports equipment and other trappings of consumption that had taken precedence, so he and Corinne parked in the driveway instead. Adam got out of the car and started up the walk. The grass had a few too many brown spots. Corinne would notice and complain about that. She had trouble simply enjoying and letting be. She liked to correct and make right. Adam considered himself more live and let live, but others might confuse the attitude with laziness. The Bauer family, who lived next door, had a front yard that looked ready to host a PGA event. Corinne couldn't help but compare. Adam didn't give a rat's ass. The front door opened. Thomas came out with his lacrosse bag over his shoulder. He was wearing his away uniform. He smiled at his father, his mouthpiece dangling out of his mouth. A familiar warmth rushed through Adam's chest. "Hey, Dad." "Hey, what's up? I got a game, remember?" Understandably enough, Adam had indeed forgotten, though this explained why Corinne had made it a point to be home early. "Right. Who are you playing?" "Glen Rock. Mom is going to drive me over. You coming later?" "Of course." When Corinne appeared at the door, Adam felt his heart fall into his shoes. She was still a beautiful woman. If Adam had trouble visualizing his 2 sons at younger ages, something close to the opposite was happening with Corinne. He still saw her only as the 23-year-old stunner he fell in love with. Sure, if he looked hard enough, there were the lines around her eyes and some softening with age, but maybe it was love, or maybe it was because he saw her every day, and so the changes were too gradual. But she never looked any older to him. Corinne's hair was still wet from a recent shower. "Hey, hon." He just stood there. "Hey." She leaned in and kissed his cheek. Her hair smelled wonderfully of lilacs. "Will you be able to get Ryan?" "Where is he?" "A play date at Max's." Thomas winced. "Don't call it that, Mom." "What?" "A play date. He's in middle school. You have a play date when you're 6. Corinne sighed, but with a smile. "Fine, whatever. He's having a mature gathering at Max's." Her eyes met Adam's. "Could you get him before you come to the game?" Adam knew that he was nodding, but he didn't remember consciously telling himself to do so. "Sure. We'll meet you at the game. How was Atlantic City?" "Nice." Guys," Thomas interrupted, "can you chit-chat later? Coach gets pissed if we aren't there at least an hour before game time." "Right," Adam said. Then, turning back to Corinne, he tried to keep it light. "We can, chit-chat later." But Corinne hesitated for half a second. Long enough. "Okay. No problem." He stood on the stoop and watched them walk down the path. Corinne hit the minivan's remote, and the back yawned open like a giant mouth. Thomas tossed his bag into the back and took the front passenger seat. The mouth closed, swallowing the equipment whole. Corinne gave him a wave. He waved back. He and Corinne had met in Atlanta during their 5-week pre-corps training for Lit World, a charitable enterprise that sent teachers to needy parts of the world to teach reading. This was before the days when every kid took a trip to Zambia to build a hut so they could put it on their college applications. For one thing, all of the volunteers had already graduated college. The trainees were sincere, maybe too sincere, but their hearts were in the right place. He and Corinne didn't meet on the Emory University campus where the training took place, but in a bar nearby, where students over 21 could drink and hit on one another in peace over bad country music. She had been with a group of her female friends, he with a group of males. Adam had been looking for a one-nighter. Corinne had been looking for something more. The two groups met slowly, the guys coming over to the girls like some cliché dance scene in a bad movie. Adam asked Corinne if he could buy her a drink. She said sure, but that wasn't going to get him anywhere. He bought her the drink anyway, with the awesomely clever line that the night was young. The drinks came. They started talking. It went well. Somewhere late into the night, not long before closing time, Corinne told him that she had lost her father at a young age, and then Adam, who had never talked about it with anyone, told her the story of his father's death and how the world hadn't cared. They bonded over their paternal tragedies. And so it began. When they were first married, they lived in a quiet condo off Interstate 78. He was still trying to help people as a public defender. She was teaching in the roughest neighborhoods of Newark, New Jersey. When Thomas was born, it was time to move into a proper house. That, it seemed, was just the way it went. Adam hadn't cared much where they lived. He didn't care if the house they chose was contemporary or something more classic like this one. He wanted Corinne happy. Not so much because he was a great guy, but because it didn't matter to him much. So Corinne had picked this town for obvious reasons. Maybe he should have stopped it then, but as a young man, he hadn't seen the point. He had let her pick this specific house, too, because it was what she wanted. The town, the house, the garage, the cars, the boys. And what had Adam wanted? He didn't know. But this house, this neighborhood, had been a financial stretch. Adam ended up leaving his job as a public defender with a far higher pay at the Bachman Simpson Fiegel's law firm. It hadn't been what he wanted so much as the smooth, well-paved path that men like him simply ended up taking. A safe place to raise his children, a lovely home with 4 bedrooms, a 2-car garage, a basketball hoop in the driveway, a gas grill on the wooden deck overlooking the backyard. Nice, right? Trip Evans had wistfully called it living the dream, the American dream. Corinne would have concurred. You didn't have to stay with her. But of course, that wasn't true. The dream is made of delicate yet invaluable stuff. You don't casually destroy it. How ungrateful, selfish, and warped to not realize how lucky you are. He opened the door and headed into the kitchen. The kitchen table was a mess, done up in early American homework. Thomas's algebra textbook was open to a problem that asked him to complete the square in the quadratic function f, given by f parentheses x equals 2x squared minus 6x equals 4. A number 2 pencil lay snuggled in the book's crevice. Sheets of white with light blue squares graph paper were strewn everywhere. Some of the sheets had fallen to the floor. Adam bent down, picked them up, and put them back on the table. He stared down at the homework for a moment. Tread gently, Adam reminded himself. This wasn't just his and Corinne's dream at stake here. Chapter 6. Thomas's game was just starting when Adam and Ryan arrived. With a quiet, "Later, Dad," Ryan immediately peeled off to hang with fellow younger siblings and not risk being seen with a real live parent. Adam headed to the left side of the field, the away team section, where the other Cedar Field parents would be. There were no metallic stands, but some parents brought folding chairs so as to have a place to sit. Corinne kept 4 mesh ones in her minivan, all with cup holders on both arms. Did anyone really need 2 for one chair? And a shade for above the head. Most of the time, like right now, she preferred to stand. Kristen Hoy was next to her, wearing a sleeveless top with shorts so tiny that they had daddy issues. Adam nodded to a few parents as he strolled toward his wife. Trip Evans stood in the corner with several other fathers, all with arms crossed and sunglasses, looking more like the Secret Service than spectators. To the right, a smirking Gaston hung with his cousin Daz, yes, everyone called him that, who owned CBW, Inc., a high-end corporate investigation firm that specialized in employee background checks. Cousin Daz also ran less extensive background checks on every coach in the league to make sure that none had a criminal record or anything like that. Gaston had insisted the lacrosse board hire the high-priced CBW, Inc. for this seemingly simple task, one that could be done far more cheaply online because, hey, what are families for? Corinne spotted Adam approaching and moved a few feet away from Kristen. When Adam got close, she whispered in near panic, "Thomas isn't starting." "The coach is always rotating the lines," Adam said. "I wouldn't worry about it." But she would, and she was. Pete Bain started over him. Son of Gaston. That explained the smirk. "He's not even cleared from his concussion yet. How can he be back already?" "Do I look like his doctor, Corinne?" "Come on, Tony!" a woman shouted. "Make the clear!" Adam didn't have to be told that the woman shouting was Tony's mother. Had to be. When a parent calls out to her own child, you can always tell. There is that harsh ping of disappointment and exasperation in their voice. No parent believes they sound this way. Every parent does. We all hear it. We all think that only other parents do it, but that magically we are immune. An old Croatian proverb Adam had learned in college applied here. The hunchback sees the hump of others, never his own. 3 minutes passed. Thomas still hadn't gotten in. Adam sneaked a glance at Corinne. Her jaw was set. She was staring at the far sideline at the coach as though willing him through the power of her glare to put Thomas into the game. "It'll be okay," Adam said. "He's always in the game by now. What do you think happened?" "I don't know." "Pete shouldn't be playing?" Adam didn't bother responding. Pete caught the ball and threw it to a teammate in the most routine play imaginable. From across the field, Gaston shouted, "Wow! Hell of a play, Pete!" and high-fived Cousin Daz. "What kind of grown man calls himself Daz?" Adam muttered. "What?" "Nothing." Corinne gnawed on her lower lip. "We were a minute or two late, I guess. I mean, we were here 55 minutes before game time. But the coach said an hour." "I doubt it's that." "I should have left the house sooner." Adam felt like saying that they had bigger problems, but maybe for now, this distraction would be helpful. The other team scored. The parents moaned and dissected what their defenseman had done wrong to cause the goal. Thomas ran onto the field. Adam could feel the relief coming off his wife in waves. Corinne's face went smooth. She smiled at him and said, "How was work?" "Now you want to know?" "Sorry. You know how I get?" "I do." "It's kinda why you love me?" "Kinda." "That," she said, "and my ass." "Now you're talking." "I still have a great ass, don't I?" World-class prime grade A, 100% top sirloin with no fillers. "Well," she said with that sly smile she broke out far too little, "maybe one filler." God, he loved the two rare moments when she let go and was even a little naughty. For a split second, he forgot about the stranger. A split second, no more. Why now, he wondered. She made remarks like that twice, thrice a year. Why now? He glanced back toward her. Corinne wore the diamond studs, He'd bought her at that place on 47th Street. Adam had given them to her on their 15th anniversary at the Bamboo House Chinese restaurant. His original idea had been to stick them in a fortune cookie somehow. Corinne loved opening, though not eating, fortune cookies, but that idea never really panned out. In the end, the waiter simply delivered them to her on one of those plates with a steel covering. Corny, cliché, unoriginal, and Corinne loved it. She cried and threw her arms around him and squeezed him so hard that he wondered whether any man in the world had ever been hugged like that. Now she only took them off at night, and to swim because she worried the chlorine might eat away at the setting. Her other earrings sat untouched in that small jewelry box in her closet, as if wearing them in lieu of the diamond studs would be some kind of betrayal. They meant something to her. They meant commitment and love and honor. And really, was that the kind of woman who would fake a pregnancy? Corinne had her eyes on the field. The ball was down at the offensive end, where Thomas played. He could feel her stiffen whenever the ball came anywhere near their son. Then Thomas made a beautiful play, knocking the ball out of a defender's stick, picking it up and heading for the goal. We pretend otherwise, but we watch only our own child. When Adam was a newer father, he found this parental focus somewhat poignant. You would go to a game or a concert or whatever, and sure, you'd look at everyone and everything, but you'd really only see your own child. Everyone and everything else would become background noise, scenery. You'd stare at your own child, and it would be like there were a spotlight on your kid, only your kid, and the rest of the stage or field or court was darkening. And you'd feel that warmth, the same one Adam had felt in his chest when his son smiled at him. And even in an environment loaded up with other parents and other kids, Adam would realize that every parent felt the exact same way, that every parent had their own spotlight directed at their own kid, and that was somehow comforting and how it should be. Now the child centricity didn't feel quite as uplifting. Now it felt as though that concentrated focus wasn't so much love as obsession, that the single lens, single-mindedness was unhealthy and unrealistic and even damaging. Thomas ran down on the fast break and dumped a pass off to Paul Williams. Terry Zobel was open to score, but before he could shoot, the referee blew the whistle and threw the yellow flag. Freddie Friedenash, a midi on Thomas's team, was sent off for a 1-minute slashing penalty. The fathers in the corner had a group conniption. "Are you kidding me, ref? Bad call. You gotta be blind. That's BS. Call them both ways, ref." The coaches caught on and started in too. Even Freddie, who had been jogging off at a brisk pace, slowed and shook his head at the referee. More parents joined the chorus of complaints, the herd mentality in action. "Did you see the slash?" Corinne asked. "I wasn't looking over there." Becky Evans, Tripp's wife, came over and said, "Hi, Adam. Hi, Corinne." Because of the penalty, the ball was in the defensive zone now, far away from Thomas, so they both glanced toward her, returning the smile. Becky Evans, mother of 5, was almost supernaturally cheerful, always with a smile and a kind word. Adam was usually suspicious of the type. He liked to watch these happy moms for the unguarded moment when the smile would falter or grow wooden, and for the most part he always found it. But not with Becky. You constantly saw her cruising the kids around in her Dodge Durango, the smile alit, the back seats loaded up with kids and gear, and while these mundane tasks eventually wore down most in her maternal order, Becky Evans seemed to feed off it, to gain strength even. Corinne said, "Hi, Becky. Great weather for a game, isn't it?" "Sure is," Adam said, because that was what you said. The whistle blew again. Another slashing call on the away team. The fathers went nuts anew, even swearing. Adam frowned at their behavior, but stayed silent. Did that make him part of the problem? He was surprised to see that the jeers were being led by the bespectacled Cal Gottesman. Cal, whose son Eric was a quickly improving defenseman, worked as an insurance salesman in Parsippany. Adam had always found him to be mild-mannered and well-meaning, if not somewhat didactic and dull, but Adam had also noticed of late that Cal Gottesman's behavior had grown increasingly odd in direct proportion to his son's improvement. Eric had grown 6 inches in the last year and was now a starting defender. Colleges were buzzing around him, and now Cal, who had been so reserved on the sidelines, could often be seen pacing and talking to himself. Becky leaned in closer. "Did you hear about Richard Fee?" Richard Fee was the team goalie. "He's committed to Boston College." "But he's only a freshman," Corinne said. "I know, right? I mean, are they going to start drafting them out of the room?" "It's ridiculous," Corinne agreed. "How do they know what kind of student he's going to be? He just got into high school." Becky and Corinne continued, but Adam was already tuning them out. They didn't seem to care, so Adam dutifully took this as his cue to leave the ladies and maybe stand by himself for a bit. He gave Becky a quick cheek peck and started on his way. Becky and Corinne had known each other since childhood. They had both been born in Cedarfield. Becky had never left the town. Corinne had not been so lucky. Adam moved toward a spot halfway between the moms and the dads in the corner, hoping to carve out a little space for himself. He glanced over at the group of fathers. Trip Evans met his eye and nodded as though he understood. Trip probably didn't want the crowd either, but he was the guy who drew it. Local celebrity, Adam thought. Deal with it. When the horn blew, ending the first quarter, Adam looked back toward his wife. She was chatting away with Becky, both women animated. He just stared for a moment, lost and scared. He knew Corinne so well. He knew everything about her. And, paradoxically, because he knew her so well, he knew that what the stranger had told him had the echo of truth. What will we do to protect our family? The horn sounded, and the players took the field. Every parent now checked to see whether his or her kid was still in the game. Thomas was. Becky continued to talk. Corinne quieted now, nodding along, but she kept her focus on Thomas. Corinne was good with focus. Adam had originally loved that quality in his wife. Corinne knew what she wanted from life, and she could laser in on the goals that would help achieve it. When they met, Adam had fuzzy future plans at best, something about working with the undeserved and downtrodden. But he had no specifics about where he wanted to live or what kind of life he wanted to lead, or how to form that life or that nuclear family. It was all vast and vague to him. And here, in stark contrast, was this spectacular, beautiful, intelligent woman who knew exactly what they both should do. There was a freedom in that surrender. It was then, thinking about the decisions, or lack thereof, he had made to get him to this point in life, when Thomas got the ball behind the goal, faked a pass down the middle, drove to the right, cranked back his stick, and shot a beauty low and in the corner. Goal. The fathers and mothers cheered. Thomas's teammates came over and congratulated him, slapping him good-naturedly on the helmet. His son stayed calm, following that old adage, act like you've been there. But even at this distance, even through his son's face mask, even behind the mouth guard, Adam knew that Thomas, his oldest child, was smiling, that he was happy, that it was Adam's job as a father, first and foremost, to keep that boy and his brother smiling and happy and safe. What would he do to keep his boys happy and safe? Anything. But it wasn't all about what you do or sacrifice, was it? Life was also about luck, about randomness, about chaos. So he could and would do whatever was possible to protect his children. But he somehow knew with absolute certainty, that it wouldn't be enough, that luck, randomness, and chaos had other plans, that the happiness and safety were going to dissolve in the still springtime air. Chapter 7. Thomas ended up scoring his second goal, the game winner, with fewer than 20 seconds on the clock. This was the hypocrisy in Adam's cynicism about the overly intense sports world. Despite everything, when Thomas scored that final goal, Adam leapt in the air, pumped his fist, and shouted, "Yes!" Like it or not, he felt a rush of pure, undiluted joy. His better angels would say that it had nothing to do with Adam himself, but the joy emanated from the knowledge that his son was feeling even greater joy, and that it was natural and healthy for a parent to feel that way for his own child. Adam reminded himself that he was not one of those parents who lived through his kids or looked at lacrosse as a ticket to a better college. He enjoyed the sport for one simple reason. His sons loved playing. But parents all tell themselves a lot of things. The Croatian hunchback, right? When the game ended, Corinne took Ryan home in her car. She was going to get dinner ready. Adam waited for Thomas in the Cedarfield High School parking lot. It would, of course, have been much easier to simply take him home right after the game, but there were rules about the kids taking the team bus for insurance purposes. So Adam, along with a bunch of other parents, followed the bus back to Cedarfield and waited for their sons to disembark. He got out of his car and made his way toward the school's back entrance. "Hey, Adam." Cal Gottesman walked toward Adam. Adam said hey back. The two fathers shook hands. "Great win," Cal said. "Yes, indeed. Thomas played a hell of a game." "So did Eric." Cal's glasses never seemed to fit right. They kept slipping down his nose, forcing him to push them back up with his index finger, only to have them immediately start their nasal descent again. You seem distracted." "Pardon?" "At the game," Cal said. He had one of those voices where everything sounded like a whine. "You seemed, I don't know, bothered." "Did I?" "Yes." He pushed the glasses up his nose. "I also couldn't help but notice your look of, shall we say, disgust." "I'm not sure what—" "When I was correcting the referees." Correcting, Adam thought. But he didn't want to get into that. "I didn't even notice." "You should have. The ref was going to call a cross-check on Thomas when he got the ball at X." Adam made a face. "I'm not following." "I ride the refs," Cal said in a conspiratorial tone. "With purpose. You should appreciate that. It benefited your son tonight." "Right," Adam said. Then, because who the hell was this guy to approach him like this, he added, "And why do we sign that sportsmanship waiver at the beginning of the season?" "Which one?" "The one where we promise not to verbally abuse any players, coaches, or referees," Adam said. "That one?" "You're being naive," Cal said. "Do you know who Moskowitz is?" "Does he live on Spencer Place? Trades bonds?" No, Cal replied with an impatient snap. "Professor Tobias Moskowitz at the University of Chicago." No. 57%. "What?" "Studies show that 57% of the time, the home team wins a sporting event, what we call a home field advantage." So the home field advantage is real. It exists. It exists across all sports, during all time periods, in all geographies. Professor Moskowitz noted that it is remarkably consistent. Adam said. So? Again. Now, you've probably heard many of the normal reasons given to explain this advantage. Travel fatigue, the away team has to go on a bus or a plane or what have you, or maybe you've heard that it's familiarity with the playing field, or that some teams are used to cold weather or warm weather. We live in neighboring towns, Adam said. Right, exactly, which just strengthens my point. Boy, was Adam not in a good mood. Where the heck was Thomas? So, Cal continued, what do you think Moskowitz found? Excuse me? What do you think explains home field advantage, Adam? I don't know, Adam said. Crowd support, maybe? Cal Gottesman clearly liked that answer. Yes, and no. Adam tried not to sigh. Professor Moskowitz and others like him have run studies on home field advantage. They aren't saying things like travel fatigue aren't a factor, but there is pretty much no data supporting those theories, just some anecdotal evidence. No, the fact is, only one reason for the home field advantage is supported by hard, cold data. He held up his index finger, in case Adam didn't know what one meant. Then, just in case he was being too subtle, he said, just one. And that is? Cal lowered the finger into a fist. Referee bias. That's it. The home team gets more of the calls. So you're saying the refs are throwing the game? No. See, that's the key to the study. It isn't as though the referees are purposely favoring the home team. The bias is completely unintentional. It's not conscious. It's all related to social conformity. Cal's scientist hat was strapped down tightly now. In short, we all want to be liked. The refs, like all humans, are all social creatures and assimilate the emotions of the crowd. Every once in a while, a referee will subconsciously make a call that will make the crowd happier. Ever watch a basketball game? All coaches work the refs because they understand human nature better than anyone. Do you see? Adam nodded slowly. I do. So that's it, Adam. Cal spread his hands. That's the whole home field advantage in a nutshell. The human desire to conform and be liked. And so you yell at the referees. At away games, he interrupted. I mean, we need to keep our advantage at home, but at away games, sure. Scientifically speaking, you need it for balance. Staying quiet could actually hurt you. Adam looked away. What? Nothing. No, I want to hear it. You're an attorney, right? You work in an adversarial business. I do. And you do what you can to influence the judge or opposing counsel. I do. So? Nothing. I got your point. But you don't agree with it. I don't really want to get into it. But the data is pretty clear. Right. So what's your issue? Adam hesitated, and then figured, why not? It's just a game, Cal. Home field advantage is part of it. It's why we play half of the games home, half away, so it balances out. In my view, and hey, it's only mine, you're justifying bad behavior. Let it just play out, bad calls and all. It's a better example to the boys than screaming at referees. And if we lose an extra game or two a year, which I doubt, it's a small price to pay for decorum and dignity, don't you think? Cal Gottesman started working up his counter when Thomas came out of the locker room. Adam held up a hand and said, No big deal, Cal. Just my take. Excuse me, okay? Adam hurried back to the car and watched his son cross the field. There is a definite walk when you feel good about a win. Thomas stood more upright, a bounce in his step. There was a hint of a smile on his face. Thomas didn't want to let that joy out, Adam knew, until he was in the car. He waved to a few friends, ever the politician. Ryan was on the quiet side, but Thomas could be mayor of this town. Thomas threw his lacrosse bag into the back seat. The stink from the much sweated-in pads began their assault. Adam slid open the windows. That did some good, but after a game in the warm weather, it was never enough. Thomas waited for them to get about a block away before allowing his face to light up. "Did you see that first goal?" Adam grinned. "Sick." "Yeah, only my second goal using my left." "It was a nice move. The game winner was sweet, too." They went on like this for quite some time. Some might think it was being boastful. It was actually the opposite. With his teammates and coaches, Thomas was modest and generous. He always gave credit to someone else, the guy who made the pass, the kid who made the steal, and grew shy and embarrassed whenever he was made the center of attention on an athletic field. But alone with his family, Thomas felt comfortable cutting loose. He loved to go into details about the game, not just about his goals, but about the entirety of play. What the other kids said, who had played well, who hadn't. Home was a secure haven for that, a familial cone of honesty, if you will. Corny as it sounded, that was what family should be. He didn't have to worry about sounding like a braggart or a phony or any of that. He just spoke freely. "He's home!" Corinne shouted as Thomas walked through the door. He shrugged his lax bag off his shoulder and left it in the mudroom. Thomas let his mother hug him. "Great game, honey." "Thanks." Ryan offered his brother a fist bump of congratulations. "What's for dinner?" Thomas asked. "I got one of those marinated skirt steaks on the grill." "Oh, yeah." The steaks were Thomas's favorite. Not wanting to break the mood, Adam dutifully gave his wife a kiss. They all washed up. Ryan set the table, which meant that Thomas would have to clear it. There was water for everyone. Corinne had poured 2 glasses of wine for the adults. She laid out the food on the kitchen island. Everyone grabbed plates and served themselves. It was a strikingly ordinary, albeit cherished family dinner, and yet it felt to Adam as though there were a ticking bomb under their table. It was only a matter of time now. The dinner would end, and the boys would do their homework or watch TV or mess around on the computer or play a video game. Would he wait until Thomas and Ryan went to bed? Probably. Except that over the past year or two, he or Corinne would fall asleep before Thomas. So he'd have to get Thomas in his room with the door closed before he could confront his wife with what he had learned. Tick, tick, tick. For most of the meal, Thomas held court. Ryan listened raptly. Corinne told a story about how one of the teachers got drunk in Atlantic City and threw up in the casino. The boys loved it. "Did you win any money?" Thomas asked. "I never gamble," Corinne said, ever the mom, "and you shouldn't either." Both boys rolled their eyes. "I'm serious. It's a terrible vice." Now both boys shook their heads. "What?" "You're so lame sometimes," Thomas said. "I am not." "Always with the life lesson stuff," Ryan added with a laugh. "Cut it out." Corinne looked to Adam for help. "Do you hear your sons?" Adam just shrugged. The subject changed. Adam didn't remember to what. He was having trouble focusing. It was as though he were watching a movie montage of his own life, the happy family he and Corinne had created, having dinner, enjoying one another's company. He could almost see the camera slowly circling the table, getting everyone's face, getting everyone's back. It was so everyday, so hackneyed, so perfect. Tick, tick, tick. A half-hour later, the kitchen was cleaned. The boys headed upstairs. As soon as they were out of sight, Corinne's smile dropped off her face. She turned to Adam. "What's wrong?" Amazing when he thought about it. He had lived with Corinne for 18 years. He had seen her in every kind of mood, had experienced her every emotion. He knew when to approach, when to stay away, when she needed a hug, when she needed a kind word. He knew her well enough to finish her sentences and even her thoughts. He knew everything about her. There had been, he thought, no surprises. He even knew her well enough to know that what the stranger had alleged was indeed possible. Yet he hadn't seen this. He hadn't realized that Corinne could read him, too. That she had known, despite his best effort to hide it, that something serious had upset him. That it wasn't just a normal thing, that it was something big, and maybe life-altering. Corinne stood there and waited for the blow. So he delivered it. Did you fake your pregnancy? Chapter 8. The stranger sat at a corner table at the Red Lobster in Beechwood, Ohio, just outside of Cleveland. He nursed his Red Lobster specialty cocktail, a mango Mai Tai. His garlic shrimp scampi had started to congeal into something resembling tile caulk. The waiter had tried to take it from him twice, but the stranger had shooed him away. Ingrid sat across the table. She sighed and checked her watch. "This has to be the longest lunch ever." The stranger nodded. "Almost 2 hours." They were watching a table with 4 women who were on their 3rd specialty cocktail round, and it wasn't yet 2:30. 2 of them had done Crab Fest, the variety dish served on a plate the approximate circumference of a manhole cover. The 3rd woman had ordered the shrimp linguine Alfredo. The cream sauce kept getting caught up in the corners of her pink lipstick mouth. The 4th woman, whose name they knew was Heidi Dan, was the reason they were there. Heidi had ordered the wood-grilled salmon. She was 49, big and bouncy, with straw-like hair. She wore a tiger print top with a somewhat plunging neckline. Heidi had a boisterous yet melodic laugh. The stranger had been listening to it for the past 2 hours. There was something mesmerizing in the sound. "I've grown to like her," the stranger said. "Me too." Ingrid pulled her blonde hair back with both hands, forming an imaginary ponytail and then letting it free. She did that a lot. She had the kind of long, too straight hair that constantly fell in front of her face. "There's a certain zest for life there, you know?" He knew exactly what Ingrid meant. "In the end," Ingrid said, "we are doing her a favor." That was the justification. The stranger agreed with it. If the foundation is rotten, you need to demolish the entire house. You can't just fix it with a coat of paint or a few planks of wood. He knew that. He understood it. He lived it. He believed it. But that didn't mean that he relished being the one to work the explosives. That was also how he looked at it. He was the one who blew up the house with the rotting foundation. But he never stuck around to see how or if it was rebuilt. He didn't even stick around to make sure that no one had been left inside the house when it went up. The waitress came over and gave the ladies the check. Everyone dug into their purses with care and produced cash. The woman who had the linguine did the math, dividing the bill up with precision. The 2 Crab Fest eaters pulled out bills one at a time. Then they each opened their change purse as though it were a rusted chastity belt. Heidi just threw in some 20s. Something about the way she did it, with care and ease, touched him. He guessed that the Dans were okay with money, but who knew in today's world? Heidi and her husband, Marty, had been married 20 years. They had 3 kids. Their oldest daughter, Kimberly, was a freshman at NYU in Manhattan. The 2 boys, Charlie and John, were still in high school. Heidi worked various makeup counters at the Macy's in University Heights. Marty Dan was vice president in sales and marketing for TTI Floor Care in Glen Willow. TTI was all about vacuum cleaners. They owned Hoover, Oric, Royal, and the division where Marty had worked for the past 11 years, Dirt Devil. He traveled a lot for his job, mostly to Bentonville, Arkansas, because that was where Walmart's corporate offices were. Ingrid was studying the stranger's face. "I could handle this on my own if you'd like." He shook his head. This was his job. Ingrid was here because he would need to approach a woman, and that sometimes looked odd. A man and a woman couple approaching someone? No worries. A man approaching another man in, say, a bar or American Legion Hall? Again, no worries. But if a 27-year-old man approached a 49-year-old woman near, say, a Red Lobster, that could get tricky. Ingrid had already paid the bill, so they moved quickly. Heidi had arrived on her own, in a gray Nissan Sentra. He and Ingrid had parked their rent-a-car 2 spots away. They waited by the car, key in hand, ready to pretend that they were about to get in and drive off. They didn't want to draw attention to themselves. 5 minutes later, the 4 women exited the restaurant. They hoped Heidi would end up alone now, but they had no way of knowing for certain. One of her friends could walk her to her car, in which case they would have to follow Heidi back to her house, and either try to confront her there — never a good idea to confront a victim on their own property, it made them more defensive — or wait until she headed out again. The women all bid one another adieu with hugs. Heidi, he could see, was a good hugger. She hugged as though she meant it. When she hugged, her eyes closed, and the person she hugged closed hers too. It was that kind of hug. The 3 other women headed off in the opposite direction. Perfect. Heidi started toward her car. She wore capri pants. Her high heels made her stagger a little after the drinks, but she handled it with practiced aplomb. She was smiling. Ingrid nodded a get ready at the stranger. They both did all they could to look harmless. "Heidi Dan?" He tried to keep his expression friendly, or at worst neutral. Heidi turned and met his eye. The smile dropped off her face as though someone had attached an anchor to it. She knew. He wasn't surprised. Many somehow did, though denial also worked big time when the stranger called. But he sensed strength and intelligence in her. Heidi already knew that what he was about to say would change everything. "Yes? There's a website called findyoursugarbaby.com, he said. The stranger had learned that you had to leap directly into it. You didn't ask the victim if they had time to talk, or if they wanted to sit down or go someplace quiet. You just launched. "What?" "It purports to be a modern online dating service, but it's not. Men, supposedly wealthy men with disposable income, sign up to meet, well, sugar babies. Have you heard of it?" Heidi looked at him another second. Then she turned her gaze toward Ingrid. Ingrid tried to smile reassuringly. "Who are you two?" "That's not important," he said. "Some people fight it. Other people see that it's an irrelevant waste of time in the big picture." Heidi was in the latter group. "No, I've never heard of it. It sounds like one of those sites married people use to cheat." The stranger made a yes-no gesture with his head and said, "Not really. This site caters to more of a business transaction, if you know what I mean." "I don't know what you mean at all," Heidi said. "You should read the material when you have a chance. The site talks about how every relationship is really a transaction, and how important it is to define your roles, to know what is expected of you and what is expected of your lover." Heidi's face was losing color. "Lover. So here is how it works," the stranger continued. "A man signs on, for example. He looks through a list of women, usually much younger. He finds one he likes. If she accepts, they start negotiating." "Negotiating?" "He's looking for what we call a sugar baby. The website defines that as a woman he'd maybe take out to dinner or escort to a business conference, that kind of thing." But that's not what really happens, Heidi said. No, the stranger said, that's not what happens. Heidi let loose a long breath. She put her hands on her hips. Go on. So they negotiate. The rich guy and his sugar baby. Right. The site tells the girl all sorts of nonsense. How everything is defined, how dating like this means no game playing, how the men are rich and sophisticated and will treat her well and buy her gifts and take her to exotic overseas locales. Heidi shook her head. Do the girls really fall for that? Some, maybe, but I doubt too many. Most understand the score. It was as though Heidi had expected him to visit, expected this news. She was calm now, though he could still sense the devastation. So they negotiate? She prompted. Right. Eventually they reach an understanding. It's all spelled out in an online contract. In one case, for example, the young woman agrees to be with the man 5 times per month. They spell out possible days of the week. He offers $800. Each time? Per month. Cheap? Well, that's how it starts. But she counters with $2,000. They go back and forth. Do they reach an agreement? Heidi asked. Her eyes were wet now. The stranger nodded. In this case, they settle for $1,200 per month. That's $14,400 per year, Heidi said with a sad smile. I'm good at math. That's correct. And the girl, Heidi said. What does she tell the guy she is? Wait, don't tell me. She says she's a college student and needs help with her tuition. In this case, yes. Heidi said. And in this case, the stranger continued, the girl is telling the truth. She's a student. Heidi shook her head. Terrific. But the girl in this case doesn't stop there, the stranger said. The girl sets up different days of the week with different sugar daddies. Oh, that's gross. So, with one guy, she's always Tuesdays. Another guy is Thursdays. Someone else gets weekends. Must add up. The money, I mean. It does. Not to mention the venereal diseases, Heidi said. That I can't comment on. Meaning? Meaning we don't know if she uses condoms or what. We don't have her medical records. We don't even know exactly what she does with all these men. I doubt she's playing cribbage. I doubt it, too. Why are you telling me this? The stranger looked at Ingrid. For the first time, Ingrid spoke. Because you deserve to know. That's it? That's all we can tell you, yes, the stranger said. 20 years. Heidi shook her head and bit back her tears. That bastard. Pardon? Marty. That bastard. Oh, we're not talking about Marty, the stranger said. Now, for the first time, Heidi looked completely baffled. What? And then who? We're talking about your daughter, Kimberly. Chapter 9. Corinne took the blow, stumbled back, stayed standing. What the hell are you talking about? Can we skip this part? Adam asked. What? The part where you pretend you have no idea what I'm talking about? Let's skip the denials, okay? I know you faked the pregnancy. She tried to gather herself, pick up the pieces, one at a time. If you know, why are you asking? How about the boys? That puzzled her. What about them? Are they mine? Corinne's eyes went wide. Are you out of your mind? You faked a pregnancy. Who knows what else you're capable of? Corinne just stood there. Well? Jesus, Adam, look at them. He said nothing. Of course they're yours.
There are tests, you know. DNA? You can buy them at Walgreens, for crying out loud.
Then buy them, she snipped. Those boys are yours. You know that. They stood on either side of the kitchen island. Even now, even in the midst of his anger and confusion, he could not help but see how beautiful she was. He couldn't believe that with all the guys who wanted her, she had somehow chosen him. Corinne was the girl men wanted to marry. That was how guys foolishly looked at women when they were younger. They broke them down into two camps. One camp made guys think of lust-filled nights and legs in the air. Camp 2 made them think of moonlight walks and canopies and wedding vows. Corinne was squarely in Camp 2. Adam's own mother had been eccentric to the point of bipolarity. That had been what foolishly attracted his father. Her crackle, Dad had explained. But the crackle turned more into mania as time passed. The crackle was fun and spontaneous, but the unpredictability wore his father down, aged him. There were great ups, but they were eventually decimated by the growing number of great downs. Adam did not make that mistake. Life is a series of reactions. His reaction to the mistake of his father was to marry a woman he considered steady, consistent, controlled, as though people were just that simple. "Talk to me," Adam said. "What makes you think I faked the pregnancy?" "The visa charge to Novelty Funzy," he said. "You told me it was for school decorations. It wasn't. It's a billing name for fakeapregnancy.com. She looked confused now. "I don't understand. What made you go through a charge from 2 years ago?" "It's not important. It is to me. You didn't casually decide to start checking old bills. Did you do it, Corinne?" Her gaze was down on the granite top of the island. Corinne had taken forever to find the exact shade of granite, finally finding something called Ontario brown. She spotted some dried debris and started working it free with her fingernail. "Corinne, do you remember when I had 2 school periods off during lunch?" The change of subject threw him for a moment. "What about it?" The debris came loose. Corinne stopped. "It was the only time in my teaching career I had that big of a time window. I got permission to go off school grounds for lunch." "I remember. I used to go to that cafe in Bookends. They made a great panini sandwich. I'd get one and a glass of homemade iced tea or a coffee. I'd sit at this corner table and read a book." A small smile came to her face. It was bliss. Adam nodded. "Great story, Corinne." "Don't be sarcastic." No, seriously, it's gripping and so relevant. I mean, I'm asking you to tell me about faking a pregnancy, but really, this story is much better. What kind of panini was your favorite anyway? I like the turkey and Swiss myself. She closed her eyes. "You've always used sarcasm as a defense mechanism." "Oh, right, and you've always been great with timing. Like now, Corinne. Now is the time to psychoanalyze me." There was a pleading in her voice now. "I'm trying to tell you something, okay?" He shrugged. "So tell me." She took a few seconds to gather herself before she began speaking again. When she did, her voice had a far-off quality to it. "I'd go to Bookends pretty much every day, and after a while, you become, I don't know, a regular? The same people would be there all the time. It was like a community, or like Cheers. There was Jerry, who was unemployed, and Eddie was an outpatient at Bergen Pines. Debbie would bring her laptop and write. Corinne." She held up her hand. "And then there was Suzanne. who was like 8 months pregnant. Silence. Corinne turned behind her. Where's that bottle of wine? I don't see where you're going with this. I just need some more wine. I put it in the cabinet above the sink. She headed over to it, opened the door, and snatched out the bottle. Corinne grabbed her glass and started to pour. Suzanne Hope was maybe 25 years old. It was her first baby. You know how young mothers-to-be are, all glowing and over-the-top happy, like they're the first people to ever get pregnant. Suzanne was really nice. We all talked to her about the pregnancy and the baby, you know. She'd tell us about her prenatal vitamins. She ran names by us. She didn't want to know if it was a boy or a girl. She wanted to be surprised. Everyone liked her. He bit back the sarcastic rejoinder. Instead, he replaced it with an obvious observation. I thought you were there for quiet and reading. I was. That's how it started. But somewhere along the way, I started to cherish this social circle. I know it sounds pathetic, but I looked forward to seeing these people, and it was like they only existed in that time and space, you know? It's like when you used to play pickup basketball. You loved those guys on the court, but you didn't know a thing about them off it. One guy owned that restaurant we went to, and you didn't even know, remember? I remember, Corinne, but I don't see the point. I'm just trying to explain. I made friends. People came in and out without warning, like Jerry. One day Jerry disappeared. We assumed he got a job, but it's not like he came in and told us. He just stopped coming. Suzanne, too. We figured that she had the baby. She was way overdue. And then, sadly, when the new semester started, double lunch ended for me, and so I guess I faded away, too. And that's how it worked. It was cyclical. The cast rotated. He had no idea where she was going with this, but there was no reason to rush her either. In a way, he wanted things to slow down now. He wanted to consider all options. He glanced back over at the kitchen table where Thomas and Ryan had just eaten, and laughed and thought that they were secure. Corinne took a deep sip of her wine. To move it along, Adam asked, "Did you ever see any of them again?" Corinne almost smiled. That's the point of the story. What is? I saw Suzanne again. Maybe 3 months later. At Bookends? She shook her head. No, it was a Starbucks in Ramsey. Did she have a boy or a girl? A sad smile toyed with Corinne's lips. Neither. He didn't know what to make of that, or how to follow it up, so he simply said, "Oh." Corinne met his eye. She was pregnant. Suzanne was? Yes. When you saw her at Starbucks? Yes, except it was only 3 months after I last saw her, and she still looked 8 months pregnant. Adam nodded, finally seeing where she was going, which is, of course, impossible. Of course. She was faking. Yes. See, I had to go to Ramsey to check out this new textbook. It was lunchtime again. Suzanne must have figured that there'd be no chance one of us from Bookends would be there. That Starbucks is, what, a 15-minute drive from Bookends? At least. So I was up at the counter ordering a latte, and I heard that voice, and there she was, sitting in the corner, telling a rapt group of patrons about her prenatal vitamin regimen. I don't get it. Corinne tilted her head. Really? You do? Sure. I got it right away. Suzanne was holding court in the corner, and then I started walking toward her. When she spotted me, that glow just vanished. I mean, you can imagine. How do you explain being 8 months pregnant for, like, what, half a year? I just stood there and waited. I think she hoped that I'd leave, but I didn't. I was supposed to go to school, but later I told them I got a flat tire. Kristen covered my classes for me. You and Suzanne eventually talked? Yes. And? She said that she really lives in Nyack, New York. That was about 30 minutes from both bookends and that Starbucks, Adam figured. She told me a story about having a stillborn. I don't think it's true, but it could be. But in many ways, Suzanne's story is simpler. Some women love being pregnant, not because of the hormonal rush or because they have a baby growing inside of them. Their reasons are much more base. It is the one time in their life they feel special. People hold doors for them. People ask them about their day. They ask them when they're due and how they're feeling. In short, they get attention. It's a little like being famous. Suzanne was nothing special to look at. She didn't strike me as being particularly smart or interesting. Being pregnant made her feel like a celebrity. It was like a drug. Adam shook his head. He remembered the wording on the Fake a Pregnancy website. Nothing throws you in the spotlight like being pregnant. So she faked being pregnant in order to maintain the high? Yes. She'd slap on the fake belly, she'd go to the coffee shop. Instant attention. But there was only so long that she could get away with that, he said. You can't be 8 months pregnant for more than, well, a month or two. Right. So she moved lunch spots. Who knows how long she'd been at it, or if she's still doing it. She said her husband didn't care about her. He came home and went right to the TV or stayed at the bar with the guys. Again, I don't know if that's a lie. It doesn't matter. Oh, and Suzanne did it other places, too, like instead of going to the supermarket in her hometown, she'd go to ones farther away and smile at people, and they'd always smile back. If she went to the movies and wanted a good seat, she'd use it. Same with airplane rides. Wow, Adam said. That's pretty sick, but you don't get it. I get it. She should see a shrink. I don't know. It seems pretty harmless. Strapping on a fake belly to gain attention? Corinne shrugged. I admit it's extreme, but some people get attention because they're beautiful. Some because they inherited money or have a fancy job. And some get it by lying about being pregnant, Adam said. Silence. So I assume your friend Suzanne told you about the Fake a Pregnancy website. She turned away. Corinne, that's all I'm willing to say right now. You're kidding, right? No. Wait, are you telling me you crave attention like this, Suzanne? I mean, this isn't normal behavior. You know that, right? This has to be a mental disorder of some kind. I need to think about it. Think about what? It's late. I'm tired. Are you out of your mind? Stop. What? Corinne turned back to him. You feel it too, don't you, Adam? What are you talking about? We're in a minefield, she said, like someone just dropped us right in the middle of it. And if we move too fast in any direction, we're going to step on an explosive and blow this whole thing up. She looked at him. He looked at her. I didn't drop us in this minefield, he said through gritted teeth. You did. I'm going up to bed. We can talk about this in the morning. Adam blocked her path. You're not going anywhere. What are you going to do, Adam? Beat it out of me?
You owe me an explanation.
She shook her head. You don't understand.
Don't understand what?
She looked up into his eyes. How did you find out, Adam?
It doesn't matter.
You have no idea how much it matters, she said in a soft voice. Who told you to look at the charge on the visa bill?
A stranger,
he said. She took a step back. Who?
I don't know. Some guy. I'd never seen him before. He came up to me at the American Legion and told me what you'd done.
She shook her head, as though trying to clear it. I don't understand. What guy?
I just told you, a stranger.
We need to think about this, she said.
No, you need to tell me what's going on.
Not tonight. She put her hands on his shoulders. He backed away as though her touch scalded him. It isn't what you think, Adam. There's more to this.
Mom!
Adam spun toward the voice. Ryan stood at the top of the steps.
Can one of you help me with my math?
He asked. Corinne didn't hesitate. The smile was back in place.
I'll be right up, honey.
She turned to Adam. Tomorrow, she whispered to him. There was a pleading in her voice. The stakes are so high. Please, just give me until tomorrow. Chapter 10. What could he do? Corinne simply shut down. Later, alone in their bedroom, he tried anger, pleading, demanding, threats. He used words of love, ridicule, shame, pride. She wouldn't respond. It was so frustrating. At midnight, Corinne carefully took off the anniversary diamond studs and placed them on her night table. She turned off the lights, wished him a good night, and closed her eyes. He was at a loss. He came close, maybe too close, to doing something physical. He debated ripping off her covers, but what would that do? He wanted to, dare he even admit it to himself, put his hands on her to shake her and make her talk, or at least see reason. But when Adam was 12, he had seen his father put his hands on his mother. Mom had egged him on. That was how she was, sadly. She would call him names or insult his manhood until eventually he cracked. One night, he saw his father wrap his hands around his mother's neck and start to choke her. Oddly enough, it wasn't so much the fear, horror, and danger of seeing his father use force against his mother that bothered him. It was how pitiful and weak this act of dominance made his father look. How, even though she was on the receiving end, his mother had manipulated his father into becoming something so pathetic that he had to resort to doing something so out of character, so not him. Adam could never lay a hand on a woman, not just because it was wrong, but because of what it would do to him. Unsure what to do, he slipped into bed next to Corinne. He pounded his pillow into the right shape, laid his head on it, and closed his eyes. He gave it 10 minutes. No way. He headed downstairs, pillow in hand, and tried to sleep on the couch. He set his alarm for 5 a.m. so he'd be sure to get back upstairs into his bedroom before the boys woke up. There was no need. If sleep paid any visit, it was too brief to register. Corinne was deep in sleep when he went back up. He knew by her breathing that this wasn't an act. She was out cold. Funny that. He couldn't sleep. She could. He remembered reading somewhere that cops could often tell guilt or innocence by suspects who slept. An innocent man left alone in an interrogation room, the theory went, stayed awake because of confusion and nerves about being falsely accused. A guilty man fell asleep. Adam had never bought the theory, one of those things that sounds cute but doesn't really hold up. Yet here he was, the innocent guy staying awake while his wife, the guilty, slept like a newborn. Adam was tempted to shake her awake, catch her in that cusp between dream and consciousness, maybe get the groggy truth out of her. But he had come to the conclusion that it wouldn't work. She had a point about being careful, but more than that, she was going to work in her own time frame. He couldn't push it too much, and maybe that was best. The question was, what was he going to do now? He knew the truth, didn't he? Did he really have to wait for her to confirm that she'd faked a pregnancy and a miscarriage? If she hadn't, he would have heard the denials by now. She was stalling, perhaps to come up with a reasonable rationale, or perhaps to give him time to calm down and consider his alternatives. Because what could he do here? Was he ready to walk out the door? Was he ready to divorce her? He didn't know the answer. Adam stood over the bed and stared down at her. How did he feel about her? He told himself, right now, without thinking about it, answer this. If it was true, did he still love her and want to be with her for the rest of his life? His feelings were jumbled, but his gut reaction, yes. Take a step back. How big a deal was this deception? It was huge, no question about it, huge. But was it something that should destroy their lives? Or was it something that they could live with? All families ignore the elephants in the room. Could he one day ignore this one? He didn't know, which was why he would have to be careful. He would have to wait. He would have to listen to her reasoning, even if that seemed almost obscene to him. It isn't what you think, Adam. There's more to this. That was what Corinne said, but he couldn't imagine what. He slipped under the covers and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, it was 3 hours later. Exhaustion had sneaked up on him and dragged him down. He checked the bed next to him. Empty. He swung his legs out of bed, his feet landing on the floor with a dull thud. From downstairs, he heard Thomas's voice. Thomas, the talker. Ryan, the listener. And Corinne? He glanced out the bedroom window. Her minivan was still in the driveway. He crept quietly down the stairs. He probably couldn't articulate exactly why, probably something to do with sneaking up on Corinne before she had a chance to leave for work. The boys were at the table. Corinne had made Adam his favorite. She was big on making favorites all of a sudden, wasn't she? A bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich on a sesame bagel. Ryan was eating a bowl of Reese's Puffs, health food, reading the back of the box as though it were religious scripture. Hey, guys. 2 grunts. Whatever their personalities might be like later in the day, neither boy was big on preschool conversation with his parents. Where's your mother? 2 shrugs. He stepped fully into the kitchen and looked out the window and into the backyard. Corinne was out there. Her back was turned. A phone was pressed up to her ear. Adam felt his face redden. When he pulled open the back door, Corinne spun toward him and put up a wait a sec finger. He didn't. He stormed toward her. She hung up the phone and slipped it into her pocket. Who was that? The school. Bullshit. Let me see the phone. Adam? He put out his hand. Give it to me. Don't make a scene in front of the boys. Cut the crap, Corinne. I want to know what's going on. There's no time. I have to be at school in 10 minutes. Do you mind driving the boys? Are you for real? She stepped close to him. I can't tell you what you want to know yet. He almost punched her. He almost reared back his fist and— "What's your strategy here, Corinne?" "What's yours?" "Huh? What's your worst-case scenario?" she asked. "Think about it. And if it's true, are you going to leave us?" "Us? You know what I mean." It took a second for him to get the words out. "I can't live with someone I can't trust," he said. She tilted her head. "And you don't trust me?" He said nothing. "We all have our secrets, don't we? Even you, Adam. I've never kept anything like this from you, but clearly I have my answer." "No, you don't." She moved close to him and looked up into his eyes. "You will, soon. I promise." He bit back and said, "When?" "Let's meet for dinner tonight. Janice's Bistro at 7. Back table. We can talk there." Chapter 11. Hummel figurines sat on the top shelf. There was a little girl with a donkey, 3 children playing Follow the Leader, a little boy with a beer stein, and finally a boy pushing a girl on a swing. "Eunice loves them," the old man told Adam. "Me? I can't stand the damn things. They creep me out. I keep thinking someone should make a horror film with them, you know? Like, instead of that scary clown or leprechaun, can you imagine if those things came to life?" The kitchen was old wood paneling. A Viva Las Vegas magnet was on the fridge. There was a snow globe with 3 pink flamingos on the ledge above the sink. The mounting read Miami FLA in a florid script font. FLA, in case you weren't sure which Miami, Adam guessed. The Wizard of Oz collectible plates and an owl clock with moving eyes took up the wall on the right. The wall on the left had numerous yet fading police-related certificates and plaques, a retrospective of the long and distinguished career of retired Lieutenant Colonel Michael Rinsky. Rinsky noticed Adam reading the certificates and muttered, "Eunice insisted we hang them up." "She's proud of you," Adam said. "Yeah, whatever." Adam turned back toward him. "So, tell me about the mayor's visit." "Mayor Rick Gusherowski. Busted him twice when he was in high school, once for drunk driving." "Was he charged?" "Nah, just called his old man to pick him up. This was what, 30 years ago? We did that more back in those days, considered drunk driving a minor offense. Stupid." Adam nodded to let him know that he was listening. "They're real strict with the drunk driving stuff nowadays. Saves lives. But anyway, Rick comes to my door. 'Mr. Mayor now. Got the suit with the American flag and the lapel. Don't join the military, don't help out the little guy, don't take in your tired, your poor, your huddled masses. But if you wear a little flag, you're a patriot.'" Adam tried not to smile. "So, Rick comes in with his chest out and this big grin. 'The developers are offering you a lot of money,' he says to me. Goes on and on about how generous they're being." "What do you say?" "Nothing yet. I just kind of stare at him. Let him bloviate." He signaled to the kitchen table for them to sit. Adam didn't want to sit in Eunice's chair. It felt wrong somehow. So he asked, "Which chair?" "Annie's fine." Adam took one. Then Rinsky sat. The vinyl tablecloth was old and a little sticky and felt just right. There were still 5 chairs here, though the 3 boys he and Eunice had raised in this very house were grown and gone. Then he starts in on me with the good of the community stuff. "You're standing in the way of progress," he tells me. "People will lose their jobs because of you. Crime will increase. You know the deal." "I do, yes," Adam said. Adam had heard it before many times, and he wasn't unsympathetic. Over the years, this downtown neighborhood had gone to seed. Some developer getting a ton of tax breaks had come in and bought up every building on the block on the cheap. He wanted to knock down all the dilapidated homes, apartments, storefronts, and build shiny new condos and Gap stores and Tony restaurants. It wasn't a bad idea, really. You could make fun of the gentrification, but towns needed new blood, too. So he keeps talking about the shiny new Castleton, how it will make the neighborhood safe and bring people back and all that. Then he comes up with his big pot sweetener. The developer has new senior living housing in the Heights, and then he has the gall to lean across and give me the sad eyes and say, "You need to think about Eunice." "Wow," Adam said. "I know, right? Then he says, I should take this deal because the next one will be worse, and they can throw me out. Can they really do that?" "They can," Adam said. "We bought this house in 1970 off my GI Bill. Eunice, she's fine, but sometimes her mind isn't on the track it's supposed to be, so she gets real scared in strange places. She starts to cry and shake even, but then she gets home, right? She sees this kitchen, she sees her creepy figurines or that rusty old refrigerator, and she's okay again. Do you understand?" "I do. Can you help us?" Adam leaned back. "Oh, yes, I think I can." Rinsky studied him for a few moments, his eyes penetrating. Adam shifted in the chair. He could tell what a great cop he must have been. "You got a funny look on your face, Mr. Price." "Call me Adam." "What kind of funny look?" "I'm an old cop, remember?" "Of course." "I pride myself on reading faces." "And what are you seeing on mine?" Adam asked. "That you're cooking up a badass killer idea." "I may be," Adam said. "I think I can end this quickly if you have the stomach for it." The old man smiled. "Do I look like I'm afraid of a fight?" Chapter 12. When Adam got home at 6 p.m., Corinne's car wasn't in the driveway. He didn't know whether that surprised him. Corinne was usually home before him, but she probably wisely figured that there might be a scene if they met up at home before their Janice's bistro dinner, so it would be best to avoid him. He hung up his coat and placed his briefcase in the corner. The boys' backpacks and sweatshirts were strewn across the floor, as though they were debris from a plane crash. "Hello?" he shouted. "Thomas! Ryan!" No answer. There was a time in this world when that meant something. Maybe it was even a cause of concern. But with the video games and the headphones and the teenage boy's constant need to shower— was that a euphemism? Any concern was short-lived. He started up the stairs. Sure enough, the shower was running. Probably Thomas. The door to Ryan's room was closed. Adam gave it a brief knuckle rap, but opened without waiting for a response. If the headphones were loud enough, Ryan might never reply if he just opened it. He felt as though he was completely invading his son's privacy. The knock and open somehow felt like a parentally fair way to handle the dilemma. As expected, Ryan was lying in bed with his headphones on, fiddling with his iPhone. He slipped them off and sat up. "Hey." "Hey." "What's for dinner?" Ryan asked. "Good, thanks. Work was busy, sure, but overall, yeah, I'd say I had an okay day. How about you?" Ryan just stared at his father. Ryan often just stared at his father. "Have you seen your mother?" Adam asked. "No." "She and I are going to Janice's tonight. You want me to order you two a pizza from Pizzaiola?" There are few questions more rhetorical than asking your child whether they want you to order them pizza for dinner. Ryan didn't even bother with the yes, heading straight to the, "Can we get buffalo chicken topping?" "Your brother likes pepperoni," Adam said, "so I'll go half and half." Ryan frowned. "What? Just one pie? It's only the two of you." Ryan did not seem placated. "If that's not enough, there are chipwiches in the freezer for dessert," Adam said. "That okay?" Grudgingly, "I guess." Adam headed back down the hall into his bedroom. He sat on the bed and called the pizzeria, adding an order of mozzarella sticks. Feeding teenage boys was like filling a bathtub with a grapefruit spoon. Corinne was always complaining, happily, for the most part, that she had to food shop every other day at the least. "Hey, Dad." Thomas wore a towel around his waist. Water dripped from his hair. He smiled and said, "What's for dinner?" "I just ordered you guys pizza." "Pepperoni?" "Half pepperoni, half buffalo chicken." Adam held up his hand before Thomas could say more. "And an order of mozzarella sticks." Thomas gave his father a thumbs up. "Nice. You don't have to eat it all. Just leave the leftovers in the fridge." Thomas made a confused face. "What is this leftovers of which you speak?" Adam shook his head and chuckled. "Did you leave me any hot water?" "Some." "Great." Adam normally wouldn't shower and change, but he had time and felt oddly nervous. He showered quickly, managing to stay seconds ahead of the hot water, and shaved away the Homer Simpson 5 o'clock shadow. He reached into the back of his cabinet and pulled out an aftershave he knew Corinne liked. He hadn't worn it in a while. Why he hadn't worn it recently, he couldn't say. Why he had chosen to wear it tonight, he couldn't say either. He put on a blue shirt because Corinne used to say that blue worked with his eyes. He felt stupid about that and almost changed, but then he figured, what the hell? When he started out the bedroom door, he turned around and took a long look at this room that had been theirs for so long. The king-size bed was neatly made. There were too many pillows on it. When had people started putting so many pillows on a bed? But he and Corinne had spent a lot of years here. A simple and insipid thought. But there you go. It was just a room. Just a bed. Yet a voice in Adam's head couldn't help but wonder. Depending on how this dinner went, he and Corinne might never spend another night in here together. That was melodramatic, of course, pure hyperbole, but if hyperbole couldn't feel free to roam in his head, where could it roam? The doorbell rang. No movement from the boys. There never was. They had been trained somehow to never answer the house phone, it wasn't for them after all, and to never answer the doorbell, it was usually a delivery guy. As soon as Adam paid and closed the door, the boys clumped down the stairs like runaway Clydesdales. The house shook, but held its ground. "Paper plates okay?" Thomas asked. Thomas and Ryan would eat on paper plates exclusively because it meant easier cleanup, but tonight, with the parents away, it was pretty much a given that if he forced real plates on them, they'd be in the sink when he and Corinne came home. Corinne would then complain to Adam. Adam would then have to scream for the boys to come down and put their plates in the dishwasher. The boys would claim that they were just about to do it, yeah, right, but not to worry because they'd be down and do it when their show was over in 15 minutes. 15 minutes would pass, and then Corinne would complain to Adam again about how irresponsible the boys were, and he'd shout up to them with a little more anger in his voice. The cycles of domesticity. "Paper plates are fine," Adam said. The two boys attacked the pizza as if they were rehearsing the finale of the Day of the Locust. Between bites, Ryan looked at his father curiously. "What?" Adam said. Ryan managed to swallow. "I thought you were just going to Janice's for dinner." "We are. So what's with the get-up?" "It isn't a get-up." "And what's the smell?" Thomas added. "Are you wearing cologne?" "Ew, it's ruining the taste of the pizza." "Knock it off," Adam said. "Want to trade a slice of pepperoni for a slice of buffalo chicken?" "No." "Come on, just one slice." "Throw in a mozzarella stick." "No way. Half a mozzarella stick." Adam started for the door as the negotiations wore down. "We won't be late. Get your homework done, and please stick the pizza box in the recycling, okay?" He drove past the new hot yoga place on Franklin Avenue. By hot, he meant temperature of the class, not popularity or looks, and found parking across the street from Janice's. 5 minutes early. He looked for Corinne's car. No sign of it, but she could be parked in the back lot. David, Janice's son and quasi-maitre d', greeted him at the door and brought him to the back table. "No Corinne?" "Well, okay, he was here first. No big deal." Janice came out of the kitchen 2 minutes later. Adam rose and kissed her on the cheek. "Where's your wine?" Janice asked. Her bistro was BYO. Adam and Corinne always brought a bottle. "Forgot." "Maybe Corinne will bring some." "I doubt it." "I can send David to Carlo Russo's." Carlo Russo's was the wine store down the street. "That's okay." "It's no hassle. It's quiet right now. David." Janice turned back to Adam. "What are you having tonight?" "Probably the veal Milanese." "David, get Adam and Corinne a bottle of the Paradox Z blend." David brought back the wine. Corinne still wasn't there. David opened the bottle and poured 2 glasses. Corinne still wasn't there. At 7:15, Adam started to get that sinking feeling in his gut. He texted Corinne. No answer. At 7:30, Janice came over to him and asked if everything was okay. He assured her that it was, that Corinne was probably just caught up in some parent-teacher conference. Adam stared at his phone, willing it to buzz. At 7:45 p.m., it did. It was a text from Corinne. "Maybe we need some time apart. You take care of the kids. Don't try to contact me. It will be okay. Then, just give me a few days. Please." Chapter 13. Adam sent several desperate texts to try to get Corinne to reply. They included, "This isn't the way to handle this. Please call me. Where are you? How many days? How can you do this to us?" Stuff like that. He tried nice, mean, calm, angry, but there was no reaction. Was Corinne okay? He gave Janice some lame excuse about Corinne still being stuck and having to cancel. Janice insisted that he take 2 veal Milanese home with him. He was going to fight it, but there seemed little point. As he pulled onto his street, he still held out hope that Corinne had changed her mind and gone home. It was one thing to be mad at him. It was another thing to take it out on the boys. But her car wasn't in the drive, and the first thing Ryan said to him when he opened the door was, "Where's Mom?" "She has some work thing," Adam said in a voice equally vague and dismissive. "I need my home uniform." "So?" "I threw it in the wash. Do you know if Mom did the laundry?" "No," Adam said. "Why don't you check the basket?" "I did." "How about your drawers?" "I checked there too." You always see your or your spouse's flaws in your child. Ryan had Corinne's anxiety over small matters, Big matters, house payments, illness, destruction, accidents, didn't bother Corinne. She rose to the occasion, maybe because she overcompensated by worrying the minor stuff into a ground stump, or maybe in life, like a great athlete, Corinne was clutch when it mattered. Of course, to be fair, this was no small matter to Ryan. Then maybe it's in the washer or dryer, Adam said. Already looked. Then I don't know what to tell you, kid. When will Mom be home? I don't know. Like at 10? What part of I don't know is confusing you exactly? There was more snap in his tone than expected. Ryan was also, like his mother, super sensitive. I didn't mean... I'll text Mom. That's a good idea. Oh, let me know what she says, okay? Ryan nodded and texted. Corinne didn't reply to him right away, nor in an hour, or even 2. Adam made up some excuse about her teachers' conference being extended. The boys bought it because the boys never looked too closely at stuff like that. He promised Ryan that he'd find the uniform before his game. Adam was, of course, blocking to some extent. Was Corinne safe? Had something terrible happened to her? Should he go to the police? The last part felt foolish. The police would hear about their big fight, see Corinne's text about letting her be, and shake their heads. And really, when you step back, is it so bizarre that his wife would want a little distance after what Adam had just learned? Sleep came in small chunks. Adam constantly checked his phone for texts from Corinne. Nothing. At 3 a.m., he sneaked into Ryan's room and checked his son's phone. Nothing. This made no sense. Trying to avoid Adam, okay, he could get that. She might be angry or scared or confused or feeling cornered. It would make sense that she might want to get away from him for a few days, but her boys? Would Corinne really just up and leave her boys in the lurch like this? Did she expect him to just make excuses? You take care of the kids. Don't try to contact me. What was that all about? Why shouldn't he try to contact her? And what about... He sat up as the sun came through the windows. Hello. Corinne could abandon him. She could even want to, he didn't know, force him to take care of the boys. But what about her students? She took her teaching responsibilities, like most things that mattered, very seriously. She was also a bit of a control freak and hated the idea of some ill-prepared substitute taking over her class for even a day. Funny now that he thought about it. Over the past 4 years, Corinne had missed only 1 day of school. The day after her miscarriage. It had been a Thursday. He had come home late from work to find her crying in bed. When the bad cramping started, she had driven herself to the doctor. It was too late. But in truth, she said, the doctor wouldn't have been able to do anything anyway. These things happen, the doctor had told her. Why didn't you call me? Adam had asked. I didn't want you to worry or rush home. There was nothing you could do. And he had bought it. Corinne had wanted to go to work the next day, but Adam put his foot down. She had gone through something traumatic. You don't just get up and go to work the next day. He had picked up the phone and handed it to her. Call the school. Tell them you won't be in. She had reluctantly made the call, informing the school that she would be back by Monday. Adam had thought at the time that this was simply Corinne's way. Get back to life, get back to work. No reason to dwell. He had been amazed at the speed of her recovery. Man, how naive could one man be? But then again, was that his fault? Who the hell would be looking for dishonesty in such a traumatic moment? Why would he question her word on something so serious? Even now, with hindsight, He had no idea why Corinne would have done something so heinous, crazy, desperate, manipulative. What? But that didn't matter right now. The point was Corinne would be at school. She might choose to take time off from him, and maybe even her boys, but there was no reason why she wouldn't be at school today. The boys were old enough to get ready for school on their own. Adam managed to avoid them, ducking their questions about Mom's whereabouts with quick shout-outs from his bedroom and the pretense of a long morning shower. When the boys were gone, he drove over to the high school. The bell for homeroom would have just sounded. That would be perfect. Adam could enter and confront her as she walked between homeroom and first period. Her homeroom class was room 233. He would wait for her by the door. The high school had been built in the 70s and reeked of it. What had been considered sleek and modern had weathered, like an old sci-fi movie set, like Logan's Run or something. The building was gray with fading aqua trim. It was the artificial equivalent of Cheese Whiz or a hockey player's mullet. There were no free spaces in the school's parking lot. Adam ended up parking illegally, lived on the edge, and hurrying toward the school. The side door was locked. Adam had never done this before, visited Corinne during the school day, but he knew that all schools had taken up stringent security protocols in the wake of shootings and other violence. He circled toward the front door. It was also locked. Adam pressed the intercom button. A camera whirred down on him, and the weary female voice, that could only belong to someone working in a school's main office, asked him who he was. He put on his most disarming smile. "It's Adam Price, Corinne's husband." The door buzzed. Adam pushed through the doors. A sign read, "Check in at the main desk." He wasn't sure what to do here. If he signed in, they would want to know why and probably buzz down to the classroom. He didn't want that. He wanted to surprise Corinne, or, at the very least, not need to explain to the staff why he was here. The office was on the right. Adam was about to turn left and just hurried down the opposite way when he saw the armed security guard. He aimed his most disarming smile at the guard. The guard offered one back. No choice now. He'd have to go to the main office. He veered through the door and weaved past a few local moms. There was a huge laundry basket in the middle of the floor where parents dropped off lunches for their kids who forgot to bring them in the morning. The clock on the wall grunted and ticked. It read, 8:17 a.m. 3 minutes until the bell rang. Okay, good. The sign-up sheet was on the tall counter. He picked up the pen as casually as possible, Mr. without a care, and quickly signed in with intentionally messy handwriting. He grabbed a visitor pass. The two women behind the desk were busy. They didn't bother to even glance his way. No reason to wait, was there? He hurried back down the hall, flashing his visitor pass at the guard. Like most high schools, there had been additions over the years, and that helped make traversing your way inside these arteries somewhat tricky. Still, when the bell sounded, Adam was perfectly situated to observe the door to room 233. The students streamed out and collided and clogged the corridors like some medical documentary on heart disease. He waited until the flow of students petered out and then halted. Then, a few seconds later, a young man Adam guessed was probably under 30 came out and turned left. A substitute. Adam just stood there, pressing himself against the wall to let the student stream rush past him and not get caught in its current. He wasn't sure what to think or do. Was he even surprised by this development? He didn't know. He tried to put it together, tried to think about the links here, the fake pregnancy, the stranger, the confrontation that had led to his wife's choosing to run off for a few days. It made no sense. So what next? Nothing, he supposed. At least, not right this very moment. Go to work, do your job, think it through. He was missing something. He knew that. Corinne had as much as admitted that, hadn't she? It isn't what you think, Adam. There's more to this. When the flow of students turned into a trickle, he started back toward the front exit. He was lost in thought and about to make a turn when he felt fingers like a steel talon grip his arm. He turned and saw his wife's friend, Kristen Hoy. "What the hell is going on?" she whispered. "What?" Her muscles, clearly, were not just for show. She pulled him into an empty chemistry classroom and closed the door. There were workstations and beakers and sinks with high faucets, a giant chart of the periodic table of elements, both a staple of every science classroom and a cliché, dominated the far wall. "Where is she?" Kristen asked. Adam wasn't sure how to play it, so he went with honesty. "I don't know." "How can you not know? We were supposed to meet for dinner last night. She never showed. She just didn't." Kristen shook her head in confusion. "Did you call the police?" "What?" "No." "Why not?" "I don't know. She sent a text. She said she needed some time away." "From what?" Adam just looked at her. Kristen said, "You?" "Seems so." "Oh, sorry." Kristen stepped back, chastened. "So, why are you here?" "Because I want to make sure she's okay. I figured she'd be at work. She never calls in sick." "Never," Kristen agreed. "Except, it seems, today." Kristen considered that. "I guess you guys have been fighting a lot." Adam didn't really want to get into it, but what choice did he have? "Something has recently come up," he said in his most non-committal legal voice. "It isn't any of my business, right?" "Right. But it is kind of my business because Corinne made it part of my business." "What do you mean?" Kristen sighed and put her hand to her mouth. Outside the school, her outfits were all about accentuating her toned body. She wore sleeveless blouses and either shorts or small skirts, even when the weather didn't exactly call for it. In here, her blouse was more conservative, though you could still see the muscles near the clavicle and neck. "I got a text, too," she said. "What did it say?" "Adam." "What?" "I don't want to get in the middle of this. You get that, right? You two have been having issues. I get that." "We haven't been having issues." "But you just said—" "We had an issue. One. And, well, it just came up." "When?" "When did the issue come up?" "Yes." "The day before yesterday." "Oh," Kristen said. "What do you mean, oh?" "It's just that, Corinne has been acting strangely for the past month or so." Adam tried to keep a straight face. "Strange how?" "Just, I don't know. Different. Distracted. She missed a class or two and asked me to cover for her. She missed a few workouts and said—" Kristen stopped. "Said what?" Adam prodded. "Said if anybody asked where she was, to just say she was there with me." Silence. "Did she mean me, Kristen?" "She never said that. No. Look, I better get back. I have class." Adam stepped in her path. "What did her text say?" "What?" "You said she sent you a text yesterday. What did it say?" "Look, she's my friend. You get that, right?" "I'm not asking you to betray confidences." "Yeah, Adam, you kinda are." "I just want to make sure she's okay." "Why wouldn't she be?" "Because this isn't like her." "Maybe it's just what she said to you. She needs time." "Is that what she texted you?" Something like that, yes.
When?
Yesterday afternoon.
Wait, when? After school?
No,
Kristen said too slowly.
during.
During school?
Yes.
What time?
I don't know, around 2 o'clock?
Wasn't she at school?
No.
She missed school yesterday, too?
No,
Kristen said.
I saw Corinne in the morning. She was acting a little shaky. I guess that's because you guys were fighting.
Adam said nothing.
She was supposed to oversee study hall during lunch break, but she asked me to cover for her. I did. I saw her run out to her car.
Where was she going?
I don't know. She didn't say.
Silence. Did she come back to school? Kristen shook her head.
No, Adam. She never came back.
Chapter 14. The stranger had given Heidi the link to findyoursugarbaby.com, as well as her daughter's user ID and password. With a heavy heart, Heidi signed in as Kimberly and found out all she needed to confirm that everything the stranger had told her was true. The stranger had not just told her out of the kindness or emptiness of his heart. He made money demands, of course. 10 grand was the amount. If she didn't pay it in 3 days, the news of Kimberly's hobby would go viral. Heidi signed out and sat on the couch. She debated pouring herself a glass of wine and decided against it. Then Heidi had a good, long cry. When she finished, she headed to the bathroom, washed her face, and sat back on the couch. Okay, she thought. What do I do about this? Heidi's first decision was almost the simplest. Don't tell Marty. She didn't like to keep secrets from her husband, but then again, she didn't hate it either. It was part of life, wasn't it? Marty would absolutely lose it if he found out what his little girl was up to while she was supposedly studying at NYU. Marty was prone to overreaction, and Heidi could see him hopping in his car, driving to Manhattan, and dragging his daughter back by the hair. Marty didn't need to know the truth. Come to think of it, neither did Heidi. Damn, those two strangers. When Kimberly was in high school, she had gotten drunk at a party at a classmate's house. Intoxication led, as it often does, to going a little too far with a boy. Not all the way, but too far. Another mother in town, a busybody who meant well, had overheard her daughter talking about the incident. She had called Heidi and said, "I hate to tell you this, but if our roles were reversed, I would want to know." So she told Heidi about the incident. Heidi had told Marty, who had completely overreacted. The relationship between father and daughter had never really been the same. What, Heidi wondered, would have been the outcome if that busybody had never called? In the end, what good had it done? It embarrassed her daughter. It strained the relationship between father and daughter. It had, Heidi believed, been a huge part of Kimberly's decision to go to college so far away, and maybe that stupid phone call from that stupid busybody had even led Kimberly and ultimately Heidi to this terrible website and the horrific nature of her daughter's relationship with 3 different men. Heidi didn't want to believe it, but the evidence was right there in the secret communications between her young daughter and these older men. Dress it up all she wanted, but there was no way around the fact that her daughter was involved in straight-up prostitution. She wanted to cry again. She wanted to do nothing and forget those 2 calm strangers had ever said anything to her. But she had no choice now, did she? The secret had been thrust in her face. She couldn't put that horse back in the barn, to mix her metaphors. It was a parental paradox probably as old as time. She didn't want to know, but she did want to know. When she called her daughter's cell phone,
Kimberly had answered with breathless enthusiasm. "Hi, Mom." "Hi, sweetheart. Everything okay? Your voice sounds funny." At first, Kimberly had denied it. That was to be expected. Then she tried to make it sound innocent. That, too, was to be expected. Then Kimberly tried defiance, accusing her mother of hacking into her account and invading her privacy. Again, expected. Heidi kept her voice steady, even as her heart cracked in her chest and filled it with pain. She explained to Kimberly about the stranger. She recounted what they had told her and what she had seen on her own. Patiently, calmly, at least on the outside. It took some time, but they both knew where this conversation was headed. Cornered, the shock slowly wearing off, Kimberly started to open up. Money was tight, she explained. "You can't believe how expensive everything is here." A classmate had told Kimberly about the site. You didn't really have to do anything with the guys, she'd been told. They just wanted young girls for the company. Heidi almost laughed out loud at that one. Men, as Heidi knew all too well and Kimberly quickly learned, never really just wanted company. That was merely the loss leader to get you in the store. Heidi and Kimberly talked for 2 hours. At the end of the conversation, Kimberly asked her mother what she should do. "Break it off with them. Today. Now." Kimberly promised she would do just that. The next question was how to proceed. Heidi said she would take some time off and come up and spend some time in New York. Kimberly balked. "The semester will be over in 2 weeks. Let's just wait till then." Heidi didn't like that idea. In the end, they agreed to discuss it further in the morning. Before they hung up, Kimberly said, "Mom?" "Yes?" "Please don't tell Dad." Already decided, but she didn't tell Kimberly that. When Marty came home, she said nothing. Marty cooked up burgers on the grill in the yard. Heidi poured them both drinks. He talked about his day, she talked about hers. The secret was there, of course. It sat at the kitchen table in Kimberly's old chair, never speaking, but never budging either. In the morning, after Marty left for work, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?"
"Mrs. Dan? I'm Detective John Kuntz with the New York Police Department. May I speak with you for—"
Heidi threw open the door, nearly collapsing in the process. "Oh, my God, my daughter—"
"Oh, she's fine, ma'am,"
Kuntz said quickly, stepping forward to help support her.
"Well, geez, I'm sorry. I guess I should have told you that right away. I'm just imagining your daughter is in school in New York, and an NYPD officer shows up at your door."
Kuntz shook his head.
"I have kids, too, I get it. But don't worry, Kimberly is fine, I mean, health-wise. There are other factors."
"Factors?" Kuntz smiled. There was a little too much space between each tooth. He sported a terrible comb-over, the kind of thing that made you want to grab a pair of scissors, pull a few hairs taut, and snip them off. She placed him in his mid-40s, paunchy, with stooped shoulders, and the sunken eyes of someone who didn't eat well or get enough sleep.
"May I come in for a moment?"
Kuntz held up his badge. It looked, to Heidi's amateur eye, to be legitimate. "What's this about?"
"I think you probably have some idea."
Kuntz nodded toward the door.
"May I?"
Heidi stepped back. "I don't."
"Don't what?"
"Have any idea what this is about." Kuntz stepped inside and looked around as though he were there to buy the place. He smoothed down a few of the comb-over hairs that had started to make a static electrical escape.
"Well, you called your daughter last night, is that correct?"
Heidi wasn't sure how to answer. Didn't matter. Kuntz plowed ahead without waiting for one anyway.
We are aware that your daughter has been involved in activity that could be illegal.
What do you mean? He sat on the couch. She sat on the chair across from him.
Can I ask a favor, Mrs. Dan?
What's that?
It's a small one, but I think it would really simplify this conversation for all concerned. Let's stop with the pretense, okay? It just wastes time. Your daughter, Kimberly, was involved in online prostitution.
Heidi just sat there.
Mrs. Dan?
I think you better leave.
I'm trying to help.
It sounds like you're making accusations. I better talk to an attorney.
Kuntz pushed down the stray strands again. You got it wrong.
How so?
We don't care about what your daughter may or may not have done. It's petty, and I will grant you this. With the online stuff, there is a fine line between business relationship and prostitution. Then again, maybe there always has been. We aren't interested in hassling you or your daughter.
Then, what do you want? Heidi asked.
Your cooperation. That's all. If you and Kimberly cooperate, we see no reason why we can't just forget about her role in all this.
Her role in what?
Let's take it a step at a time, shall we?
Kuntz reached into his pocket and pulled out a small pad. Then he took out one of those small pencils golfers use to keep score. He licked the pencil's tip and turned his attention back toward Heidi.
First off, how did you find out about your daughter's involvement with that Sugar Babies website?
What difference does that make?
Kuntz shrugged. Just a routine question.
Heidi said nothing. The small tingling at the base of her neck had started to grow.
Mrs. Dan?
I think I'd better talk to an attorney.
Oh,
Kuntz said. He made a face as though he were a teacher suddenly disappointed by a favorite pupil.
Then your daughter lied to us. That won't look good here, I gotta be honest.
Heidi knew that he wanted her to bite. The silence between them grew so big, Heidi could barely breathe. She couldn't take it, so she asked, "Why do you think my daughter lied?"
Simple. Kimberly told us you found out about the website in a completely legal way. She said that two people, a man and a woman, stopped you outside a restaurant and informed you of what was going on. But see, if that were true, I don't get why you wouldn't want to tell us that. There is nothing illegal in that activity.
Heidi's head started spinning. I don't understand any of this. What are you doing here exactly?
That's a fair question, I guess.
Kuntz sighed and adjusted himself on the couch.
Do you know what the cyber crime unit is?
I imagine it has something to do with crimes on the Internet?
Exactly. I'm with the CCU. That stands for Cyber Crime Unit, which is a fairly new division of the NYPD. We bust criminals who use the Internet in nefarious ways, hackers, scammers, that kind of thing, and we suspect that the person or persons who approached you at the restaurant are part of an elusive cyber criminal syndicate we've been after for a long time.
Heidi swallowed. I see.
And we would like your help in finding and identifying whoever might have been involved in these crimes. Does that make sense? So let's get back to it, okay? Yes or no? Did two people approach you in the parking lot of a restaurant?
The tingling was still there, but she said, yes.
Great.
Kuntz smiled with the spaced teeth again. He wrote something down and looked back up at her.
What restaurant?
She hesitated.
Mrs. Dan.
I don't understand something, Heidi said slowly.
What's that, ma'am?
I just talked to my daughter yesterday afternoon.
Yes.
So, when did you talk to her?
Last night.
And how did you get here so fast?
This matter is of great importance to us. I flew in this morning.
But how did you even know about it?
Pardon?
My daughter didn't say anything about calling the police, so how would you know? She stopped. Her mind traveled down a few possible paths. All of them were pretty dark.
Mrs. Dan?
I think you better leave.
Kuntz nodded. He started working the few strands of hair again, sweeping them from one ear to the other. Then he said, I'm sorry, but I can't do that.
Heidi stood and moved toward the door. I'm not going to talk to you.
Yes, you are.
Still sitting, and with something approaching a sigh, Kuntz took out his gun, aimed with precision at Heidi's kneecap, and pulled the trigger. The sound of the weapon was quieter than she would have thought, but the impact was more immense. She collapsed to the floor like a broken folding chair. He moved fast, covering her mouth to smother her scream. He lowered his lips to her ear. If you scream, I will finish you off slowly, and then I'll start on your daughter. Kuntz whispered, Do you understand? The pain came in waves, nearly making her pass out. Kuntz took the muzzle and pressed it against the other knee. Do you understand, Mrs. Dan? She nodded. Terrific. Now, let's try this again. What was the name of the restaurant? Chapter 15. Adam sat in his office, going over everything for the 1000th time in his head, when a simple question came to him. If Corinne had indeed decided to run away from life, where would she go? Truth? He had no idea. He and Corinne were such a couple, such a unit, that the idea of her running away someplace without him or their family was completely anathema to him. There were friends Corinne might call, he guessed, some women she knew in college. There were a few family members, too, but he couldn't see her confiding in or staying with any of them under this sort of circumstance. She just wasn't that open with anyone other than Adam. So maybe Corinne was alone. That seemed most likely. She would be staying in a hotel. But either way, and this was the key here, whatever she was doing would require means, a.k.a. the use of a credit card or cash. That meant somewhere there were credit card charges or ATM withdrawals. So look them up, dummy. He and Corinne had 2 accounts, both held jointly. They used a debit card out of one and a Visa charge card from the other. Corinne wasn't good with the finances. Adam handled all that as part of their domestic division of labor. He also knew all the usernames and passwords. In short, he could see her every charge or withdrawal. For the next 20 minutes, Adam went through her charge cards and bank accounts. He started by searching from the most recent backward, any activity from today and yesterday. But there was nothing. He started traveling back a few days, just to see if there were any patterns. Corinne wasn't big on using cash. Credit cards were both easier and offered points on every purchase. She liked that. Everything, her entire financial life, or, spending life, was there and unsurprising. She had gone to the A&P supermarket, Starbucks, the Lax shop. She had lunch at Baumgart's, and picked up takeout at Ho Hocus Sushi. There were the automatic gym payments taken off the card and something she had ordered online from Banana Republic. Normal life stuff. There was also pretty much at least one charge every single day. But not today. And not yesterday. No charges at all. So what should he make of that? For one thing, Corinne might be naive in the ways of bill paying, but she wasn't dumb. If she wanted to stay hidden, Corinne might have realized that he could check the credit card statements online and track her down that way. Right. So what would she do instead? She'd use cash. He checked the ATM withdrawals. The last one she made had been 2 weeks ago for $200. Was that enough to run away on? Doubtful. He thought about it. If she were driving for any length of time, she would need to buy gas. So how much cash did she have on her now? It wasn't as though she planned to run. She couldn't have known that he would confront her about the fake pregnancy or that the stranger would visit. Or had she? He stopped. Could Corinne have put money away knowing that something like this would happen? He tried to think back. Had she been surprised when he confronted her? Or had she been more like resigned? Had she somehow suspected that one day her deception would come to light? He didn't know. When he sat back and tried to think it through, he realized that he didn't know a damn thing for anything close to certain. In her text, Corinne had asked him, no, the text equivalent of begged him, what with her just give me a few days, please, to let her be. Maybe that was best. Maybe he should just let her blow off steam or do whatever it was she was doing and be patient and wait. That was what she had specifically asked for in that text. Right? But then again, for all he knew, Corinne had driven away from the school and met some horrible fate. Maybe she knew the stranger. Maybe she drove to the stranger and confronted him, and he got angry and kidnapped her, or worse. Except the stranger didn't seem the type. And those texts had come in telling him that she needed time, and to give her a few days. But then again, this was how his head was reeling back and forth right now. Anyone could have sent those texts. A killer, even. Maybe someone had killed Corinne and taken her phone and... Whoa. Slow down a sec. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. He could actually feel his heart pounding against his chest. Now that this worry had entered his head, check that. It had been in his head, but now he had all but voiced it. The fear stayed there, unmoving like some unwelcome relative who wouldn't leave. He looked at her text again. Maybe we need some time apart. You take care of the kids. Don't try to contact me. It will be okay. And then, just give me a few days, please. Something about the texts was off, but he couldn't figure out what. Suppose Corinne was in real danger. He again wondered whether he should go to the police. Kristen Hoy had asked him about that right away, hadn't she? She asked him whether he had called the police if his wife was missing, only she wasn't missing. She had sent that text, unless she didn't send that text. His head started spinning. Okay, let's say he went to the police. Then what? He would have to go to the town cops. And what would he say exactly? They'd take one look at the text and say to give it time, wouldn't they? And in town, as much as he hated to admit it mattered, the cops would talk. He knew most of them. Len Gilman was the top cop in Cedarfield. He'd take his complaint, most likely. He had a son, Ryan's age. They were in the same homeroom. Gossip and rumors about Corinne would spread like, well, gossip and rumors. Did he care? Easy to say no, but he knew that Corinne would. This was her town. She had battled to make it her own again, and make a life. Hey, bro! Andy Gribble entered the office with a big smile on his bearded face. He wore sunglasses inside today, not because he wanted to look cool, so much as to cover the red from either a late night or something more herbal. Hey, Adam said, how did the gig go the other night? The band totally kicked ass, Gribble said. Kicked ass and took names. Adam leaned back, welcoming the interruption. "What did you open with?" "Dust in the Wind, Kansas." Adam said. "What?" "Opening with a slow ballad?" "Right, but it totally worked. Dark bar, low lights, atmospheric. And then we directly segued, no break, into Paradise by the Dashboard Light. Blew the roof off the place." "Meatloaf," Adam said with a nod. "Nice." "Right?" "Wait, since when do you have a female vocalist?" "We don't." "But Paradise is a male-female duet." "I know." "A rather aggressive one," Adam continued, "with all the 'will you love me forevers' and him pleading for her to let him sleep on it." "I know." "And you guys do it without a female vocalist?" "I do both parts," Gribble said. Adam sat up, tried to picture this. "You do the male-female duet yourself?" "Always." "That must be a hell of a rendition." "You should hear me do 'Don't Go Breaking My Heart.' 1 second I'm melting, the next, Kiki D, brings tears to your eyes, really. Speaking of which, what? You and Corinne need a night out. I mean, you do anyway. If those bags under your eyes get any heavier, you'll have to pay a surcharge when you check in for your flight." Adam frowned. "Reaching. Come on, it wasn't that bad." "We all set up for Mike and Eunice Rinsky tomorrow?" "That's why I wanted to see you." "Problem?" "No, but Mayor Gush something Ski wants to talk to you about the Rinsky eviction. He's got some town hall at 7 and asked if you could stop by after. I texted you the address." Adam checked his phone. "Yeah, okay, I guess we should hear him out. I'll let his people know. Have a good night, my man." Adam checked his watch. He was surprised to see that it was 6 o'clock already. "Good night. Let me know if we're on for tomorrow." "Will do." Gribble took off then, leaving Adam alone. Adam stopped and listened for a second. The sounds were distant, the office in its slow nightly death throes. Okay, so back up a step, play it through, go back to what he knew for certain. 1. He knew that Corinne had gone to school yesterday. 2. Around lunchtime, Kristen had seen Corinne pull out of the school parking lot. 3. Okay, no 3. But toll booths. If Corinne had gone any distance at all, there would be a record of it via the toll booths. The school was near tolls on the Garden State Parkway, so that would show up in her E-ZPass records. Would Corinne remember to pocket her E-ZPass for the tolls? Probably not. E-ZPass was the kind of thing you stuck on your windshield and forgot about. There were times when it worked the opposite way, when Adam had rented a car and driven through the E-ZPass lanes, forgetting that he didn't have his E-ZPass. Worth a try, anyhow. He found the E-ZPass website via a Google search, but it required both an account number and a password. He didn't have them, had never, in fact, gone on the website, but they'd be on the bills at home. Okay, good. Time to go home anyway. He grabbed his jacket and hurried to the car. When he merged onto Interstate 80, his mobile rang. It was Tom. "Where's Mom?" He debated how to play it, but now was not the time for detailed honesty. "She's away." "Where?" "I'll tell you about it later." "Will you be home for dinner?" "I'm on my way now. Do me a favor. Take burgers out of the freezer for you and your brother. I'll grill them when I get home." "I don't really like those burgers." "Too bad. I'll see you in half an hour." He flipped through the music stations as he drove, searching for some non-existent perfect song that would be, as Stevie Nicks might sing, hauntingly familiar, yet not played so often as to beat it into submission. When he did find such a song, a rarity, it was always the last verse, and so the flipping would start anew. When he pulled onto his street, Adam was surprised to see the Evanses' Dodge Durango in the driveway. Trip Evans was getting out of the vehicle as Adam pulled in beside him. The two men greeted each other with handshakes and slaps on the back. Both were wearing business suits with loosened ties, and suddenly the lacrosse draft at the American Legion Hall, just 3 days earlier, seemed very far away.
"Hey, Adam."
"Hey, Trip."
"Sorry to just stop by like this."
"No worries. What can I do for you?" Trip was a big man with big hands. He was the kind of guy who never looked comfortable in a business suit. The shoulders were too tight or one sleeve was too long. Something. So that he was always adjusting himself, and you could see all he really wanted to do was rip the damn thing off. Lots of guys looked like that to Adam. Somewhere along the way, the suit had been strapped to them like the proverbial straitjacket, and now they simply couldn't get it off.
"I was hoping to talk to Corinne for a sec,"
Trip said. Adam stood there, hoping nothing showed on his face.
"I texted her a few times,"
Trip continued,
"but, she hasn't replied, so I just figured I'd stop by."
"Can I ask what it's about?"
"No big deal, really,"
he said in a voice that, for a guy as forthright as Trip, felt awfully forced.
"It's just some lacrosse business."
Might be just Adam's imagination. Might be just the craziness of the past couple of days, but it felt as though some sort of tension was gathering in the air between them. "What kind of lacrosse business?" Adam asked.
"The board met last night. Corinne never showed, which was odd, I guess. I wanted to fill her in on some stuff, that's all."
He looked toward the house as though he expected her to appear at the door.
"It can wait."
"She's not here," Adam said.
"Okay, fine. Just tell her I stopped by."
Trip turned and met Adam's eye. That tension in the air seemed to thicken.
"Everything okay?"
"Yeah," Adam said. "I'm fine."
"Let's grab a beer soon."
"I'd like that." Trip opened his car door.
"Adam."
"Yeah?"
"I'll be honest here,"
Trip said.
"You look a little rattled."
"Trip?"
"What?"
"I'll be honest here." "You do too?" Trip tried to smile it off.
"It's really no big deal."
"Yeah, you said that before. No offense, but I don't believe you."
"It's lacrosse business, that's the truth. I'm still hoping it's nothing, but I can't tell you more right now."
"Why not?"
"Board confidentiality."
"Are you serious?" But he was. Adam could see that Trip wouldn't budge on the subject, but then again, if Trip was telling the truth, what the hell could the lacrosse board have to do with anything truly relevant in this? Trip Evans slipped back into his car.
"Just tell Corinne to give me a call when she can." "Have a good night, Adam."
Chapter 16. Adam expected Mayor Gusherowski to look like a fat cat politico fresh off the graft train. Soft build, ruddy complexion, practiced smile, maybe a pinky ring. And in this particular case, Adam was not disappointed. Adam wondered whether Gusherowski had always looked like a poster boy for corrupt politicians, or if, over his years of service, it had just become part of his DNA. 3 of the past 4 mayors of Castleton had been indicted by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Rick Gusherowski had served in 2 of those administrations, and been on the town council for the 3rd. Adam wouldn't judge the man strictly on his looks, or even legacy, but when it came to New Jersey small-town corruption, where there was smoke, there was usually a blazing, supernova-like bonfire. The sparsely attended town hall meeting was breaking up when Adam arrived. The median age of the audience appeared to be in the mid-80s. But that could be because this particular town hall meeting was being held at the brand spanking new Pine Cliff Luxury Village, which was unquestionably a euphemism for nursing and/or retirement home. Mayor Gusherowski approached Adam with a smiley smile, the perfect blend of game show host and Muppet.
"Wonderful to meet you, Adam."
He gave Adam the perfunctory, too enthusiastic handshake, adding that little pull toward him that politicians believed made the recipient feel somehow inferior or obligated.
"Can I call you Adam?"
"Sure, Mr. Mayor."
"Oh, we'll have none of that. Call me Gush."
"Gush? Oh, Adam didn't think so." The mayor spread his arms.
"What do you think of the place? Beautiful, am I right?"
It looked to Adam like a conference room at a Courtyard Marriott, which was to say neat, generic, and impersonal. Adam gave a non-committal head nod.
"Talk with me, Adam. I want to give you a little tour."
He started down a corridor with forest green walls.
"Great, isn't it? Everything here is state-of-the-art."
"What does that mean?" Adam asked.
"Huh?"
"State-of-the-art. How is it state-of-the-art?" The mayor rubbed his chin, signaling deep thought.
"Well, for one thing, they have flat-screen televisions."
"So does almost every house in America."
"There's internet service."
"Again, like almost every house, not to mention cafe, library, and McDonald's in America." Gush, Adam was warming to the name, volleyed the question away by reigniting the smile.
"Let me show you our deluxe unit."
He used a key to unlock the door and opened it with the flourish of, maybe Adam's mind was on game shows now, a model on The Price is Right.
"Well?"
Adam stepped inside.
"What do you think?"
Gush asked. "It looks like a Courtyard Marriott." Gush's smile flickered.
"These are brand new and
He stopped himself.
"Modern."
"It doesn't matter," Adam said. "Frankly, it doesn't matter if it looks like a Ritz-Carlton. My client doesn't want to move." Gush nodded with great sympathy.
"I get that. I really do. We all want to hold on to our memories, am I right? But sometimes memories hold us back. They force us to live in the past instead of the present."
Adam just stared at him.
"And sometimes, as a member of a community, we have to think about more than just ourselves. Have you been to the Rinsky house?"
"I have."
"It's a dump,"
Gush said.
"Oh, I don't mean it like that. I grew up in that neighborhood. I say this as a man who worked his way up from those very streets."
Adam waited for the bootstraps analogy. He was somewhat disappointed when it didn't come.
"We have a chance of making real progress, Adam. We have a chance to chase away the urban blight of crime and bring sunshine to a part of our city that could use it. I'm talking new housing, a real community center, restaurants, quality shopping, real jobs."
"I've seen the plans," Adam said.
"Progressive, am I right?"
"I don't care about that."
"Oh?"
"I represent the Rinskys. I care about them. I don't care about the profit margins of Old Navy or the Home Depot."
"That's not fair, Adam. We both know the community would be better served with this project coming to fruition."
"We both don't know that," Adam said. "But either way, I don't represent the community. I represent the Rinskys."
"And let's be honest. Look around you. They'd be happier living here."
"Doubtful, but maybe," Adam said. "But see, in the United States, the government doesn't decide what makes a man happy. The government doesn't decide that a couple who worked hard and bought their own home and raised their family would now be happier living somewhere else." The smile slowly returned to Gush's face.
"May I be blunt for a moment, Adam?"
"What, you haven't been so far?"
"How much?"
Adam steepled his fingers and did his best movie villain voice. $1 billion.
"I'm serious. Now, I could play games and do it the way the developer asked me to. Bargain with you. Go up in $10,000 increments. But let's cut to the chase, shall we? I've been authorized to increase the offer
by another $50,000. And I've been authorized to tell you no.
You're being unreasonable.
Adam didn't bother responding.
You know that a judge already gave us the okay on our eminent domain case, right?
I do.
And that Mr. Rinsky's previous attorney already lost the appeal. That's why he's gone now.
I know that, too. Gush smiled.
Well, you leave me no choice.
Sure I do, Adam said. You don't just work for the developer, do you, Gush? You're a man of the people. So build your strip mall around his house. Change the plans. It can be done.
No,
Gush said, the smile gone now.
It can't.
So you'll throw them out?
The law is on my side, and after the way you guys have behaved...
Gush leaned in close enough for Adam to smell the tic-tac, and whispered,
With pleasure.
Adam stepped back, nodding. Yeah, I figured that.
So, you'll listen to reason?
If I ever hear it. Adam gave a little wave and turned to go.
Have a good night, Gush.
We'll talk again soon. Chapter 17. The stranger hated to do this one. But Michaela Siegel, who was now weaving her way into view, deserved to know the truth before she made a terrible mistake. The stranger thought about Adam Price. He thought about Heidi Dan. They may have been devastated by his visit, but this time, in the case of Michaela Siegel, it would be much, much worse. Or maybe not. Maybe Michaela would feel relief. Maybe after the initial devastation, the truth would set her free. Maybe the truth would bring back balance to her life and put her back on the road she should and would have taken. You never knew how someone would react until the pin in the grenade was pulled out, right? It was late, nearly 2 a.m. Michaela Siegel hugged her noisy friends goodbye. They were all somewhat inebriated from that night's festivities. The stranger had already tried twice earlier to get Michaela alone. It hadn't worked. He hoped that now she might head for the elevator by herself, and he could start the process. Michaela Siegel, age 26. She was in her 3rd year of residency in internal medicine at Mount Sinai Hospital after graduating from Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons. She had started as an intern at Johns Hopkins Hospital, but after what happened, she and the hospital administrator felt that it would be best for all if she switched locations. As she semi-stumbled toward the elevator, the stranger stepped into view. "Congratulations, Michaela!" She turned with a crooked smile. She was, he already knew, a rather sexy woman, which in a sense made this violation all the worse. The stranger felt a flush in his cheeks, remembering what he had seen, but he pushed on. She said. Are you serving me with a subpoena or something? No. And you're not hitting on me, are you? I'm engaged. No, I didn't think so, Michaela Siegel said. There was the slight slur of drink in her voice. I don't really talk to strangers. I get that, he said, and because he feared losing her, he dropped the bombshell. Do you know a man named David Thornton? Her face slammed shut like a car door. The stranger had anticipated that. Did he send you? She asked. The slur was gone from her voice. No. Are you some kind of weird perv or something? No. But you've seen... Yes, he said. Just for 2 seconds. I didn't watch it all or stare or anything. It was just... I had to make sure. He could see now that she was facing the same dilemma so many he approached faced. Flee this lunatic, or hear him out. Most of the time, curiosity won them over, but he never knew how it would go. Michaela Siegel shook her head and voiced that dilemma. Why am I still talking to you? They say I have an honest face. It was true. That was why it was almost always he who took on this task. Eduardo and Merton had strengths, but if they approached you like this, your first instinct would be to run fast. That's what I used to think about David, that he had an honest face. She tilted her head. Who are you? That's not important. Why are you here? This is all in my past. No, he said. No, it's not in your past. I wish it was. Her voice was a scared whisper. What the hell are you talking about? You and David broke up. Well, duh, she snapped. I'm getting married to Marcus this weekend. She showed him the engagement ring on her finger. No, the stranger said. I mean, I'm not saying this right. Do you mind if I go through it step by step? I don't care how honest your face is, Michaela said. I don't want to rehash this. I know. It's behind me. It's not yet anyway. That's why I'm here. Michaela just stared at him. Were you and David broken up when... He didn't know how to put it, so he just sort of moved his hands back and forth. You can say it, Michaela straightened her back. It's called revenge porn. I'm told it's quite the craze. That's not what I'm asking, the stranger said. I'm asking about the state of your relationship before he put that video online. Everyone saw it, you know. I know. My friends, my patients, my teachers, everyone at the hospital. My parents. I know, the stranger said softly. Were you and David Thornton broken up? We had a big fight. That's not what I asked. I don't get... Were you two broken up before that video went public? What difference does it make now? Please, the stranger said. Michaela shrugged. I don't know. You still loved him? That's why it hurts so much. No, she said. It hurts so much because it was a terrible betrayal. It hurts so much because the man I was dating went on a revenge porn site and put up a sex tape of us doing... She stopped. Can you imagine? We had a fight, and that was how he reacted? He denied putting it up, right? Of course he did. He didn't have the courage. He was telling you the truth. There were people around them. One guy stepped in an elevator. 2 women hurried outside. A concierge was behind the desk. They were all there, and right now, none of them were there. Her voice was distant. Hollow. What are you talking about? David Thornton didn't put that tape online. Are you a friend of his or something? I've never seen or spoken to him. Michaela swallowed. Are you the one who posted the video? No, of course not. Then how can you... The IP address. What? The stranger took a step closer to her. The site claims to keep the user's IP address anonymous. That way, no one can know or prosecute the person who put it up. But you know? Yes. How? People think a site is anonymous because the site says so. That's a lie by definition. Behind every secret site on the Internet, there is a human being monitoring every keystroke. Nothing is really secret or anonymous. Silence. They were there now. The stranger waited. It wouldn't be long. He could see the quake by her mouth. So, whose IP address was it? I think you know already. Her face twisted up in pain. She closed her eyes. Was it Marcus? The stranger didn't answer yes or no. There was no need. They were close friends, weren't they? The stranger said. Bastard! Roommates, even. I don't know the exact details, but you and David fought. Marcus saw an opportunity and seized it. The stranger reached into his pocket and pulled out an envelope. I have the proof right here. Michaela held up her palm. I don't need to see it. The stranger nodded, put the envelope away. Why are you telling me? She asked. It's what we do. The wedding is 4 days away. She looked up at him. So now what do I do? That's not up to me, the stranger said. Right. Of course. There was bitterness in her voice. You just rip open lives. Closing them back up again, that's not up to you. The stranger said nothing. I guess you figured what? I'll go back to David now, tell him I know the truth, and ask his forgiveness, and then what? He'll take me in his arms and we'll live happily ever after? Is that how you see this working out? You being the hero of our love? In truth, the thought had occurred to the stranger, though not the hero part. But that idea of righting a wrong, that idea of restoring balance, that idea of putting her back on the life path she'd been taking, yes, he had hoped for that sort of resolution. But here's the problem, Mr. Secret Revealer. Michaela stepped closer to him. Even when I was dating David, I had a crush on Marcus. That's the irony, right? Marcus didn't have to do this. We would have ended up together. Maybe. I don't know, but maybe Marcus feels bad about what he did. Guilty. Maybe he's trying to make up for it. And that's why he's so good to me. That's not a reason to be good to someone. Oh, so now you're offering life advice? She snapped. Do you know what choices you left me with? I can blow up my life, or I can live a lie. You're still young and attractive, and I'm in love with Marcus. Even now? Even though you know he's capable of doing something like this? People are capable of doing all sorts of things in the name of love. Her voice was soft now. The fight had gone out of it. She turned away and pressed the call button on the elevator. Are you going to tell anyone else about this? She asked. No. Good night. So, you're still going to marry him? The elevator doors opened. Michaela stepped inside and turned to face him. You didn't reveal a secret, she said. You just created another one. Chapter 18. Adam pulled over when he hit the Cedarfield town line. He took out his phone and texted Corinne again. I'm worried. The boys are worried. Please come home. He hit send and put the car back into drive. Adam started to wonder, not for the first time, how he ended up spending his life in the town of Cedarfield. It was a simple thought, and yet the obvious implications weighed on him. Had something this important been a conscious choice? He didn't think so. He and Corinne could, he knew, have chosen to live anywhere, but then again, what was wrong with Cedarfield? It was in many ways the winner's spoils in the war we call the American dream. Cedarfield had picturesque homes with expansive yards. There was a lovely town center with a variety of restaurants and shops, and even a movie theater. There were updated sports facilities, a modern library, and a duck pond. No less a nearly biblical authority than Money magazine had ranked Cedarfield the 27th best place to live in America last year. According to the New Jersey Department of Education, Cedarfield was classified in the socio-economic district factor group of J, the highest of 8 categories. Yes, the government ranks towns in this way for real. Why they do this ranking is anybody's guess. In fairness, Cedarfield was a great place to raise your kids, even though you were raising them to be you. Some thought of it as the cycle of life, but for Adam, it felt more like a shampoo, rinse, repeat existence, with so many of their neighbors and friends, good, solid people who Adam liked a lot, growing up in Cedarfield, leaving for 4-year stints to college, returning, marrying, raising their own children in Cedarfield, who would grow up here and leave for 4-year stints to college in the hopes of returning, marrying, and raising their own children here. Nothing wrong with that, was there? After all, Corinne, who had spent the first 10 years of her life in Cedarfield, had not, it seemed, been fortunate enough to follow this well-trodden trajectory. When she was in 4th grade, this town and its values already deeply ingrained in her DNA, Corinne's father was killed in a car accident. He had been only 37, too young presumably to have worried about stuff like his own mortality or estate planning. His insurance coverage was a pittance, and soon after, Corinne's mother had to sell the house and downsize with Corinne and her older sister Rose to a brick garden apartment in the somewhat less upscale city of Hackensack. For a few months, Corinne's mother had made the 10-mile trek between Hackensack and Cedarfield so that Corinne could still see her old friends. But then school started, and predictably her friends got busy with town sports and dance classes Corinne could no longer afford. And while the physical distance stayed the same, the societal chasm grew too far to bridge. The childhood relationships quickly frayed on their way to completely falling apart. Corinne's sister Rose acted out conventionally, doing poorly in school, rebelling against her mother, experimenting with a potpourri of recreational drugs and dead-end boys. Corinne, on the other hand, channeled the deep hurt and resentment into what most might consider positive outlets. She grew focused in school and in life, determined to do her best in all endeavors. Corinne kept her head down, studied hard, ignored the normal teenage temptations, and silently vowed to return victorious to the place where she'd been a seemingly happy girl with a father. Corinne spent the next 2 decades like a child with her face pressed against the upper suburban glass, until at long last the window opened or, just as likely, shattered. Corinne and Adam had bought a house that looked suspiciously like the one in which Corinne had been raised. If it had bothered him at the time, Adam didn't recall it, but maybe by then he shared her quest. When you marry your spouse's hopes and dreams, too. Hers were to triumphantly return to a place that had cast her aside. There was a thrill, he now guessed, in helping Corinne fulfill that 20-year odyssey. The lights were still on at the aptly named Hardcore Gym, motto, "You're not hardcore unless you lift hardcore." Adam took a quick gander at the parking lot and spotted Kristen Hoy's car. He hit the speed dial for Thomas's cell phone. Again, no point in calling the home phone. Neither boy would ever answer it. And waited. Thomas answered on the 3rd ring and gave his customary distracted and barely audible, "Hello? All okay at home?" "Yeah." "What are you doing?" "Nothing." "And by nothing you mean?" "Playing Call of Duty. I just started." "Right. Homework done?" Adam asked out of habit. It was an often-repeated parent-child verbal hamster wheel of a question, never going anywhere, though somehow still mandatory. "Pretty much." He didn't bother telling him to pretty much finish it first. Pointless. Let the kid do it on his own. Let go a little. "Where's your brother?" "I don't know." "But he's home, right?" "I guess." Brothers. "Just make sure he's okay. I'll be home soon." "Okay." "Dad?" "Yeah." "Where's Mom?" She's away, he said again. Where? It's some teacher's thing. We can talk about it when I get home, okay? The pause was long. Yeah. Okay. He parked next to Kristen's Audi convertible and headed inside. The bloated muscle head behind the desk looked at him up and down and clearly found him wanting. He had the Cro-Magnon brow. The lips were frozen in a sneer of disdain. He wore some kind of sleeveless unitard. Adam feared the man might call him bruh. Help ya? I'm looking for Kristen Hoy. Member? What? You a member? No, I'm a friend. My wife's a member. Corinne Price? He nodded as if that explained everything. Then he asked, She okay? The question surprised Adam. Why wouldn't she be? He might have shrugged, but the bowling balls flanking his head barely budged. Big week to miss. Competition next Friday. Corinne, he knew, didn't compete. She was nicely built and all, but there was no way she'd don one of those skimpy suits and start posing. She had, however, attended nationals with Kristen last year. Musclehead pointed. He actually flexed, when he did so, toward a corner in the back of the gym. Room B. Adam pushed through the glass door. Some gyms were quiet, some featured loud music, and some, like this one, echoed with primordial grunts and the clank of heavy metal weights. All the walls were mirrored, and here, and only here, primping and posing for self-pleasure was not only acceptable but expected. The place reeked of sweat, disinfectant, and what he imagined from the commercials Axe cologne smelled like. He found room B, knocked lightly, and pushed it open. It looked like a yoga studio with blonde wood floors, a balance beam, and, yep, tons of mirrors. A super-toned woman tottered out onto the floor in a bikini and ridiculously high heels. Stop! Kristen shouted. The woman did so. Kristen strutted over in a skimpy pink bikini and the same ridiculously high heels. There was no totter, no awkwardness, no hesitation. She stalked across the floor as though it owed her something. Your smile is weak. You look as though you've never been in high heels before. I don't normally wear them, the woman said. Well, you're going to have to practice. They will judge you on everything, how you enter, how you exit, how you walk, your poise, your smile, your confidence, your demeanor, your facial expression. You get one chance to make that first impression. You can lose the competition with your very first step. Okay, all of you sit. 5 other super-toned women sat on the floor. Kristen stood in front of them, pacing back and forth. Her muscles coiled and uncoiled with each step. You should all still be leaning out, Kristen said. 36 hours before competition, most of you will carbo-load. This will prevent your muscles from flattening out and get them to have that natural puff look we're going for. Right now, you should still be eating 90% protein. You all have the specific diet plan, am I right? Nods. Follow it like a religious scripture. You should all be drinking 1.5 gallons of water per day. That's a minimum. We'll start scaling that down as we get closer. Only sips the day before nationals, and no water at all on competition day. I have water pills if any of you are still retaining water weight. Any questions? One hand went up. Yes. Will we rehearse the evening gown competition? We will. Remember, ladies, most people think this is a bodybuilding competition. It is not. The WBFF is about fitness. You will have your poses and pose off, just as we've been doing, but the judges now are looking for Miss America, Victoria's Secret, Fashion Week, and yes, Muscle Mag, all wrapped into one elegant package. Harriet will help you coordinate your evening gowns. Oh, and now let's go over travel necessities. Please bring with you the following: butt glue for your bikini, tape for the top of your suit,
E6000 glue, breast pad pedals, blister bandages, shoe glue, we always have last-minute strap disasters, tanner, gloves for your tanner, tan block cream for those palms and feet bottoms, teeth whitener strips, red-eye drop. It was then that she spotted Adam in the mirror. Her face changed all at once. Gone was the taskmaster preparing for the WBFF Nationals. Back was the friend and fellow teacher. It was amazing how easily we all slip in and out of roles, Adam thought. "Work on your starting poses," Kristen said, her eyes on Adam now. "When you first walk out, you do one front, then one back, then you walk away. That's it. Okay? Harriet will lead you out. I'll be right back." Kristen headed toward him without pause, again crossing the room in the high heels that made her nearly as tall as he was. "Anything new?" she asked him. "Not really." Kristen led him into the corner. "So what's up?" It shouldn't be awkward talking to a woman standing in ridiculously high heels and sporting a skimpy bikini, but it was. When Adam was 18, he spent 2 weeks in Spain's Costa del Sol. Many of the women went topless, and Adam had fancied himself too mature to ogle. He didn't ogle, but he did feel a little awkward. That feeling was coming back to him now. "I guess you're preparing for a show," Adam said. "Not just any show, but nationals. If I can be selfish for a moment. Corinne left at a bad time. She's my travel partner. I know in the scheme of things this doesn't seem like much, but this is my first show since turning pro, and... Okay, that's a dumb thing to care about, but that's a small part of how I'm feeling. The bigger part, though, is I'm really worried. This isn't like her." "I know," Adam said. "It's why I want to ask you something." "Go ahead." He didn't know how to do it, so he just dove in. "It's about her pregnancy 2 years ago." Pay dirt. The words hit Kristen Hoy like a surprise wave at the beach. Now it was Kristen's turn to teeter on the ridiculously high heels. "What about it?" "You looked surprised," he said. "What?" "When I mentioned her pregnancy, you looked like you'd seen a ghost or something." Her eyes darted everywhere but on him. "I guess I was surprised. I mean, she disappears, and for some reason you start asking about something that happened 2 years ago? I don't see the connection." "But you remember her pregnancy?" "Of course." "Why?" "How did she tell you?" "About being pregnant?" "Yes." "Oh, I don't remember." But she did. He could tell. Kristen was lying to him. "What's the difference how she told me?" "I need you to think. Do you remember anything odd about it?" "No." "Nothing unusual about the pregnancy at all?" Kristen put her hands on her hips. Her skin glistened from a fine sheen of perspiration, or maybe something left over from a bronzer. "What are you trying to get at?" "How about when she miscarried?" Adam tried. "How was she acting then?" Oddly enough, those two questions seemed to center her somehow. Kristen took her time now, breathing slowly, as though meditating, the prominent clavicle rising and falling. "Funny." "Yes?" "I thought her reaction was low-key." "Meaning?" "Well, I was thinking about it. She was so good about getting over it. So after you left school today, I started thinking, at first, that maybe Corinne had been too good after the miscarriage." "I'm not following." "A person needs to grieve, Adam. A person needs to express and feel. If you don't express and feel, toxins develop in your bloodstream." Adam tried not to frown at the New Age babble. "It seemed to me like maybe Corinne had bottled up her pain," she continued. "And when you do that, you create not only toxins, but internal pressure. Eventually, something has to give. So after you left, I started wondering,
Maybe Corinne had submerged the pain of losing the baby. Maybe she pushed it down and tried to keep it down, but now, 2 years later, whatever walls she had built suddenly gave way. Adam just looked at her. At first. What? You said you started thinking this at first, so somewhere along the line you changed your mind. She didn't reply. Why? She's my friend, Adam. I know that. You're the husband she's trying to get away from, right? I mean, if you're telling the truth and nothing bad happened to her. Are you serious? I am. Kristen swallowed hard. You walk down the streets where we all live. You see the nice neighborhoods and the manicured lawns and the nice patio furniture in the backyard, but none of us knows what really goes on behind those facades, do we? He stood there. For all I know, Adam, you abuse her. Oh, come on. Kristen held up her hand. I'm not saying you do. I'm just giving you an example. We just don't know. There were tears in her eyes. And now he wondered about her husband, Hank, and why, with this physique, she sometimes wore those long sleeves and cover-ups. He had thought that maybe she had wanted to be modest, but that might not be it. She had a point, though. They might live in a seemingly friendly community or a close-knit neighborhood, but every home is its own island with its own secrets. You know something about this, Adam said to her. I don't. And I really have to get back to the girls now. Kristen turned away from him. Adam almost reached out and grabbed her arm. Instead, he said, I don't think Corinne was really pregnant. Kristen stopped. You knew, didn't you? With her back still turned, she shook her head. Corinne never said anything to me. But you knew. I knew nothing, Kristen said in a low voice. You need to go now. Chapter 19. Ryan was at the back door waiting for him. Where's Mom? She's away, Adam said. What do you mean away? She's traveling. Where? It's a teacher's thing. She'll be home soon. Ryan's voice was a panicked whine. I need my uniform, remember? Did you check your drawer? Yes! The panicked whine had upgraded itself to a shout. You asked me that yesterday. I checked the drawer and the laundry basket. How about the washer and dryer? I checked both of those, too. I checked everywhere. Okay, Adam said. Calm down. But I need my uniform. If you don't have your uniform, Coach Joust makes you run extra laps and miss a game. No problem. Let's look for it. You never find anything. We need Mom. Why isn't she answering my texts? She's out of range. You don't get it. No, Ryan, you don't get it. Adam heard his voice boom through the house. Ryan stopped. Adam didn't. You think your mother and I exist only to serve you. Is that what you think? Well, here's something you should learn right now, pal. Your mom and I are human beings, too. Big surprise, right? We have lives, too. We get sad, just like you. We worry about our lives, just like you. We aren't here just to serve you or do your bidding. Now, do you get it? Tears filled his son's eyes. Adam heard footsteps. He turned toward them. Thomas was at the top of the steps, staring down at his father in disbelief. I'm sorry, Ryan. I didn't mean... Ryan sprinted up the stairs. Ryan! Ryan ran past his brother. Adam heard the bedroom door slam shut. Thomas stayed at the top of the stairs and looked at him. I lost my temper, Adam said. It happens. Thomas didn't say anything for a long moment. Then he said, Dad? What? Where's Mom? He closed his eyes. I told you, she's away at a teacher's thing. She was just away at a teacher's thing.
There's another.
Where?
Atlantic City.
Thomas shook his head. No.
What do you mean, no?
I know where she is, Thomas said. And it's nowhere near Atlantic City.
Chapter 20. Come in here, please,
Adam said.
Thomas hesitated before heading down the stairs into the kitchen. Ryan was still in his room with the door closed. That was probably best. Give everyone a chance to cool down, but right now, Adam desperately needed to follow up on what Thomas had just told him.
Do you know where your mother is?
He asked.
Sort of.
What do you mean, sort of? Did she call you?
No.
Did she text or email you?
No,
Thomas said.
Nothing like that.
But you know she isn't anywhere near Atlantic City.
He nodded. How do you know that?
His son lowered his head. There were times when he would see Thomas move a certain way or make a gesture and realize that it was an echo of himself. He had no doubt that Thomas was his son. The similarities were too great.
Did he have doubts about Ryan?
He never had before, but in some secret dark corner in the heart, all men have that misgiving. They never voice it. It rarely reaches their consciousness, but it's there, sleeping in that dark corner. And now the stranger had poked the fear and dragged it into the light. Did that explain Adam's stupid outburst? He had lost his temper with Ryan, and yes, under the circumstances, it was more than understandable, the way the boy was carrying on about his uniform. But was there more to it than that?
Thomas,
Mom will get mad.
No, she won't.
I promised her I'd never do it, Thomas said. But, she always texts me back. I don't get what's going on, so I did something I shouldn't have done.
It's okay, Adam said, trying to keep the desperation from his voice.
Just tell me what happened. He let out a deep breath and gathered himself. Okay. You remember before you went out, I asked you where Mom was?
Yes.
And, I don't know, you sounded... It was just weird, that's all. First, you not saying where Mom is, then Mom's not answering my texts. He looked up. Dad?
What?
When you said all that stuff about Mom being at a teacher's conference, were you telling the truth?
Adam thought about it, but not long. No.
Do you know where Mom is?
No. We had a fight, I guess. His son nodded in too sagely a way.
So, Mom, what, ran out on you?
I don't know, Thomas. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Thomas nodded some more.
So, maybe Mom wouldn't want me to tell you where she is.
Adam sat back and rubbed his chin. That's a possibility, he admitted. Thomas put his hands on the table. He wore a silicone wristband, the kind people use to promote causes, though this one read, Cedarfield Lacrosse. He started using his free hand to snap the band against his wrist. But here's the problem, Adam said. I don't know what happened here, okay? If your mom contacted you and told you not to tell me where she is, well, I would listen to her on that. But I don't think she did. I don't think she'd put you or Ryan in that position.
Mom didn't,
Thomas said, still staring at the band on his arm. Okay.
But she did make me promise never to sign into this.
Sign into what?
This app.
Thomas? The boy looked up. I have no idea what you're talking about.
See, we made a deal, Mom and me.
What kind of deal?
She would only use the app in emergencies, not to spy on me. But I was never allowed to use it.
What do you mean, emergencies?
Like, if I'd gone missing, or she really couldn't reach me?
Adam felt himself spinning again. He stopped and tried to center himself. Maybe you should explain about this app.
It's called a phone locator, and it's supposed to help you find your phone, in case you lose it or someone steals it.
Okay.
So it shows you where your phone is on this map. All phones come with an app like this, I think, but this is an upgrade. So, see, if something happened to us or Mom couldn't find me or Ryan, she could look us up on the app and know exactly where we were.
From the phone?
Right.
Adam reached out his hand. Let me see. Thomas hesitated.
But that's the thing. I wasn't supposed to use it.
But you did, right? He lowered his head and nodded. You signed in, and you saw where your mother is? Another nod. Adam put his hand on his son's shoulder. I'm not mad, he said, but could you let me see the app? Thomas took out his phone. His fingers danced across the screen. When he was done, he handed the phone to his father. Adam looked at it. There was a map showing Cedarfield. 3 blinking dots were coming from the same place. One dot was blue, another green, another red. So, these dots, Adam began.
That's us.
Us.
Right, you, me, and Ryan.
The pulse in Adam's head started to thrum. When he spoke, his voice sounded far away. Me?
Sure.
There's a dot representing me?
Yeah, you're the green one.
His mouth went dry. So, in other words, if your mom wanted, she could track... He stopped. There was no need to finish the thought.
How long has this app been on our phones?
I don't know.
3, 4 years, maybe?
Adam just sat there as the realization rolled over him. 3 or 4 years. For 3 or 4 years, Corinne had the ability to sign into some app and see exactly where her children and, more important, her husband were at any given moment.
Dad?
He had prided himself on his naivete when it came to this technological mastery that had enslaved the masses, that forced us to ignore one another and obey its insatiable demand for attention. Adam's phone had, to his knowledge, no unnecessary apps, no games, no Twitter, no Facebook, no shopping, no scores, no weather reports, none of that. He had the apps the phone came with, email, texts, phone, stuff like that. He had Ryan put on a GPS that mapped out the best driving routes, taking into account the traffic. But that was it. So, why can't I see Mom on this thing? Adam asked.
You need to zoom out.
How? Thomas took back the phone, placed 2 fingers on the screen, pinched them. He handed the phone back to his father. Adam could now see the entire state of New Jersey, and to the west, Pennsylvania. An orange dot was on the left part of the screen. Adam tapped on it, and the phone zoomed in again. Pittsburgh? Adam had made the drive to Pittsburgh once to bail a client out of jail. The ride had taken him more than 6 hours. Why isn't the dot blinking? Adam asked.
Because it's not active.
What do you mean? Thomas bit back the sigh he always sounded when he had to explain technology to his father.
When I checked the app a few hours ago, she was still moving, but then, about an hour ago, well, that's where Mom was.
So, she stopped here?
I don't think so. See, if you click here...
He reached over and touched the screen. An image of a mobile phone with the word Corinne's came up.
It puts the battery power left up here on the right, see? So when I checked it then, her phone only had about 4% left, so it's out now, so the dot stopped blinking.
So is she still where the dot is?
I don't know. It only shows where she was before the battery died.
And you can't see where she is anymore?
Thomas shook his head. Not until Mom charges her phone. There's also no point in texting or calling right now.
Because her phone is dead.
Right.
Adam nodded. But if we keep watching this, we can see when she's powered back up. Right. Pittsburgh. Why on earth would Corinne have gone to Pittsburgh? To his knowledge, she didn't know anybody there. To his knowledge, she had never been there. He didn't remember her ever talking about the city or having any friends or relatives who'd moved there. He zoomed in on the orange dot. The address read, South Braddock Avenue. He clicked the button for a satellite photo. She'd been in or near a strip mall of some sort. There was a supermarket, a dollar store, a Foot Locker, a GameStop. Maybe she had stopped there to grab something to eat or get supplies or something. Or maybe she was meeting the stranger. Thomas? Yeah? Is this app on my phone? It has to be. If someone can see you, then you can see them. Can you show me where it is? Adam handed him the phone. His son narrowed his eyes and started with the fingers again. Finally he said, I found it. How come I never saw it before? It was grouped on the last page with a bunch of other apps you probably never use. So, if I sign in right now, Adam said, I can keep an eye on Mom's phone? Like I said, the battery's dead right now, but if she charges it, yeah, you'll be able to tell. You just need the password. What is it? Thomas hesitated. Thomas, love my family, he said. All one word, and you need to capitalize the L, M, and F. Chapter 21. Oh yeah, hotshot, in your face. Bob Bain, or, as Adam preferred, Gaston, hit yet another turnaround jumper. Yep, Big Bob was in the zone tonight. He was on fire. En fuego. This was pickup basketball at Beth Lutheran Church. A rotating group of guys, mostly town fathers, played 2 nights a week. The players varied in ability. Some guys were great. One guy had even been an All-American at Duke and a first-round draft pick of the Boston Celtics before crapping out with a knee injury. And some guys sucked eggs so badly they could barely walk. But today, Bob Bain, Big Bob Bain, was the man, the go-to guy, the automatic basket machine. Under the boards, he was a one-man rebounding wrecking crew. He used his 270-pound frame and moved people out of the way. He knocked over the All-American, Mr. Basketball Superstar. The All-American shot him a look, but Big Bob Bain stared right back at him. The All-American shook his head and started running down court. Yeah, asshole, keep moving so you don't get your ass kicked. Ladies and gentlemen, Big Bob Bain was back. That All-American with his stupid knee brace usually got the best of him, but not today. No way. Bob held his ground. Man, his old man would have been proud. His old man, who'd spent most of Bob's childhood calling him Betty instead of Bobby, calling him worthless and weak, and worse, a pussy, a faggot, and even a girl. His father, the tough son of a bitch, had been the athletic director at Cedar Field High School for 30 years. Look up old school in the dictionary. You'll see a picture of Robert Bain Sr. It had been hard growing up with a guy like that, but in the end, no doubt, the hard love had been worth it. Too bad. Too bad his old man couldn't see how his only son had become such a big man in this town. Bob no longer lived on the crummy side of town where the teachers and blue-collar guys tried to survive. No. He bought the big manor with the mansard roof in the ritzy country club section of town. He and Melanie drove his and hers Mercedes. People respected them. Bob had been invited to join the exclusive Cedar Field Golf Club, a place his dad once went as a guest. Bob had 3 kids, great athletes, all of them, even if Pete was having a tough time in lacrosse right now, maybe losing his chance at a scholarship, now that Thomas Price was taking his position. But still, it had all been good. And now, it would again. Too bad his father hadn't seen this part either. Too bad he hadn't seen his son lose his job, because then he would have seen exactly what kind of man Bob was. A survivor, a winner, a man who, when faced with adversity, perseveres. He was about to close the page on this awful chapter in his life and become Big Bob, the big breadwinner again. Even Melanie would see. Melanie, his wife, the former cheerleading captain. She used to look at him with something close to worship, but since the downturn, she'd been in full nag mode, riding him for being so generous in the past, being a show-off with the money, leaving them with no savings when he lost his job. Yep, the vultures had been circling. The bank was ready to foreclose on the house. The repo man had been talking smack about the 2 Mercedes S-Coupes. Well, who was going to have the last laugh now? Jimmy Hoke's dad, a top headhunter in New York, had lined him up for an interview today, and, to put it simply, Bob Bain nailed it, crushed it, like an empty soda can. The guy doing the interview had been eating out of Big Bob's hand. Sure, the call hadn't come in yet. Bob kept eyeing the phone on the sideline, but it wouldn't be long now. He was going to land that job. Maybe even insist on a better buy-in, and then, well, he'd officially be back. Wait till he told Melanie about the interview. She would finally put out again, maybe throw on that little pink thing he loved so much. Back on the court, Bob got the ball, drove hard to the hoop, and scored the winning basket. Oh, yeah, Bob was back and better than ever. Man, he wished that he had felt this way the other night, when that prig, Adam Price, was riding him over picking Jimmy Hoke for the lacrosse team. For crying out loud, all 3 of those kids sucked. They'd all end up being glorified towel boys. Who cared that 1/10 of a point assigned by some bored evaluators who only paid attention to the good players separated them? He wasn't about to blow this big job interview. Not that it should matter. It wasn't like him and Jimmy Hoke's dad had any kind of quid pro quo, but hey, life was about mutual back-scratching. Sports were a life lesson, right? Kids might as well learn that now, too. Bob's team was about to take the floor for a new game when his phone rang. He grabbed the phone fast, his hand actually shaking as he checked out the incoming number. Goldman. So this was it. "Bob, you ready? Start the game without me, fellas. I have to take this." Bob headed out into the corridor for privacy. He cleared his throat and smiled, because if you smiled for real, that confident tone would even travel through the phone. "Hello? Mr. Bain? Speaking. This is Jerry Katz with Goldman." "Yes, hey, Jerry. Nice to hear from you." "I'm afraid that it isn't good news, Mr. Bain." Bob felt his heart plummet. Jerry Katz said some more stuff about how competitive the market was and how much he enjoyed talking with him, but the words started to blur into a barely audible haze. Jerry, the scrawny idiot, was still jabbering away. Darkness seeped into Bob's chest, and as it did, a memory came over him. He thought again about the other night, about Adam openly challenging him on selecting Jimmy Hoke. It had, Bob realized now, surprised him in more ways than one. First, what business was it of his? A guy who wasn't even going to coach the travel team, which players Bob selected. Adam and Corinne's kid was on the team, so what difference could Jimmy Hoke make to him? But more important, especially now that he thought about it, how did Adam recover so quickly from the devastating news that he had received just minutes earlier at the American Legion bar? Jerry still talked. Bob still smiled and smiled. Smiled like an idiot. And when he finally said, "Well, I appreciate you calling me and letting me know," Bob bet that he sounded like a truly confident idiot. He hung up. "Bob, you ready? Come on, man, we need you." And they did. Maybe, Bob thought, that was what the other night had been with Adam. In the same way Bob would go back on the court and find an outlet for his rage, maybe Adam had attacked him for picking Jimmy because he, too, needed the outlet. What, Bob wondered, would be Adam's reaction if he knew the full truth about his wife? Not the betrayal stuff he thought he knew now, but the full truth. Well, Bob thought as he jogged back toward the court, he'd find out soon enough, wouldn't he? Chapter 22. It was 2 in the morning when Adam remembered something, or, to be more precise, someone. Suzanne Hope, from Nyack, New York. She had been the one to steer Corinne to the fake-a-pregnancy website. That was where this all started, right? Corinne meets Suzanne. Suzanne fakes a pregnancy. Corinne, for some reason, decides to do the same. Maybe. And then the stranger shows up. He brought up the search engine on his smartphone and typed in Suzanne Hope, Nyack, New York. He figured that this would probably not work, that this woman had probably given a fake name or fake town to go along with her fake pregnancy. But almost immediately he found hits. The white pages listed a Suzanne Hope of Nyack, New York, as being between the ages of 30 and 35. There was both a telephone number and a street address given. Adam was about to write them down when he remembered something Ryan had taught him a few weeks back, pressing 2 buttons on the phone simultaneously so it takes a screenshot. He tried it, checked the image in the photo app, and saw that it was legible. He turned off the phone and tried again to drift off to sleep. The cramped living room in Old Man Rinsky's house smelled of pine sol and cat piss. The room was packed, but that only meant that there were maybe 10 people there. Still, that was all Adam would need. He spotted the bald guy who normally covered sports for the Star-Ledger. There was the woman reporter he liked from the Bergen Record. According to Adam's paralegal extraordinaire, Andy Gribble, the Asbury Park Press and the New Jersey Herald were also there. The major networks weren't interested yet, but News 12 New Jersey had sent out a camera crew. It would be enough. Adam leaned close to Rinsky. "You're sure you're okay with this?"
"You kidding?"
The old man arched an eyebrow.
"I'm just going to try not to enjoy it."
3 of the reporters were jammed into the plastic-covered sofa. Another leaned on the upright piano against the wall. A birdhouse-shaped cuckoo clock hung on the far wall. There were more Hummel figurines on the end table. The once shag carpet had been trampled into something resembling artificial turf. Adam checked his phone one last time. Still nothing on the phone tracker about Corinne. She either hadn't charged up her phone or... No point in thinking about that now. The reporters were looking at him both expectantly and skeptically. Half, "Let's see what you got," half, "This is a waste of time." Adam stepped forward. Mr. Rinsky stayed where he was. In 1970, Adam began without preamble, Michael J. Rinsky returned home after serving his country in the most hostile battlegrounds of Vietnam. He came back here to his beloved hometown and married his high school sweetheart, Eunice Schaefer. Then, using the money he earned from his GI Bill, Mike Rinsky bought a home. Adam paused. Then he added, "This home." The reporters scribbled. Mike and Eunice had 3 boys and raised them in this very house. Mike got a job with the local police, starting as a rookie patrolman, and moved up the ranks until he was chief. He and Eunice have been important members of this community for many years. They volunteered at the local shelter, the town library, the Biddy basketball program, the July 4th parade. In the past nearly 50 years, Mike and Eunice touched so many lives in this town. They worked hard. When Mike left the stresses of work, he came home to relax in this very house. He rebuilt the boiler in the basement on his own. His children grew older, graduated, and moved out. Mike kept working, and eventually, after 30 years, he paid off the mortgage. Now he owns this house, the house we are all in right now, outright. Adam glanced behind him. As if on cue, well, it was on cue, the old man hunched his shoulders, made his face droop, and held an old framed photograph of Eunice in front of him. And then, Adam continued, Eunice Rinsky got sick. We won't invade her privacy by going into the details, but Eunice loves this house. It comforts her. New places frighten her now, and she finds solace in the place where she and her beloved husband raised Mike Jr., Danny, and Bill. And now, after a lifetime of work and sacrifice, the government wants to take this home, her home, away from her. The scribbling stopped. Adam wanted to let the moment weigh on them, so he reached behind him, took hold of the water bottle, and wetted his throat. When he started up again, his voice seethed and started cracking with barely controlled rage. The government wants to throw Mike and Eunice out of the only home they've ever known so some wealthy conglomerate can knock it down and build a banana republic. Not strictly true, Adam thought, but close enough. This man, Adam gestured behind him at old man Rinsky, who was playing his part with gusto, managing to look even more fragile somehow. This American hero and patriot just wants to keep the home he worked so hard to own. That's all. And they want to take it away from him. I ask you, does that sound like the United States of America? Does our government seize hard-working people's property and give it to the rich? Do we throw war heroes and elderly women into the streets? Do we just take away their home after they've worked a lifetime to pay it off? Do we just bulldoze their dreams to create yet another strip mall? They were all looking at old man Rinsky now. Even Adam was starting to well up for real. Sure, he had left some parts out, how they had offered to pay the Rinskys more than the house was worth, for example. But this wasn't about being balanced. Attorneys take sides. The other side, if and when they responded, would give their spin. You were supposed to be biased. That was how the system worked. Someone snapped a photograph of old man Rinsky, then someone else. Hands were raised for questions. A reporter shouted out asking old man Rinsky how he felt. He played it smart, looking lost and fragile, not so much angry as bewildered. He shrugged, held up the picture of his wife, and simply said, "Eunice wants to spend her last days here." Game, set, match, Adam thought. Let the other side spin the facts all they want. The sound bite belonged to them. The better story. And that was really what the media always wanted. Not the truest story, but the best. Belonged to them. What would make a more compelling narrative? A big conglomerate throwing a war hero and his ill wife out of their home? Or a stubborn old man who is preventing rejuvenation by not taking money and moving into better digs? It wouldn't be close. A half hour later, with the reporters gone, Gribble smiled and tapped Adam on the shoulder. "It's Mayor Gush for you." Adam took the phone. "Hello, Mr. Mayor. You think this is going to work?" "The Today Show just called. They want us to come in tomorrow morning for an exclusive interview. I said not yet." It was a bluff, but a pretty good one. "You know how fast the news cycle is nowadays?" Gush countered. "We can ride it out." "Oh, I don't think so," Adam said. "Why not?" "Because for now, we have decided to make our case impersonal and corporate, but our next move will be to take it a step further." "Meaning?" "Meaning that we will reveal that the mayor, who is working so hard to throw an old couple out of their home, may have a personal grudge against an honest cop who once arrested him, even though he let him go." Silence. Then, "I was a teenager." "Yeah, I'm sure that will play well in the press." "You don't know who you're messing with, pal." "I think I have a pretty good idea," Adam said. Gush? What? Build your new village around the house. It's doable. Oh, and have a nice day. Everyone had cleared out of the Rinskys' house. Adam heard the clacking of a keyboard in the breakfast nook off the kitchen. When he entered the room, he was taken aback by the sheer amount of technology that surrounded him. There were 2 big-screen computers and a laser printer sitting on the Formica desk. One wall was entirely corked. Photographs, clippings from newspapers, and articles printed off the Internet were hung on it with pushpins. Rinsky had reading glasses low on his nose. The reflection of the screen made the blue in his eyes deepen. "What's all this?" Adam asked. "Just keeping busy." He leaned back and took off the glasses. "It's a hobby." "Surfing the web?" "Not exactly." He pointed behind him. "See this photograph?" It was a picture of a girl with her eyes closed, who Adam guessed was probably between 18 and 20. "Is she dead?" "Since 1984, Rinsky said. "Her body was found in Madison, Wisconsin." "A student?" "Doubt it," he said. "You'd think a student would be easy to identify. No one ever has." "She's a Jane Doe?" "Right. So you see, me and some fellas online, we crowdsource the problem. Share information." "You're solving cold cases?" "Well, we try." He gave Adam his aw shucks smile. "Like I said, it's a hobby. Keeps an old cop busy." "Hey, I have a quick question for you." Rinsky gestured for Adam to go ahead. "I have a witness I need to reach. I'm a firm believer in doing it in person." "Always better," Rinsky agreed. "Right, but I'm not sure if she's home or not, and I don't want to warn her or ask her to meet me." "You want to surprise her?" "Right." "What's her name?" "Suzanne Hope," Adam said. "You have her phone number?" "Yeah, and he found it for me online." "Okay, how far away does she live?" "Probably a 20-minute drive." "Give me the number." Rinsky stuck out his hand and wiggled his fingers. "I'll show you a clever little cop technique you can use, but I'd appreciate it if you kept it to yourself." Adam handed him the phone. Rinsky lowered his reading glasses back down his nose, picked up the kind of black telephone Adam hadn't seen since his childhood, and dialed the number. "Don't worry," he said. "I got a block on my caller ID." 2 rings later, a woman's voice answered. "Hello?" "Suzanne Hope." "Who's asking?" "I work for the Acme Chimney Cleaning Service." "Not interested. Take me off your list." Click. Rinsky shrugged and smiled. "She's home." Chapter 23. The drive took exactly 20 minutes. Adam pulled up to one of those sad garden apartment complexes of monotonous brick that catered to young couples saving up to buy a first home and divorced dads who were broke and or wanted to stay near the kids. He found apartment 9B and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" It was a woman's voice. She hadn't opened the door. "Suzanne Hope?" "What do you want?" He actually hadn't planned for this. For some strange reason, he had figured that she'd open the door and invite him in, and then he could explain his reason for coming here, even though he still wasn't sure what that reason was. Suzanne Hope was a potential thin thread, a tenuous connection to what had led Corinne to run off. Maybe he could gently pull on the thread and, to mix metaphors, learn something. "My name is Adam Price," he said to the closed door. "My wife is Corinne." Silence. "Do you remember her, Corinne Price?" "She's not here," the voice he assumed was Suzanne Hope's said. "I didn't think she was," he replied, though now that he thought about it, perhaps he had held out the smallest unspoken hope that finding Corinne would be that easy. "What do you want?" "Can we talk a second?" "What about?" About Corinne. This isn't my business. Shouting through a door felt distant, of course, but Suzanne Hope was clearly not yet comfortable opening it. He didn't want to push it and lose her completely. "What is not your business?" he asked. "You and Corinne? Whatever troubles you're having?" "What makes you think we're having troubles? Why else would you be here?" Why, indeed. Score one for Suzanne Hope. "Do you know where Corinne is?" Down the concrete path and to the right, a postal worker eyed Adam with suspicion. Not surprising. He had thought about the divorced dads who show up here, but of course there were divorced moms, too. Adam tried to nod at the postal worker to show him that he meant no harm, but that didn't seem to help. "Why would I know?" the voice asked. "She's missing," Adam said. "I'm trying to find her." Several seconds passed. Adam took a step back and kept his hands at his sides, trying to look as unthreatening as possible. Eventually, the door opened a crack. The chain was still in place, but now he could see a sliver of Suzanne Hope's face. He still wanted to come inside and sit down, talk to her face to face, engage, disarm, distract, whatever it would take. But if a chain made Suzanne Hope feel safe, then so be it. "When was the last time you saw Corinne?" he asked her. "A long time ago." "How long?" Adam saw her eyes look up to the right. He didn't necessarily buy the idea that you could tell lies by the way the eyes move, but he did know that when someone's eyes look up and to the right, it usually indicated that the person was visually remembering things, as opposed to the left, which meant visually constructing things. Of course, like most generalizations, you couldn't really count on it, and visually constructing did not mean lying. If you asked someone to think of a purple cow, that would lead to visual construction, which isn't a lie or deception. Either way, he didn't think she was lying. "Maybe 2-3 years ago." "Where?" "It was a Starbucks." "So you haven't seen her since?" "Since the time she figured out I was lying about being pregnant," she finished for him. "That's right." Adam hadn't expected that answer. "No phone calls?" "No phone calls, no emails, no letters, nothing. I'm sorry I can't help you." The postal worker kept moving, kept delivering the mail, kept eyeing Adam. Adam put his hands to his eyes to shade the sun. "Corinne followed your lead, you know." "What do you mean?" she asked. "You know what I mean." Through the crack in the door, he could see Suzanne Hope nod. "She did ask me a lot of questions." "What kind of questions?" "Where did I buy the prosthetic belly? How did I get the sonogram pictures? Stuff like that." "So you directed her to fakeapregnancy.com. Suzanne Hope put her left hand against the frame of the door. "I didn't direct her anywhere." Her voice had a little snap in it now. "That's not what I meant. Corinne asked, and I told her about it. That's all. But yeah, she was almost too curious, like we were kindred spirits." "I'm not following." "I thought she'd judge me. I mean, most people would, right? Who could blame them? Weird lady pretending she's pregnant. But it was like we were kindred spirits. She got me right away." Wonderful, Adam thought. But he kept the sarcasm to himself. "If I may be so bold," he said slowly, "how much did you lie to my wife?" "What do you mean?" "For one thing," he pointed to the hand on the doorframe, "there's no wedding band on your finger." "Wow, aren't you a real-life Sherlock?" "Were you even married?" "Yes." He could hear the regret in her voice, and for a moment he thought she would slip that hand back inside and slam the door shut. "I'm sorry," Adam said. "I didn't mean—" "It was his fault, you know." "What was?" "That we couldn't have kids." So you'd think Harold would have been more sympathetic, right? He was the one with the low sperm count, shooting blanks, bad swimmers. I never blamed him. It was his fault, but it wasn't his fault, if you know what I mean. I do, he said. So you've never really been pregnant? Never, she said, and he could hear the devastation in her voice. You told Corinne you had a stillborn. I thought maybe she'd understand better if I said that, or, well, not understand. Just the opposite, really, that she would sympathize anyway. But I wanted to be pregnant so badly, and maybe that was my fault. Harold saw that. It made him withdraw. Maybe. Or maybe he never really loved me. I don't know anymore, but I always wanted kids. Even as a little girl, I wanted a big family. My sister Sarah, who swore she'd never have any, well, she has 3. And I remember how happy she was when she was pregnant, how she glowed. I guess I just wanted to see what it was like. Sarah said being pregnant made her feel like somebody important, everyone always asking when the baby was due and wishing her luck and all that, so one day I did it. Pretended you were pregnant. Suzanne nodded in the doorframe. As a gag, really, just to see what it would be like. And Sarah was right. People held doors for me. They wanted to carry my groceries or give me their parking spot. They asked me how I was doing and really seemed to care about the answer. People get hooked on drugs, right? They get hooked on highs. And I read it's all because of some dopamine release. Well, that's what this did. It was a dopamine release for me. Do you still do it? He asked, though he didn't know why he cared. Suzanne Hope had pointed his wife toward the website. He had already figured that out. There was nothing really new to learn here. No, she said. Like all addicts, I stopped when I hit rock bottom. Do you mind my asking when that was? 4 months ago, when Harold found out and discarded me like an old tissue. I'm sorry, he said. Don't be. It's for the best. I'm in therapy now, and while I own this illness, it's me, not anyone else. Harold didn't love me. That's what I realize now. Maybe he never did. I don't know. Or maybe it's because he started resenting me. A man can't have a child, and it hits home with his manhood. So maybe that's it. But either way, I looked for validation elsewhere. Our relationship had become toxic. I'm sorry, said Adam. It doesn't matter. You didn't come to hear about that. Suffice it to say, I'm happy I didn't pay the money. Maybe that guy telling Harold my secret was the best thing to happen to me. A chill started somewhere in Adam's chest and spread to his fingers. His voice seemed to be coming from somewhere else, somewhere far away. What guy? What? You said a guy told your husband your secret? He said. What guy? Oh, my God. Suzanne Hope finally opened the door and looked at him in anguish. He told you, too. Chapter 24. Adam sat on the couch across from Suzanne Hope. Her apartment had white walls and white furniture, and yet somehow it seemed dark and depressing. There were windows, but little natural light seeped in. There were no visible stains or dirt, and yet the apartment felt grimy. The artwork, if that was what one would call it, would be considered too generic for a Motel 6. Is that how you found out about the fake pregnancy? Suzanne Hope asked. Did that guy visit you too? He sat there, still feeling that chill. Suzanne Hope had her hair piled high in what might have started as a bun. A tortoiseshell hair clip kept what was left in place. A ton of bracelets adorned her right wrist, gypsy style, and whenever she moved, they jingled. Her eyes were big and wide and blinked a lot, the kind of eyes that had probably made her appear eager and animated in her youth, though now they looked as though she were awaiting a blow. Adam leaned forward. "You said you didn't pay the money." "That's right. Tell me what happened." Suzanne Hope stood. "Would you like some wine?" "No." "I probably shouldn't have any either." "What happened, Suzanne?" She looked longingly toward the kitchen. Adam remembered another rule of interrogation, if not life. Alcohol lowers inhibitions. It makes people talk. And while scientists debate this, Adam was convinced that it was also a truth serum. Either way, if he accepted her hospitality, she would probably be more apt to talk. "Maybe a small glass," he said. "White or red?" "Either." She headed toward the kitchen with a bounce in her step that felt out of place in this depressing apartment. As she reached into the refrigerator, Suzanne said, "I work part-time as a cashier at Kohl's. I like it. I get an employee discount, and the people there are nice." She took out 2 glasses and started to pour. "So, one day I go outside for my lunch break. They have these picnic tables in the back. I go out there, and this guy in a baseball cap is waiting for me." Baseball cap. He swallowed. "What did he look like?" "Young, white, skinny, kind of a geek." I know this sounds odd, especially with what happened next, but he had a nice way about him, like he was my friend. He had this smile that made me relax a little bit. She poured the wine. "So, what happened?" Adam asked. Out of nowhere, he just says, "Does your husband know?" I stop and say, "Excuse me?" Something like that. And he says, "Does your husband know you faked your pregnancy?" Suzanne picked up one of the glasses and took a deep sip. Adam stood and walked toward her. She handed him the glass and then made a motion to clink glasses. He did so. "Go on," Adam said. "He asked me if my husband knew about my lie. I asked him who he was. He didn't say. He just said something about the stranger who reveals truth, something like that. He says he has proof I've been lying about being pregnant. At first I figured that he had seen me at Bookends or Starbucks, like Corinne. But I hadn't seen him before, and something in the way he spoke, it just didn't add up to that." Suzanne Hope took another sip. He took one, too. The wine tasted like fish ass. "So the guy says that he wants $5,000. He says if I pay it, he'll go away, and I'll never see him again. Though, this was really odd. He said that I couldn't lie again." "What did he mean?" "That's what he said. He said, here's the deal. You pay me $5,000 and stop faking the pregnancy, and I'll go away for good. But if I kept up the deception," that was the word he used, deception, "he would tell my husband the truth. He also promised it was a one-time payment." "What did you say?" "First, I asked him how I knew I could trust him. If I gave him the money, how did I know he wouldn't ask for more?" "How did he respond to that?" "He gave me that smile again and said, 'That's not what we do. That's not how we operate.' And this is weird. I believed him. Maybe it was the smile, maybe not, I don't know, but I think he was being straight with me." "But you didn't pay, did you?" "How did you know?" "Oh, wait, I already told you." Funny. At first I started thinking, how am I going to get that kind of money? And then, when I stopped and thought about it, I thought, wait, what did I do wrong here? I lied to a bunch of strangers. It's not like I lied to Harold, right? Adam took another sip. Taste be damned. Right. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I was calling the guy's bluff. Maybe I didn't care, or heck, maybe I wanted him to tell Harold. The truth will set you free, right? Maybe that's what I wanted in the end. Harold would see this as a cry for help. He'd show me more attention.
But that wasn't what happened, Adam said.
Not even close, she said. I don't know when or how the guy told Harold, but he did. He gave Harold some web link so he could see all the stuff I ordered from that pregnancy-faking website. Harold went ballistic. I thought it would open his eyes to my pain, but really it did the opposite. It played into all his insecurities. All that stuff about not being a real man. It all came roaring to a head. It's complicated, you know. A man is supposed to spread his seed, and if the seed isn't any good, well, it goes right to his core. Stupid.
She took another sip and looked him straight in the eye.
I'm surprised,
Suzanne said.
Surprised about what? That Corinne made the same choice. I would have figured that she'd pay the money.
What makes you say that? Suzanne shrugged.
Because she loved you. Because she had so much to lose.
Chapter 25. Could it be that simple? Could it all be a blackmail scam that went south? The stranger had gone to Suzanne Hope and asked for money in exchange for silence. She refused to pay. The stranger then told her husband about faking the pregnancy. Was that what happened with Corinne and Adam? On the one hand, it made perfect sense. The Hopes had been blackmailed. Why couldn't it have happened to Corinne and him? You ask for money, you don't get it, you tell. That's how blackmail works. But as Adam started on his way back home, as he let the reality of what he'd just heard roll around in his head, something about it all didn't feel right. He couldn't put his finger on it. For some reason, something about the obvious blackmail theory didn't quite pass the smell test. Corinne was driven and smart. She was a worrier and a planner. If the stranger had threatened her with blackmail, and if she had made the decision not to pay up, Corinne, ever the perfect student, would have been prepared. Yet when Adam confronted her after the stranger's visit, Corinne had been at a loss. She had no ready answer. She weakly tried to stall. There was no doubt in his mind that Corinne had been surprised. Why? If she'd been blackmailed, wouldn't she have at least suspected that the stranger would tell Adam? She had also reacted by, what, running away? Did that make sense? She had run so quickly and haphazardly, barely contacting him and the school, and, most surprisingly of all, just leaving the boys in the lurch. That wasn't Corinne. Something else was going on here. He did a mental rewind to the night at the American Legion Hall. He thought about the stranger. He thought about the young blonde woman with him. He thought about how calm and concerned the stranger seemed. The stranger took no joy in telling Adam what Corinne had done. Nothing about him indicated psycho or even socio. But then again, he hadn't seemed businesslike either. For the 100th time that day, Adam checked the phone locator app, hoping that Corinne had charged her phone back up since her visit to Pittsburgh. He wondered again whether she had chosen to stay there or was just traveling through. He bet traveling through. He also bet that she had realized somewhere along the way that one of the boys would put together that they could find her on the phone locator, so she had simply turned off the power or maybe found a way to turn off the app. Okay, so if Corinne were traveling from Cedarfield through Pittsburgh, where would she be going? He didn't have a clue, but something was really, really wrong. Duh. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Still, Corinne had told him to stay away. Shouldn't he listen to that? Should he sit back and see how it all played out? Or was the threat too real to be idle? Should he get help? Should he contact the police? Or just let it be? Adam couldn't say which side of the fence he would have fallen on. Both options were fraught with problems, but suddenly, as he made the turn onto his street, that didn't seem like an issue anymore.
As he pulled up to his house, Adam noticed 3 men standing on the curb in front of his lawn. One was his neighbor, Cal Gottesman, who was pushing those glasses up his nose. The other 2 were Trip Evans and Bob Gaston Bain. What the... For a moment, just a split second, Adam expected the worst. Something horrible had happened to Corinne. But no, these guys wouldn't be the ones to tell him. Len Gilman, the town cop, who also had 2 kids in the lax program, would be the one. As if someone had heard his thoughts, a squad car with the words Cedar Field Police Department emblazoned across the sides turned onto the road and slid into the spot where the 3 men were standing. Len Gilman was in the driver's seat. Adam felt his heart drop. He quickly put the car in park and swung the car door open. Gilman was doing the same. When Adam stood, his knees almost gave way. On teetering legs, he sprinted toward where the 4 men had congregated, on the curb right in front of Adam's house. All 4 men looked at him solemnly. "We need to talk," Len Gilman said. Chapter 26. Beechwood, Ohio, Police Chief Joanna Griffin had never been to a homicide scene. She had seen her share of dead bodies, of course. Plenty of people called the police when they found that a loved one had died of natural causes. Same with a drug overdose or a suicide, so yeah, Joanna had been around death and then some. There had also been a fair number of gory car crashes over the years. 2 months ago, a semi cut across the divider line, and when it slammed into a Ford Fiesta, the car's driver had been decapitated, and his wife's skull had been crushed like a styrofoam cup. Bloody and gross and even dead didn't bother Joanna. But boy, this did. Why? First off, murder. It was just hard to get around the word. Murder. Say it out loud and feel the chill. Nothing compared, really. It was one thing to lose your life to illness or accident, but to have your life snatched away from you intentionally, to have a fellow human being actually decide to snuff out your very existence, that just offended on so many levels. It was an obscenity. It was something beyond a crime. It was playing God in the most ungodly way possible. But even that, Joanna might have been able to live with. Joanna tried to keep her breath steady, but she could feel it coming in hurried gulps. She stared down at the corpse. Heidi Dan stared back up out of unblinking eyes. There was a bullet hole in Heidi's forehead. A second bullet, or maybe the first bullet, come to think of it, had blown away her kneecap. Heidi had bled out on the oriental carpet she'd bought for a song from a guy named Ravi, who sold them out of a truck in front of the Whole Foods. Joanna had half-heartedly chased Ravi off more than once, but Ravi, who gave his customers great value and a ready smile, always came back. The rookie working with her, a kid named Norbert Pendergast, was trying not to look too excited. He sidled up to Joanna, said, "The county guys are on their way. They're going to take this away from us, aren't they?" They would, Joanna knew. Local cops in this area spent most of their days dealing with traffic violations and bicycle licenses and maybe a domestic dispute. Major crimes, like murder, were handled by the county police. So, yep, in a few minutes the big boys would come in, swinging their little dicks to make sure everyone knew they were in charge now. They would cast her aside, and not to sound overly melodramatic, but this was her town. Joanna had grown up here. She knew the lay of the land, and she knew the people. She knew, for example, that Heidi loved to dance and played a great game of bridge and had a naughty, contagious laugh. She knew that Heidi enjoyed experimenting with weird color nail polish, that her favorite TV shows of all time were The Mary Tyler Moore Show and Breaking Bad. Yep, that was Heidi. And that she had bought the oriental rug on which she had bled out from Ravi in front of the Whole Foods for $400. "Norbert?" "Yeah." "So where's Marty?" Joanna asked. "Who?" the husband?" Norbert pointed behind him. "He's in the kitchen." Joanna hoisted up her pants. No matter how hard she tried, the pants waist on the police uniform never quite fit right, and started toward the kitchen. Marty's pale face tilted up when she entered as though pulled on a string. His eyes were shattered marbles. "Joanna?" The voice was hollow and ghost-like. "I'm so sorry, Marty. I don't understand." "Let's take it a step at a time." Joanna pulled out the kitchen chair across from him. Yes, that had been Heidi's chair, and sat down. "I need to ask you some questions, Marty. That okay with you?" The county swinging dicks would spend a long time looking at Marty as the perp. He hadn't done it. Joanna knew that. But there'd be no point in trying to explain, because the truth was, she knew because, well, she knew. The county dicks would laugh that off and talk about the percentage of murders like this being committed by the husband. Fine with her. And who knew? Maybe they were right. They weren't. But either way, the county dicks could go in that direction. She'd try others. Marty nodded numbly. "Yeah, okay. So, you just got home, right?" "Yeah, I was at a convention in Columbus." No reason to ask for confirmation. The county dicks could chase that down. "So, what happened?" "I parked in the driveway." His voice was flat and very far away somehow, beyond detached. "I opened the door with my key. I called out to Heidi. I knew she was home because her car was there. I walked into the den and—" Marty's face twisted into something barely human, and then collapsed into something all too human. Normally Joanna would give a grieving spouse time to recover, but the county dicks would be here soon. "Marty," he tried to regain his composure. "Is anything missing?" "What? Like in a robbery?" "I don't think so. I don't see anything missing. But I didn't really look." A robbery, she knew, was unlikely. The contents of the house didn't have a lot of value, for one thing. For another, Heidi's engagement ring, which Joanna knew had been her grandmother's and was the most expensive thing she owned, was still on her finger. A thief would have taken that for certain. "Marty?" "Yeah?" "Who's the first person to pop into your head?" "What do you mean?" "Who might have done this?" Marty stopped and thought about it. Then his face twisted up again. "You know my Heidi, Joanna?" "No," still using the present tense. "She doesn't have an enemy in the world." Joanna took out her notepad. She opened it to an empty page and stared at it, and hoped that no one would see her eyes well up. "Think, Marty." "I am." He let out a moan. "Oh, my God, I have to tell Kimberly and the boys. How am I going to tell them?" "I can help with that, if you'd like." Marty leapt on that like onto a lifeboat. "Would you?" He was a nice guy, Joanna thought, but no way had he ever been good enough for someone like Heidi. Heidi was special. Heidi was the kind of person who always made everyone around her feel special. Simply put, Heidi was magic. "The kids adore you, you know. So did Heidi. She'd want you to be the one." Joanna kept her eyes on the blank page. "Has anything happened lately?" "What, you mean anything like this?" "I mean anything like anything. Have you gotten any frightening calls? Did Heidi get in an argument with someone at Macy's? Did someone cut her off in traffic on 271? Did she give someone the finger when they cut the line at Jack's? Anything?" He slowly shook his head. "Come on, Marty. Think."
"Nothing,"
he said. He looked up at her, his face lined with anguish.
"I got nothing." "What's going on here?"
The authoritative voice came from behind her, and Joanna knew that her time was up. She stood and faced two county dicks. She introduced herself. They eyed her as though she might steal silverware, and then they told her that they would take over now. And so they would. Joanna would let them. They had experience at this, and Heidi deserved the best. Joanna headed out, content to let the homicide detectives do their thing. But she'd be damned if that meant she wasn't going to do her thing, too. Chapter 27. "Are your kids home?" Len Gilman asked. Adam shook his head. The five of them still standing on the curb. Len Gilman didn't look like a cop, though he had the gruff part down to an art form. He reminded Adam of one of those aging motorcycle gang members who still wears leather and hangs out in dive bars. Gilman's graying handlebar mustache had yellow nicotine stains. He favored short-sleeved shirts even when in uniform, and had enough hair on his arms to be mistaken for a bear. For a moment, no one moved. Just 5 town dads hanging by the curb on a Thursday night. This made no sense, Adam thought, and maybe that was a good thing. If Len Gilman had come here in his capacity as a police officer to deliver the worst kind of news, why would he be bringing Tripp, Gaston, and Cal with him? "Maybe we could go inside," Len said, "and talk. What's this about? It's better if we do this in private." Adam was tempted to say that they were in private, on the curb in front of his lawn where no one else could hear them. But Len was already starting up the walk, and Adam didn't want to do anything that might delay the conversation any more. The other 3 men waited for Adam. Gaston had his head down, studying the grass. Cal was jittery, but that was pretty much his default state. Tripp was noncommittal. Adam moved in behind Len, the other 3 trailing on the path. When they got to the door, Len stepped aside and let Adam use the key. Jersey the dog rushed toward them, nails clacking on the hardwood, but perhaps sensing something wasn't quite right, her greeting was muted and perfunctory. Jersey quickly sized up the situation and slinked back to the kitchen. The house fell into silence, the kind of silence that seemed deliberate, as though even the walls and furniture were conspiring to keep everything still. Adam didn't bother with niceties. He didn't ask anyone if they wanted to take a seat or have a drink. Len Gilman headed into the living room, as though he either owned the place or was a cop comfortable in his own skin. "What's going on?" Adam asked. Len did the talking for the group. "Where is Corinne?" 2 things hit Adam at once. First, relief. If she'd been hurt or worse, Len would know where she is. So, whatever was going on here, even if it was something bad, it wasn't the worst-case scenario. Second, fear. Because, yes, Corinne seemed safe for the moment, but whatever this visit entailed, by both this show of force and the tone of Len's voice, it was indeed going to be something bad. "She's not home," Adam said. "Yes, we can see that. Would you mind telling us where she is? Would you mind telling me why you want to know?" Len Gilman kept his gaze on Adam. The other men stood and shifted their feet. "Why don't we sit down?" Adam was about to protest that this was his house and that he'd tell everyone when or where to sit, but that seemed pointless and a waste of energy. Len collapsed with a sigh in the big chair usually reserved for Adam. Adam noted that it was probably a power move, but again, no reason to fret over the irrelevant. The other 3 men sat on the couch like the speak no, hear no, see no monkeys. Adam stayed standing. What the hell is going on? Adam asked again. Len Gilman stroked his handlebar mustache as though it were a small pet. I just want to make something clear right off the bat. I'm here in my role as a friend and a neighbor. I'm not here as a chief of police. Oh, that's encouraging. Len ignored the sarcasm and continued. So, as a friend and neighbor, I'm telling you that we are looking for Corinne. And as a friend and neighbor, not to mention a concerned husband, I'm asking you why. Len Gilman nodded, buying time, trying to figure how to play this. I know Tripp stopped by here yesterday. Right. He mentioned that we had a lacrosse board meeting. Len Gilman then stopped talking, doing that cop thing where you wait and hope your subject says something. Adam knew the technique all too well from his days in the prosecutor's office. He also knew that those who played it back, who tried to outwit the cop, were usually hiding something. Adam wasn't. He also wanted to move this along, so he said, Right, again. Corinne didn't come to the meeting. She didn't show. So what? Does she need an absence note from a parent? Don't be a wise ass, Adam. Len was right. He needed to clamp down on the sarcasm. Are you a member of the board, Len? Adam asked. I'm a member at large. What's that mean? Len smiled and spread his hands. Damned if I know. Tripp is the president, Bob here is the VP, and Cal is the secretary. I know, and man, am I impressed. Again he scolded himself for the tone. This wasn't the time. But I still don't know why you're all looking for Corinne. And we don't know why we can't find her, Len countered, spreading his meaty paws. It's a mystery, isn't it? We've texted her, we've emailed her, we've called her mobile and your house. Heck, I even stopped by the school. Did you know that? Adam bit back his reply. Corinne wasn't there. She was absent, and there was no absence note from a parent, so I talked to Tom. Tom Gorman was the principal. He, too, lived in town and had 3 kids. Towns like this got ridiculously incestuous. He says, Corinne normally has the best attendance record of any teacher in the district, but suddenly she's a no-show. He was concerned. Len? Yes? Can you cut the crap and tell me why you're all so anxious to find my wife? Len looked over at the 3 monkeys on the couch. Bob's face was set in stone. Cal was busy cleaning his glasses. That left it up to Tripp Evans. Tripp cleared his throat and said, There seems to be some discrepancies with the lacrosse financials. Boom. Or maybe the opposite of boom. The house grew even quieter. Adam was sure that he could actually hear his own heart beating in his chest. He found the seat behind him and lowered himself onto it. What are you talking about? But of course he already knew, didn't he? Bob now found his voice. What do you think we're talking about? He half-snapped. There's money missing from the account. Cal nodded just to do something. And you think... Adam didn't finish the thought. First off, it was obvious what they thought. 2, it would not do to even voice such a ridiculous accusation. But was it ridiculous? Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Len said, playing Mr. Reasonable. Right now, we just want to talk to Corinne. As I told you before, I'm here as a friend, a neighbor, and maybe a board member. That's why we are all here. We're Corinne's friends, and yours. We want to keep this between us. Lots of nods. Meaning what? Meaning, Len said, leaning forward in a conspiratorial way, that if the books get straightened out, that will be the end of it. It stays in this room. No questions will be asked. If the discrepancies go away, if the ledger is made whole again, well, We don't really care about the hows or whys. We all move on. Adam stayed quiet. Organizations are all the same. Cover-ups and lies. The greater good and all that. Through his confusion and fear, part of Adam couldn't help but feel disgust. But that was beside the point. He needed to be very careful here. Despite Len Gilman's twice-repeated friend, neighbor, board member spiel, he was a cop. He wasn't here as a nicety. He was here to gather information. Adam had to be careful how much he gave him. This discrepancy, Adam said. How large is it? Very, Len Gilman said. In terms of, sorry, that's confidential. You can't seriously believe that Corinne would do anything right now, Len Gilman said. We just need to talk to her. Adam stayed silent. Where is she, Adam? He couldn't tell them, of course. He couldn't even try to explain. The attorney in him took over. How many times had he warned his own client not to talk? How many convictions had he nailed because some idiot tried to talk his way out of it? Adam, I think you guys better leave now. Chapter 28. Dan Molino tried not to cry as he watched his son Kenny line up for the 40-yard dash. Kenny was a high school senior and one of the top football prospects in the state. He had a breakout senior year, gaining notice and respect among the big-time scouts. And now here he was, warming up for the final combine event. Dan stood in the bleachers, feeling that familiar rush, that parental high, as he watched his big son, Kenny was 285 pounds now, getting ready to put his feet in the starting blocks. Dan was a big guy, too, 6'2", 240. He'd also played some ball back in the day, all-state linebacker, but he'd been a step too slow and a size too small to go Division I. He started up his own business in freelance furniture delivery 25 years ago, and now Dan owned 2 trucks and had 9 guys working for him. The big stores, they often had their own delivery fleet. Dan specialized in taking care of the little mom-and-pop shops, though there seemed to be less and less of them every day. The big chains were squeezing them out, just like the big boys like UPS and FedEx were squeezing him. Still, Dan made a living. A few of those big chain mattress stores had recently decided to cut back on their own fleet, found it cheaper to hire a local guy like Dan. It helped. So, okay, Dan wasn't killing it, but he was doing fine. He and Carly had a nice place in Sparta, off the lake. They had 3 kids. Ronald was the youngest. He was 12. Karen was a freshman, getting to that stage when the sass and puberty kicked in and the boys started noticing. Dan hoped that he'd survive it. And then there was Kenny, his firstborn, the high school senior who was poised to get a full ride to a major college football program. Alabama and Ohio State were showing interest already. If Kenny could just nail this 40-yard dash. Watching his son, Dan felt his eyes water up. Always happened. It was kind of embarrassing the way he'd react like this. Couldn't help it, though. He'd started wearing sunglasses to Kenny's high school games so no one would see, but that hadn't helped when they were inside and Kenny was getting some award, like when they named him MVP at the team dinner, and Dan sitting there, and boom, there it came, the eyes watering up, sometimes even a tear or two running down the cheek. When someone would notice, Dan would say allergies or that he had a cold or some such thing. Who knows, maybe they bought that line. Carly loved this part of him, calling him her sensitive teddy bear, or giving him a big hug. Whatever else Dan had done, whatever mistakes he'd made in his life, he had hit the biggest bottom of the 9th homer when Carly Applegate had chosen him to be her life partner. In truth, Dan didn't think that Carly had been quite as lucky. Eddie Thompson had liked her back in the day. Eddie's family got in early on McDonald's chains, made a fortune. They were always in the town paper now, Eddie and his wife, Melinda, doing some charity thing or whatever. Carly never said anything, but Dan knew it bugged her. Or maybe that was just Dan's own issues. He didn't know anymore. Dan only knew that when he saw his kids do something special like play football or win awards, his eyes watered up. He was an easy cry, and he tried to hide that. But Carly knew the truth and loved him for it. Dan was wearing sunglasses today, that was for sure. With the big-time scouts keeping a watchful eye, Kenny had done really well in the other tests, the vertical jump, the 7-on-7, that trench warfare thing. Still, the 40-yard dash would clinch it for him, a full ride to some big-time university, Ohio State, Penn State, Alabama, maybe even, oh man, it was almost too much to even let himself think about it. Notre Dame. The Notre Dame scout was here, and Dan couldn't help noticing that the guy had been keeping tabs on Kenny. Just one last dash. Just beat 5.2 and Kenny was golden. That was what they said. If a prospect was slower than that, the scouts lost interest, even if he was great at everything else. They wanted a 5.2 or better. If Kenny did that, if Kenny could just run this one race at his best time, you know, don't you? The unfamiliar voice startled him for a second, but Dan just figured that the guy hadn't been talking to him. Still, when he sneaked a look, he could see some stranger was staring directly into Dan's sunglassed eyes. Little guy, Dan thought, but then again, everyone looked little to Dan. Not short, just small. Small hands, thin arms, almost frail. The guy who was staring at him now stuck out here because it was so clear he didn't belong. There was nothing football about him. Too little, too nerdy. Big baseball cap pulled down too low. And that soft, friendly smile. "You talking to me?" Dan asked. "Yes." "I'm kind of busy here." The guy kept smiling as Dan slowly turned back toward the track. On the field, Kenny was putting his feet in the blocks. Dan watched and waited for his personal waterworks to begin. But for once, his eyes stayed dry. Dan risked the glance back. The guy was still smiling and staring. "What's your problem?" "It can wait till after the race, Dan." "What can wait?" "How do you know my—" "Shh! Let's see how he does." On the field, someone shouted, "On your mark, get set," and then the gun went off. Dan's head snapped back toward his son. Kenny got a good jump off the start and began pounding down his lane like a runaway truck. Dan smiled. Try getting in the way of that, he thought. Kenny would mow you down like a blade of grass. The race lasted only scant seconds, but it felt much longer. One of Dan's new drivers, some kid working off a student loan, sent an article that said time slows when you're having new experiences. Well, this was new. Maybe that's why the seconds ticked away so slowly. Dan was watching his boy, heading for a personal best time in the 40, and in doing so, locking in a full ride to someplace special, someplace Dan could never have gone. And when Kenny crossed the finish line with a record time of 5.07, Dan knew that the tears would start coming. Except they didn't. "Great time," the little guy said. "You must be so proud." "You bet I am." Dan faced the stranger straight on now. Screw this guy. This was one of the greatest moments, maybe the greatest, of Dan's life. And he'd be damned if he'd let some dork get in the way. "Do I know you?" "No." "You a scout?" The stranger smiled. "Do I look like a scout, Dan?" "How do you know my name?" "I know lots of things. Here." The stranger held out a manila envelope. "What's this?" "You know, don't you?" "I don't know who the hell you think—" "It's just hard to believe no one has ever raised this with you before." "Raised what?" "I mean, Look at your son. Dan spun back toward the track. Kenny had this huge smile on his face, looking toward the sideline for his father's approval. Now Dan's tears started to come. He waved, and his boy, who didn't go out carousing at night, who didn't drink or smoke pot or hang out with a bad crowd, who still, and no one believed it, preferred hanging out with his old man, watching the game or some movie on Netflix, waved back. His weight was, 230 last year? The stranger said. He put on 55 pounds, and no one noticed? Dan frowned, even as he felt his heart drop.
It's called puberty, asshole. It's called working out hard.
No, Dan. It's called Winstrol. It's called a PED.
What?
Performance-enhancing drug, better known to the layman as steroids. Dan turned and moved right up into the little stranger's face. The stranger just kept smiling.
What did you say?
Don't make me repeat myself, Dan. It's all in the manila folder. Your son went to Silk Road. You know what that is? The deep web? The online underworld economy? Bitcoin? I don't know if you gave Kenny your blessing or if your son paid for it on his own, but you know the truth, don't you? Dan just stood there. What do you think all these scouts are going to say when that file goes public?
You're full of it. You're making this up. This is all
$10,000, Dan.
What?
I don't want to go into this in detail right now. You'll see all the proof in that manila envelope. Kenny started with Winstrol. That was his main PED. But he also took Anadrol and Decadurabolin. You'll see how often he bought it, his method of payment, even the IP address on your home computer. Kenny started taking them junior year, so all those trophies, all those victories, all those stats, well, if the truth comes out, they'll all go away, Dan. All those congratulatory slaps on the back when you go into O'Malley's pub. All those well-wishers. All those townspeople who think so highly of the nice boy you raised. What are they going to think of you when they find out your son cheated? What are they going to think of Carly? Dan put his finger on the little guy's chest.
Are you threatening me?
No, Dan. I'm asking for $10,000. A one-time payment. You know I could demand a lot more. What with how much college costs nowadays? So consider yourself lucky. Then the voice that always brought the tears sounded to his right. Dad? Kenny was jogging over with a look of joy and hope on his face. Dan just froze and stared at his son, unable to move for a moment. I'm going to leave you now, Dan. All the information is in that manila envelope I just gave you. Look at it when you get home. What happens tomorrow is up to you, but for right now... The stranger gestured toward Kenny, coming toward them. Why don't you enjoy this special moment with your son? Chapter 29. The American Legion Hall was close to the relative bustle of downtown Cedarfield. This made it a tempting place to park when the limited metered spots on the streets filled up. To combat this, the American Legion powers that be hired a local guy, John Bonner, to guard the lot. Bonner had grown up in this town, had even been captain of the basketball team his senior year, but somewhere along the way mental health issues began to gnaw at his edges before they moved inside and settled in for the long haul. Now Bonner was the closest thing to what Cedarfield might call a homeless guy. He spent his nights at Pine's Mental Health, and his days shuffling around town muttering to himself about various political conspiracies involving the current mayor and Stonewall Jackson. Some of Bonner's old classmates at Cedarfield High felt bad about his predicament and wanted to help. Rex Davies, the president of the American Legion, came up with the idea of giving Bonner the lot job just so he'd stop wandering so much. Bonner, Adam knew, took his new job seriously. Too seriously. With his natural tendency toward OCD, he kept an extensive notebook that contained a potent blend of vague paranoid ramblings and ultra-specifics about the makes, colors, and license plates of every vehicle that entered his lot. When you pulled in to park for something other than American Legion Hall business, Bonner would either warn you off, sometimes with a little too much gusto, or would intentionally let you illegally park, make sure that you had indeed gone to the Stop and Shop or Backyard Living instead of the hall, and then he'd call his old teammate Rex Davies, who, coincidentally, owned a body shop and car towing service. Everything's a racket. Bonner eyed Adam suspiciously as he pulled into the American Legion lot. He wore, as he always did, a blue blazer with too many buttons so that it looked like something used in a Civil War reenactment, and a red and white checkered tablecloth-come shirt. His pants were frayed at the cuffs, and a pair of laceless chucks adorned his feet. Adam had realized that he could no longer afford to sit back and wait for Corinne's return. There were enough lies and deception to go around, he thought, but whatever it was that had gone terribly wrong in the past few days had started here, at the American Legion Hall, when the stranger told him about that damned website. "Hey, Bonner." Bonner may have recognized him, may have not. "Hey," he said cautiously. Adam put the car in park and got out. "I got a problem." Bonner wriggled eyebrows so bushy they reminded Adam of Ryan's gerbils. "Oh? I'm hoping you can help me." "You like buffalo wings?" Adam nodded. "Sure." Supposedly, Bonner had been a genius before his illness, but wasn't that what they always say about someone with serious mental health issues? "You want me to get you some from Bub's?" Bonner looked aghast. "Bub's is shit." "Right, sorry." Go away." He waved a hand at Adam. "You don't know nothing, man." "Sorry. Really, look, I need your help." "Lots of people need my help, but I can't be everywhere now, can I?" "No, but you can be here, right?" "Huh?" "In this lot. You can help with a problem in this lot. You can be here." Bonner lowered his bushy eyebrows to the point where Adam couldn't see his eyes. "A problem? In my lot?" "Yes, see, I was here the other night." "For the lacrosse draft," Bonner said. "I know." The sudden recollection should have startled Adam, but for some reason it didn't. "Right, so anyway, my car got sideswiped by some out-of-towners." "What?" "Did some pretty serious damage." "In my lot?" "Yeah. Young out-of-towners, I think. They were driving a gray Honda Accord." Bonner's face reddened at the injustice. "You get the plate number?" "No, that's what I was hoping you could give me, so I can file the claim. They left at approximately 10:15. "Oh, right, I remember them." Bonner took out his giant notebook and started paging through rapidly. "That was Monday." "Yes." He flipped more pages, his pace growing more and more frantic. Adam glanced over Bonner's shoulder. Every page in the thick notebook was filled from top to bottom, from far left to far right, with tiny letters. Bonner kept turning pages at a furious clip. Then suddenly, Bonner stopped. "You found it?" A slow grin came to Bonner's face. "Hey, Adam!" "What?" Bonner turned the grin toward him. Then he did the gerbil wriggle again and said, "You got $200 on you?" "200? Because you're lying to me." Adam tried to look perplexed. "What are you talking about?" Bonner slammed the notebook closed. "Because, you see, I was here. I would have heard your car getting hit." Adam was about to counter when Bonner held up his palm. "And before you tell me it was late, or it was noisy, or it was barely a scratch, don't forget that your car is sitting right over there. It's got no damage, and before you tell me you were driving your wife's car or some other lie—" Bonner held up the notebook, still grinning. "I got the details of that night right here." Caught in a clumsy lie to Bonner. "So the way I see it," Bonner continued, "you want that guy's license plate number for another reason. He and that cute blonde he was with. Yeah, I remember them. Because the rest of you clowns, I've seen 1,000,000 times. They were strangers. Didn't belong. I wondered why they were here." He grinned again. "Now I know." Adam thought about saying a dozen things, but he settled on the simplest. $200, you say? It's a fair price. Oh, and I don't take checks or quarters. Chapter 30. Old man Rinsky said, "The car is a rental." They were in the high-tech breakfast nook. Rinsky was all in beige today, beige corduroys, beige wool shirt, beige vest. Eunice was at the kitchen table, dressed for a garden party, having tea. Her makeup looked as though it had been applied with a paintball gun. She had said, "Good morning, Norman," when Adam came in. He had debated correcting her when Rinsky stopped him. "Don't," he'd said. "It's called validation therapy. Let her run with it." "Any idea who rented the car on Monday?" Adam asked. "Got it right here." Rinsky squinted at the screen. "The name she used was Lauren Barna, but that's a pseudonym. I did some digging, and Barna is actually a woman called Ingrid Prisby. She lives in Austin, Texas." His reading glasses were on a chain. He let them drop to his chest and turned around. "The name mean anything to you?" "No. Might take a little while, but I could run a background check on her." "That would be helpful." "No problem." So now what? He couldn't just fly off to Austin. Should he get the woman's phone number and call her and say, what exactly? "Hi, my name is Adam Price, and you and some guy in a baseball cap told me a secret about my wife?" "Adam?" He looked up. Rinsky interlaced his fingers and rested them on his paunch. "You don't have to tell me what this is about. You know that, right?" "I do." "But just so we're clear, anything you tell me doesn't leave this house. You know that too, right?" "Sorry, but you're the one with the privilege here," Adam said. "Not me." "Yeah, but I'm an old man. I have a bad memory." "Oh, I doubt that." Rinsky smiled. "Suit yourself." No, actually, if it's not too much of a burden, I'd really like to get your take on this." "I'm all ears." Adam wasn't sure how much of the story he would tell Rinsky, but the old cop was a good listener. Back in the day, he must have done an Oscar-buzzed good cop, because Adam couldn't shut himself up. He ended up telling him the entire story from the moment the stranger walked into that American Legion Hall, right up until now. When Adam finished, the two men sat in silence. Eunice drank her tea. "Do you think I should tell the police?" Adam asked. Rinsky frowned. "You were a prosecutor, right?" "Right." "So you know better." Adam nodded. "You're the husband," he said, as though that explained everything. "You just learned that your wife betrayed you in a pretty horrible way. Now she's run off. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what would you think?" "That I did something to her." "That'd be number one. Number two would be that your wife— what's her name again?" "Corinne." "Right, Corinne. Number two would be that Corinne stole this money from that sports league or whatever, so she could run away from you." You'd also have to tell that local cop about her faking the pregnancy. He's married? Yes. So that'll be blabbed all over town before you know it. Not that that matters in light of the other stuff, but let's face it. The cops will either think you killed your wife or that she's a thief. Rinsky had confirmed exactly what Adam had already thought. So what do I do? Rinsky lifted his reading glasses back to his face. Show me that text your wife sent you before she took off. Adam found it. He handed Rinsky the phone and read the message once again over the old man's shoulder. Maybe we need some time apart. You take care of the kids. Don't try to contact me. It will be okay. Then, just give me a few days, please. Rinsky read it, shrugged, took off the glasses. What can you do? As far as you know, your wife needs some time away from you. She asked you not to contact her, so that's what you're doing. I can't sit around and do nothing. No, you can't. But if the cops ask, well, there's your answer. Why would the cops ask me that? Got me. Meanwhile, you are doing all you can. You got that license plate number and you came to me. You did right on both counts. Chances are your Corinne will just come home on her own soon. But either way, you're right. We need to try to find her first. I'll try to dig into this Ingrid Prisby. Maybe there's a clue there. Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Adam? Yeah. Odds are your Corinne stole this money. You know that? If she did, she had a reason. Like she needed to run away or to pay off this blackmailer? Or something we aren't thinking of yet. Whatever it is, Rinsky said, you don't want to give the cops anything that can incriminate her. I know. You said she was in Pittsburgh? That's what we saw on that phone locator, yeah. You know anybody there? No. He looked over at Eunice. She smiled at him and lifted her tea. A perfectly normal domestic scene to an outside observer. But when you know her condition... A memory hit Adam. What? The morning before she disappeared, I came downstairs. The boys were at the breakfast table, but Corinne was in the backyard talking on her phone. When she saw me, she hung up. Any idea who she called? No, but I can look it up on the web. Old man Rinsky stood up and gestured for Adam to have a seat. Adam took it and brought up the website for Verizon. He typed in the phone number and the password. He knew it by heart, not because he had a great memory, but because for things like this, he and Corinne always used the same approximate password. The word they used was barista, all caps, always. Why? Because they had decided to come up with the password while sitting in a coffee shop, and started looking around for a random word, and voila, there was a barista. The word was perfect because it had absolutely no connection to them. If the password needed to be longer than 7 characters, the password was barista barista. If the password required numbers, not just letters, it was barista 77. Like that. Adam got the password right on his second try, barista 77. He clicked on the various links and reached her recent outgoing calls first. He'd hoped that maybe he'd get lucky, that maybe he'd see that she'd called someone a few hours ago or late last night. Nothing doing. In fact, the last call she'd made had been the one he was now searching for, a call made at 7:53 a.m. the morning she ran off. The call had lasted only 3 minutes. She had been outside in the backyard, talking softly, and hung up as he'd approached. He had pushed it, but Corinne had refused to tell him who was on the phone. But now... Adam's eyes traveled right to the phone number on the screen. He froze and stared. "You recognize the number?" Old Man Rinsky asked. "Yeah, I do." Chapter 31. Kuntz dumped both guns into the Hudson River. He had plenty more. No big deal. He took the A train to 168th Street. He got out on Broadway and walked 3 blocks down to the entrance of the hospital that used to be called Columbia Presbyterian. Now it was known as Morgan Stanley Children's Hospital of New York Presbyterian. Morgan Stanley. Yeah, when you think of health care for children, the first name that comes to your mind is the multinational financial giant Morgan Stanley. But money talks. Money is as money does. Kuntz didn't bother showing his ID. The security guards at the desk knew him too well from his too frequent visits. They also knew he'd once been NYPD. Some, maybe most, even knew why he'd been forced to leave. It had been in all the papers. The libtards and the media had crucified him, wanting him not only to lose his job and livelihood, but even wanting him locked up on murder charges. The guys on the street backed him. They got that Kuntz was being railroaded. They got the truth. The case had been in the papers. Some big black guy resisting arrest. He'd been caught shoplifting at a grocery store on 93rd, and when the Korean owner confronted him, the big black guy pushed him down and threw a kick. Kuntz and his partner Scooter cornered the guy. The guy didn't care. He growled and put it simply, "I ain't going with you. I just needed a pack of smokes." The big black guy started to walk away, just like that. 2 cops there, he'd just committed a crime, and he was just going to do as he pleased. When Scooter stepped in his way, the big black guy pushed him and kept walking. So Kuntz took him down hard. How was he supposed to know the big guy had some kind of health condition? Seriously, are you really supposed to let a criminal walk away like that? What do you do when a thug won't listen to you? You try to take him down nicely? Maybe do something that puts your life or your partner's life in jeopardy? What dumb assholes made these rules? Long story short, the guy died, and the libtard media had an orgasm. That dyke bitch on cable started it up. She called Kuntz a racist killer. Sharpton started with the marches. You know the drill. Didn't matter how clean Kuntz's record was, or how many citations for bravery he'd received, or how he volunteered with black kids in Harlem. Didn't matter that he had his own personal problems, including a 10-year-old boy with bone cancer. None of that meant a damn thing. Now, he was a racist murderer, as evil as any of the scum he'd ever busted. Kuntz took the elevator to the 7th floor. He nodded at the nurse's station as he hurried toward room 715. Barb was sitting in that same chair. She turned toward him and gave him a weary smile. There were dark circles under her eyes. Her hair looked as though it had taken a late bus to get here. But when she smiled at him, that was still all he could see. His son was sleeping. "Hey," he whispered. "Hey," Barb whispered back. "How's Robbie?" Barb shrugged. Kuntz walked toward his son's bed and stared down at the boy. It broke his heart. It gave him resolve. "Why don't you go home for a little while?" he said to his wife. "Relax a little." "I will, in a few," Barb replied. "Sit and talk with me." You often hear that the media is a parasite, but rarely was it truer than in the case of John Kuntz. They swarmed and devoured until there was nothing left. He lost his job, he lost his pension, and his benefits, but worst of all, he could no longer afford to give his son the best treatment available. That had been toughest on him. Whatever else a father is in this life, cop, fireman, Indian chief, he provides for his family. He does not sit by idly, watching his son in pain, without doing all he can to alleviate it in some way. And then, when he was at his lowest, John Kuntz found salvation. Isn't that always the way? A friend of a friend hooked up Kuntz with a young Ivy Leaguer named Larry Powers, who had developed some new phone app that made it easier to find Christian guys to do home repair. Something like that. Charity and construction. That was the pitch. The truth was, Kuntz didn't really care about the business angle of it. His job was to run both personal and company security, protect the key employees, and all trade secrets. And so that was his single focus. He was good at it. The business, it was explained to him, was a startup, and so the initial pay was crap. But still it was something, a job, a way to hold his head up. It was also more about the promise, too. He was given stock options. Risky, sure, but that was how great fortunes were made. There was a back end, a big, juicy back end, if things went very well. And they did. The app caught on in a way no one had anticipated, and now, after 3 years, Bank of America had underwritten their IPO, initial public offering, and if things went just okay, not super great, just okay, 2 months from now, when the company started trading on the stock market, John Kuntz's stake would be worth approximately $17 million. Let that number just sink in for a second. $17 million. Forget a comeback. Forget salvation. With that kind of money, he'd be able to afford the best doctors in the world for his son. He'd get Robbie home care and the best of everything. He'd be able to get his other kids, Carrie and Harry, into good schools.